Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Skechers Pickleball English Open. Today's been an exciting day. We've got singles, both men's and ladies singles today. Just seen the first 2 players warming up on Championship Court. We've got a massive crowd of people all around the building at the Telford International Centre. Just obviously also people feeding in, getting ready for their first games. So the first match we'll have on Championship Court on our far side is Eric Lang from America, and on the near side we have Ben Corsten from England. Good morning, Sam Basford.
Good morning.
Should be an exciting day. A lot of matches coming up. It's going to be an interesting day. There's a lot of people that we don't know or the opponents don't know, so there's going to be a lot of feeling out on both sides of the court and on the commentary box.
Absolutely. It'll be an interesting one. Forgive us if we're not familiar with a player, or we take a bit of time to figure them out, but that's what we're here for. So hopefully we can give you a good rundown. The good starting point is we're both familiar with both of these players, so we can get off to hopefully a good start.
Yeah, I mean, we have a current world champion on the court, don't we, in Ben Corsten?
Yeah, Ben is comes from background sport of rackets, which may not be familiar for a lot of people. Not a huge sport, but certainly one that is incredibly difficult.
Is it like hitting a golf ball on a very large size squash court with a wooden racket? It's kind of a good way of describing it. And is there something that calls what you actually do before you play? Is that right? There's some kind of
something
external
to do with that.
I've
not quite ventured into it yet, to be honest.
Yeah, I tried to watch it. It's like someone's definitely saying something that sounds like play when he's getting into it. But obviously we know that Freddie Powell and Louis Leville have both had a go. Obviously good friends with Ben. And obviously on the other side of the court we've got Eric Lang, who obviously is one of our APP pros. He is currently a singles duper of 6.186. So certainly we'll be looking at, based upon the metrics, based from obviously the DUPR system, we'll be expecting Eric to be confidently taking this match. However, we've obviously got Ben. It's a bit of an unknown quantity to him, though I know they spent some time off court hanging out the last couple of days as part of obviously the sort of the pro group that's been around the Telford Centre this week. Just going to get underway very shortly. We're just waiting to see if a referee's going to come and appear to sort this match out on Championship Court. Whilst we're waiting, obviously we're going to need to say a big thank you to our sponsors, who obviously without their generosity of sponsoring this event, we wouldn't be able to put it on. So we need to thank obviously our title sponsors, Skechers Pickleball, Franklin Pickleball and APP as our sort of headline main sponsors. Then we've got Fans Play, Diadem Pickleball, Pro XR, Notties Nut Butter, Mayfair Jewellers, Gamma and Kinian, and then ZZ Sports, Pickleball Complete, the UK Pickleball Shop, Scan, Head, Pickleball United, the company behind the courts you'll be seeing on the live stream, and DUPR. Sam, I understand there's going to be a prize draw from one of our sponsors with ZZ Sports each day, that there's going to be an opportunity to get a pickleball holiday in Egypt. I
believe there is. If you head over to the ZZ Sports booth, which is just down from us at Championship Court. I believe every day they're giving away a retreat to Egypt, which is part of their new business that they've set up. So if you are down in Telford, or you find yourself down in Telford later this week, pop down to the ZZ Sports booth and put yourself into the prize draw to win a trip to Egypt. I'll certainly be doing it every single day.
Yeah, I will be. I believe they're also taking part. I believe one of the founders is a very high-level tennis player that's recently found pickleball, and is obviously taking part. And I think my withdrawal from singles has worked well in that respect. So I'm not going to have to face him this year.
We do, just while we're waiting for our referee for the Championship Court, the second game which is due on, which was Mauro Garcia Sanchez against Bartosz Kabonik from Poland, unfortunately won't be taking place. Bartosz hasn't made it to the tournament. I'm not sure whether that's just today or in general, but that's why we're sort of happy to be waiting a little bit longer for a referee. I suspect we might get going if we don't get one in the next couple of minutes. So before we get started, we will show you, if you missed out on the English Open last year and you're coming along this year and you're excited to see what it's all about, then take a look at this video and it will give you a flavour of what's to come.
Woo!
Okay, we're just waiting to get underway. We're just waiting for one of our refs to turn up onto Championship Court. Although it looks like we might be getting Ruth, our court boss on Championship Court for the day. Might be taking over and a little quick conversation with them. I think Eric's quite rightly considering having a ref for this match. Obviously for the UK players, we're not used to having refs at most of our events. It's very much a case of having, oh, here we go. So we're going to have okay, so we're going to go for it. That's what we're going to go for it without a ref. We're going to get underway. So the pleasantries are now, oh, we go. Which side are we going? Yep, the old spins happen. So Eric Lang is going to serve. First point of the day about to get underway. We have a referee on his way round, so we might be able to port help. Okay, we're just going to have another pause now because we actually have been able to source a ref, so just going to get that underway now. So we're just going to have a ref in the next couple of points there. We've got a referee, so yeah, they're paused in that. Oh, Eric's like, well, we're going to get going, then we're not going to get going. And we are now very much about to get started. Obviously, with our withdrawal from our second match, we've got a little bit of time on Championship Court to get started today. A full packed schedule with all courts going all day, Sam, probably until a good 6 or 7 o'clock tonight before there's anybody getting any rec playing by the looks of it.
I think the men's singles open final is scheduled for 6:52.
So we've had a couple of full starts, Sam, and I think we're almost about to get underway. Byron Fresso just about to move around and referee this first match by the looks of it. Just a little final piece of warm there from Ben and Eric. So it should be an interesting matchup. Certainly Eric was hitting well earlier, it looked like, Sam.
Yeah, we know Eric, sort of mainly, I guess, a doubles player that known on tour, big hitter. Ben, very quick, lots of movement. Gets more balls back than I think I've ever seen anyone get back. So certainly doesn't give up on a ball just because it's a little further out of reach. But
a little bit less pickable seasoning, Sam. Not quite got the experience of Eric. Obviously, for a period of time on an MLP team was an absolute goat in one MLP tournaments, wasn't there? It sort of made his name again.
Absolutely. He was, I think, picked up by Ben Johns as part of the Chicago Slice. Was Eric, and played that role perfectly alongside Ben Johns. So very, very much a seasoned professional. So excited to see how this one goes. Ben Corsten only sort of been playing for 9 months.
Yep.
So
he's just about to be birthed into pickleball then if he's been playing for 9 months. Been in the pickleball womb until this point in time. Looks like we're now just getting the scoreboard by the looks of it. I'm looking at the score sheet.
Looks like we've got the referee's score sheet, so I think...
Yep, we are pretty much about to get underway. Excellent. So apologies at home to the slight delay on the start of today, but it'll be action-packed and crammed in for the rest of the day. Matches every 17 minutes, I believe, Sam, is that right?
if we stay on time.
It's literally to the minute to get everything in. I mean, certainly tomorrow is going to be a jam-packed day with over 900 people competing in gender doubles.
Yeah, big day. And huge credit to the tournament organisers, Karen Mitchell, Chris Mitchell, Frank Arico,
and Trevor Robinson.
Trevor
Wairumi.
Robinson have done an incredible job of certainly upscaling from last year. We're at double the capacity, double the length of time. We've got
Double the
some
amount of pain and problems it will create naturally from creating any event like that. No matter what you do, something's going to go wrong somewhere along the line.
But I have to say the championship court looks pretty good. Definitely an upgrade on last year with our fancy new electronic screens, double-sided seating.
More comfortable seating with proper cinema-style seats as well. So if you come in to watch, very comfortable for you on the championship court. You can settle down for here for all day. And also there are VIP tickets available. If you want to guarantee yourself a seat in the first 2 rows of championship court, you can pay for that each day and guarantee a courtside view with the best view in the house of some of the best pickleball players in the world. So looks like we're just about to get underway. This must be difficult, Sam, as a player, to be ready to go, then stopping, then get ready to go, then stopping, and you sort of lose any momentum into it. And obviously, it's about handling the mental side of things and just your emotions, and obviously the tension of that first match.
That's it, and it's the unpredictability. Is always very difficult to work with, but it's just part and parcel of professional sport, and something that these players will certainly be used to, even if it's not ideal. But it looks like we are set to go with our referee Byron Frazo, Eric Lang on the far side, Ben Corsten on the near side. These round robin matches are 1 game to 11, win by 1. In the men's singles, there are a record 12 groups.
Wow.
In the round robin. And off we go.
Yeah, great ball there from Eric Lang.
Really got his feet around that ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
Inside out the forehand. Ben with a bit of a wry smile.
Baptism of fire on show court for today. Yep. Just a little bit tight on Eric there. We couldn't get around it and underneath it.
Yeah, we said how well Eric was hitting the ball in the warm-up. Definitely reflected in those drives. Just refreshing from yesterday. Bit of confusion about if rally scoring was carrying over. I think Ben wanted it to.
Any advantage he can get would have been good. Yeah, nice drive there from Ben Corsten.
Yeah, did well to go back behind Eric, just approached a little bit closer into the middle.
Yeah, good deep return there.
I think we might see a few unforced errors like that from maybe some of our players with less experience up against these much more experienced American pros.
Oh, he's painting the line there. Yep, just inside. Beautiful shot there from Eric Lang.
Forehand firing nicely.
Yeah,
early doors.
We saw that in the warm-up, didn't we, Sam? Ben's getting frustrated. It's starting to get away from him, isn't it, Sam?
Just a couple of returns going along. It's so difficult because you want to apply maximum pressure on the return, keeping it as deep as possible.
Which of the 5 ball controls there, Sam?
Depth. Depth is key. And that will be a welcome addition for Ben.
That's such a good direction on that ball.
Almost the signature Eric Lang backhand punch.
Open up the face, using the whole width of the court there. Oh, that is a big miss.
Not something we see too often.
No.
From Eric. Going big on the serve. Great shot.
Great shot from Ben Corsten there. Beautiful control to get that cross court.
So he planted that right foot, gave himself the anchor point to work with, and whipped right back round the ball. He's recovered nicely from a bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, he had that sort of talking to when he got frustrated and sort of settled down now. Yeah, great shot again down the line.
Again, you can just see the confidence of Ben starting to push through a little bit more, swinging a little bit more freely than he was earlier on in the game.
Are there any timeouts in this format, Sam? Do we know? I'm assuming round robin there's a no.
There is not usually. There may be a switch of ends.
Yep.
At 6, just to account for the differences in backgrounds. Obviously, the background you can see was probably a bit nicer to play against than the background on this side, full of wires, computers,
us,
cameras.
Yeah, there certainly is another upgrade here. There's more people in the commentary booth. We've got obviously a second commentary team starting later in the week for fans play, plus obviously the team with the digital boards, and our usual team from John and Joe on stream on site. So just starting again at 6-4. Ben Corsten the serve. The magic change of ends over there, Sam. Hitting downhill rather than uphill. And that's long.
I think Eric has looked generally a lot more comfortable behind the baseline so far. Might just be the lack of singles reps for Eric, a little bit less comfortable sort of in the approach on transition and more singles specific shots.
Obviously, one thing the pros are going to have to factor into. Oh, just wide there. Is that they've got a round robin format, and most of the pros from America are using double elimination, so this would be a key win match, but actually you can come back from this in the round robin format to win everything else.
There's a lot less room for error, I think, because of the shorter games as well. Only one game to 11. I think that's the third missed return from Ben. So 3 out of 5 of Eric's points coming on missed returns so far.
Yeah, good movement there from Ben Corsten, but unable to get that down the line ball from Eric Lang. So now we're honours are now even. Bit of a momentum shift back again to Eric Lang after the end change. Just away. So equal life a little bit now, so.
Yeah, it's neither player quite sort of taking the ball by the horns yet with this game. Been a bit backwards and forwards.
They're not neither are looking particularly grooved, are they? But then it's obviously first game of the day, early start.
Early start. We see Ben's speed coming in.
Second time he's got to a ball you wouldn't expect to get to, but just unable to control it.
So Eric retakes the lead, 7-6.
Yeah, great direction there from Ben Corson to get right in that corner to push Eric wide.
And we've seen Eric Lang go for that inside in forehand drive a few times. Now it's worked well, but maybe Ben just starting to get a bit of a read.
And obviously going inside in, you are exposing a lot of court if you can get an angle on it. Yeah, that after that first volley, that was point over. Yeah, again, Ben going behind Eric's been a successful area for him so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, Ben's had a lot of success so far, sort of moving Eric side to side. He's won the majority of points when that's been the case.
Yeah, great pick up there from Eric.
Unlucky with the net cord was Ben. Did well to get there, just couldn't quite drop the ball.
There appears to be quite a large height difference between Eric and Ben. So what would you say the advantages are of having a larger wingspan?
So I guess the obvious one is up at the net. You've got a lot more reach on these wider balls. But similarly, Ben's centre of gravity is much lower to the floor.
Yep.
So he's got a lot more speed behind him, a bit more agility. So reaches a lot more balls. So I guess it trades backwards and forwards on. You can reach more balls, but then Eric reaches more balls, literally. Just extends the lead to 2 points.
Eric trying to get in a bit of cat and mouse there with that shorter third drop.
We've not seen too many successful third shot drops so far in this opening singles match. Often floated a little bit higher.
Yep. Maybe you'll find that obviously for our American players, they're used to playing outside, so a bit more margin with wind. In here, we're literally, oh, what a great passing shot.
Just dipped perfectly over the net. We had the perfect angle, sat right behind that forehand. You can see Ben just taking his time to grab the ball, just needed a bit of a break after that point.
Almost a mini timeout by
9-6.
The available time he's got to do that.
Point.
Missed return.
And first game and match point to Eric Lang. Let's see if he goes big on this serve.
10-6. Side out.
Looks for that inside in forehand again.
Yep. Has some success.
6-10. Point.
Did Ben no look that?
He did. It's almost a bit of a trademark shot
Yeah.
for Ben Corson. Seen it one too many times on the
7-10.
court.
Side out.
See, just maybe slightly rushing into that. There was a big open space
Yeah.
on.
Cross court side.
Exactly.
And we're now second match point for Eric
10-7.
Lang. See if he can convert on this one. Yep,
Point.
there we go.
Game.
Game, set,
11-7
match
to Mr. Lang.
to Eric Lang.
We've seen that switch between inside in and inside out on that forehand.
Yep.
Last couple of times he's gone down the line. Just opens up the body.
Ben releasing his paddle at the end of that.
It's a very nice way of putting it.
Showing a little bit of frustration there. So obviously our second fixture has been delayed with the withdrawal. So we've now got Jesus Campos and Cameron Loring coming back in the men's singles open Group K. We just have a few messages from our sponsors and we'll be back after that for the second match of the day.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
So we're looking like we're about to get started on the warm-up for this second match on show court today. We have Jesus Campos nearest to us on camera and Cameron Luring further away from us, one of the APP Next Gen players. What we're expecting to see here, Sam, was you've got some insight into Jesus.
Yeah, I've seen Jesus. He's had quite a strong record in European pickleball. Sort of started out more in singles, worked his way into doubles. Has done a sort of really good job. No real, I don't think comes from a sort of tennis background, so he's had to work quite hard to develop some of his shots.
Certainly the tennis player coming in has a big advantage. I mean, any racket sport has, but it seems tennis is the one that has the biggest advantage of any sports coming from, isn't it?
For sure, especially for singles.
Yeah. So on the live stream, we've had a comment with regards to how can they see the scores of the other matches. So what we'd recommend is if you go to the Pickleball England homepage, which is pickleballengland.org, there's a link there to the English Open 2024 microsite. And from there is the link to the PETS, the PETS system, Pickleball England tournament software, designed by tournament director Frank Arico. And from there you can follow the completed scores of every match across the weekend. Obviously we don't have live scoring because we've only got referees on 6 to 8 of our courts, mainly for our professional players. But you can track all of the people that you know from your local club at home by using the Pickleball England software via their website. It's had an upgrade this year, Sam.
It has. It's it's always worked very well in the past, but this year with sheer number of people coming to the tournament. There we go. You can see events, tournaments, English Open. You can see there the big red button. You can see everything you need to know about this tournament. So if you wanted to find a category, a player, you can search all on there. Shows you every single game coming up. Very handy bit of kit.
Yes, it's extremely useful to keep an eye on what's going on from here. I mean, we're using it ourselves to keep an eye on what's happening for the match schedules, obviously as part of the commentary team and the broadcast team. And also we have fans play with us as well, don't we? So they're starting to create and provide some metrics and starting to give it opportunities to interact with your favourite players and pros.
Absolutely. Set up my fantasy teams the other day
Yep.
for singles. So I don't know how any of them are getting on so far, but got my teams. Let's see here what we've got going on. Men's singles, I went with James Chowdhury.
Yep. Good choice there.
Aditya Ruhela.
Yep.
Finalist last year.
Yep.
Arman Bhatia from India.
Yep.
And lesser known, but closer to home, Ben Stutchbury
Oh,
in the open singles.
Are you hoping there's going to be a tree appearing on centre court for him to hug, Sam?
I'm keeping all my fingers crossed for him. Playing really well at the moment, so good exposure for him. So, looks like we're ready to get underway here on Championship Court. Jesus in the blue serving, and Cameron luring on the other side. Jesus just misfiring on that first forehand.
0-0. Point.
And goes just deep with the forehand volleys. Maybe a bit of a nervous start here for
1-0.
Jesus.
Side out.
We're certainly finding that with singles, it's a much shorter rally,
0-1.
often 5 to 6 shots or less.
Side out.
I think certainly a lot of
1-0.
players look to finish that point nice and early, don't they?
Side
So
out.
great hustle from Jesus. I thought one of those balls looked a bit wide, but
0-1.
couldn't quite see from this position.
Point.
Cameron goes just wide with the backhand return. So
1-1.
opening point scored for Jesus Campos.
Side out.
So Sam, I just did a little look on the Fans Play app, and you are able to, for the next 7 minutes, create your women's singles team. So if you're at home and you want to get in on the action and pick some
1-1.
players for your women's singles for today, and obviously you can start to register for the other teams.
Side out. One.
Great play from
Point.
Jesus, moving Cameron side to side.
Using the whole width of the court there, Sam. But Cameron did really good. I thought one of those balls was possibly
2-1.
out on that left sideline and still played it.
Side out.
Great finish there from Cam Luring.
And I think it's a credit to the APP players.
1-2.
We saw it last year, very much sportsmanship driven
Point.
with regards to line calls, something instilled, I
2-2.
think, by Ken Herman. Sort of that senior leadership team on the next gen national team.
Point. Three, two.
Oh, what a great flick there from Cam Luring.
Just held the forehand. You can just see
Yeah.
weights and weights and weights.
Just brushes up the side of the ball. Not even a particularly
4-2.
big wrist movement to get that angle.
Point.
It's the Eric Lang inside in forehand down
Yep.
the line.
Five, two. Side out.
Comment in from Gustav
2-5.
from Sweden, tournament director for the Sweden Open
Point.
happening later this year. Good opening game, and this one should be fun as
3-5.
well. Certainly been all action.
Side out. Five, three. Point. Timeout. Change ends. 6-3.
Nice
1
net
minute.
play from Jesus. Would have liked to have seen him go cross court with that backhand dink. Just left that ball up a little bit high down the line.
So at the end change here, Sam, what do you think Jesus can do to change his fortunes?
I think we've seen him defend the net very well.
Time in. 6-3.
Maybe just pushing those volleys a little bit deeper. But
Point.
not much you can do off of that Cam Luring double-handed backhand drop.
And it was just it was a very lazy drop though. He tried to, or
7-3.
that dink he tried to play back. There was almost a consolation of giving up the token dink.
Point.
Yeah, just not able to get on that one. They just
Dipping in confidence a little bit,
Yeah.
I think.
you can see a change in his body language.
8-3. Side out.
I was looking so good on the shaping of that and just clips the net.
Just needed a bit more height. Probably would have been one of the prettiest shots we'd have seen so far.
Yep.
3-8.
Second ball control of the day, Sam.
Side
Great
out.
depth on the
Yeah.
return from Cameron.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about the ball controls today, there are 5 ball controls that you can use to control the ball. Obviously, when you're playing
8-3.
pickleball. And that will be
Side out.
width. So you're looking at width, height, depth, spin, and speed. So any error you tend to make, one or more of those ball controls,
3-8.
normally just one, will be slightly out.
Point.
So a
4-8.
few early errors from Cam on the two-handed backhand so far. Had a
Yeah.
nice drop, but again, might just
Point.
be
That's long again.
case of early doors.
Yeah, you've got to get he's one of the taller guys on the
5-8.
show court today, so you're going to have to get down to get to those balls. Great two-handed
Side
shot there.
out.
And obviously with two-handed backhands, you do have to work harder with your legs and get down lower to really make that work. You haven't got the sort of wriggle room with the one-hander.
8-5. Side out.
Yeah, another error on that two-hander, Sam.
I think it's just a bit of indecision on occasion, not quite knowing which one he's preferring, which one he's going for.
5-8. Side out.
Yeah, Jesus annoyed with himself for missing that one.
So Cameron's had a couple of
8-5.
side outs on 8. Let's see if he can lift himself off that.
Really? It's out. It's out.
Let's look at the replay. What happened here? We
Side
know
out.
it hit the net, but did it land? Oh yeah, looked
Landed
out.
first. Just out, I think, before it hit the
5-8.
foot of the net
Yeah.
post.
Apologies there from Jesus.
Side
Yeah,
out.
that was again like Ben got to that ball, but just unable to control it.
And we've seen a few times from Jesus attempting that drop to move in. Very much where he
8-5.
prefers to play up at the net. Which hasn't quite been able to control.
Yeah, good play there.
Side
Going
out.
behind Cam.
Just hasn't quite been able to control that
5-8.
drop into the kitchen
Yeah.
initially.
Great use of the
Side
angle
out.
there from Cam Luring.
Something we don't see often enough, I think. Players taking a bit of power off the smash and focusing, like we've said, on that ball control of direction.
It's my favourite smash because if you put it wide, they can't get at it.
8-5.
Real extreme angles. Very powerful. Groundhog Day getting at 8-5.
Side out.
Yeah, and again, another side out. Seems
Yeah.
this score does not want to move beyond 5-8. Potentially, whoever gets this next point brings some
5-8.
momentum with them.
Another unforced error on that backhand side as well.
Yeah, good use of the
Side
width
out.
again then. So Cameron Luring here taking a little bit of time to settle himself before this
8-5.
next point. That's such a good
Point.
two-handed backhand. Just settled himself before that point. Lucky. Just get ready for it.
Didn't bounce up too high for
No.
Jesus. Bit of an apology from Cam. Not much these players can do about
9-5.
the odd bad bounce.
Side out.
We've seen a few times that inside-out forehand from Cam. Not quite made it over the net. Maybe just a bit more
5-9.
focus on the height of the ball.
Yeah, great use of the angle there
Side
from
out.
Cameron Luring.
It's looked very assured up at the net so far in this match.
Yeah, there's not been many errors there. And making good decisions as well. So we've broken that
9-5.
duck. We're now at 9-5.
Side out.
Again, that looks a bit questionable on his shot choice again, Sam. 2 minds, do you think?
I think, to be honest, just a few of those unforced errors
5-9.
going through his head from the backhand side.
Point.
And that two-hander error again.
Trying to atone a little bit.
But good direction from Jesus on that serve to really push him wide and deep.
6-9.
Not something we see as much at the open level, the sort of slider
Yeah,
serve.
Side out.
I think that's a misunderstood weapon that's really useful. Changing the pace or changing the big difference in what you're giving your opponent can sometimes get you a cheap 3 point.
1 second.
Just a little hot shoe shuffle there from Byron Fresso.
Just making sure all is kosher on championship court. So back with Cam
9-6.
at 9-6, just 2 points away.
Oh, that's so cruel.
Point.
Did well to get there.
Yeah.
though.
And a really good backhand roll to set up that
10-6.
possibility, and then the net had its interaction.
Side out.
Oh. That's very loose. Very loose. But
6-10.
at 10-6, you've got a little bit of flex.
Side out.
Jesus goes just wide. I think looking to go a little bit bigger. Bit of scoreboard pressure creeping in. Knows he has to
10-6.
score.
Side
And
out.
again, we're finding that two-hander having a problem. Often from the same location on the court, Sam.
Yeah,
6-10.
you can see Cam gesturing to sort of what he wants to do.
Side out.
So good to get behind that ball and get it back in the direction he got it on that volley from Cam Luring there.
10-6.
So third match point.
Side out.
I really like that scoop dink that he hit to get in, but unable to control that final volley. You can see him just shadowing there how he wants to get that wrist position for the next one.
I like the move from Jesus as well to go straight at Cam at the net.
6-10.
Something I think players can be a little bit almost apprehensive of sometimes.
Side
And
out.
just watching that sail wide. So match point number 4.
Great hustle from Jesus in that
10-6.
last point.
Yeah, once that
Point,
net call was there,
game.
there was never going to be
11-6 to
a
Mr.
good way out
Warren.
of that for Jesus Campos. And that match goes to Cameron Luring, 11-6. Yeah, you can see they're really strong finish there. Jesus probably didn't make the right decision to get out of the way on that ball. So we're just getting the scorecard signed off. And our next match coming up will be Jaden Broderick versus Atilla Rahela in the men's singles open group L. We're getting into a whole new set of letters for this year, Sam, with the number of groups we've got and the record number of entries in the singles category. So I have a few words from our sponsors. We'll come back for the next match.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fansplay is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fansplay, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fansplay, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
No matter the type of player you are,
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from,
אני מישראל, שלום.
no matter your gender, no matter your age,
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport, and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now about to undertake the first match from Group L on Championship Court today. Nearest to us on the camera, we've got Aditya Rahela, who was last year's runner-up in the men's open singles. And on the far side of the court, we've got Jaden Broderick, another one of our APP Next Gen professionals. Should be an interesting matchup, Sam.
Yeah, we didn't see Jaden last year at the English Open. He's a new addition to the Next Gen team. Aditya, obviously, we became familiar with last year. Went on a great run in the singles all the way to the final. Just fell short at the hands of Ryler de Hart, so I'm sure he's hoping he can do one better this year.
Obviously, one of these upcoming Indian players, there's a real production line coming through there, isn't there?
There is lots of investment currently ongoing in India.
Lots of work from Pran.
Pran and the team at Pickleball United. Fans Play and newly sort of released Pickleball World Rankings and World Series, which we'll be keeping an eye on for sure.
Oh, and Maxwell as well. Obviously, Maxwell were here in the Battle of the Paddles yesterday. I believe they're linked in as well, aren't they? Is that right, Sam?
I think so. So looking to get underway shortly here on Championship Court.
Sam, it's exciting for us to have a launch of a brand worldwide here.
For sure. They sort of looked at the English Open as an opportunity to sort of get their brand out there and do a full launch. So again, exciting times for us here in the UK. Starting to become a bit of a force in the world of pickleball.
Third largest event. So we're just finishing up the warm-up now. Running a little bit behind time on Championship Court, but I'm sure there'll be some management between the refs and the organising committee to get us back on schedule with such a tight set of matches to fit into the unbelievably... We're talking, Sam, of trying to fit matches in with 40 courts. That shows you a sign of the growth of the game in the UK.
Absolutely. And the fact that it's a struggle is quite remarkable, but again, testament to the growth of pickleball here and the sort of considerations of the organisers to try and fit in as many players as possible. That's always been the way with Pickleball England. It's always been, can we get the maximum amount of people playing pickleball at any given time, whether that's in a social session at your local club or whether that's on sort of the biggest stage that we have.
Just in case you didn't hear that, 15 seconds.
Here we go. A 15 seconds call from Byron Fresso. So we're just about to get underway. Looks like we've got
To my
Camlet.
left is Mr.
We've got Jaden
Broderick,
Broderick to
and
serve.
to my
by the looks of
right
this.
is
Jaden's going to be
Mr.
serving.
Ruila. Time in 0-0. Point
Nervy start there from Aditya.
Understandable, I think.
Yeah.
1-0. Side out.
Jaden Broderick is really winding up that serve.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. Big action.
0-1. Side out.
So good hustle there from Aditya.
We were just discussing in the warm-up as well, the preparation on his backhand side is
1-0.
very early.
Point.
I suppose the problem with that is if you're hitting that ball so hard at it, you've really
2-0.
got to slow down that deceleration of your backswing to control the ball.
Point.
Another one going long. Just haven't quite got the radar dialed in yet, Sam.
Yeah, we've seen that in sort of each of the championship court games so far. It's taken a bit of time for these players
3-0.
to adjust. That's 3
Point.
returns in a row for Aditya.
4-0.
Those are
Side out.
such long levers that Jaden Broderick's got, hasn't he? If you look on screen, when he loads on that serve, it's a huge
0-4.
base he's accelerating from.
Side out.
All of these players had to submit their information for the fans play. Fantasy
4-0.
game. And Jaden stands at 6'5".
Side out.
So has to work a bit harder to get lower than most people do, but equally very long reach.
I'd be
0-4.
considering some slide there, Sam, on an underspin on those shots to him.
Point.
And off the board for Aditya. Nice work on the baseline. And we saw last year
1-4.
he's definitely been working on the backhand.
What a great forehand there.
Spent a lot of time last year running around onto that forehand side and manoeuvring the ball.
So a little bit of momentum coming
2-4.
back in here for Aditya.
Side out.
And that's the shot we saw pretty often last year, either that inside-out cross-court drop or the
4-2.
inside-in drive down the line.
Side out.
Rob, do you want to just give a quick rundown of these phrases we're using, inside in and inside out? What do they
2-4.
sort of refer to?
We'll just get to that in the after that point.
Side
So
out.
it's to do with the path of the ball coming into your body and your swing path and then where you send it out. So a ball that kind of comes
4-2.
across your midline and then goes
Side out.
goes away from you, so you're kind of making a large direction change outside the pathway is an inside out shot. So generally speaking, the easiest way to look at it is there's a larger
2-4.
direction change, it tends to be an inside out shot. Great
Side
volley
out.
there from Jaden Broderick.
And again, he gets up to the net, very difficult to get past him just because of the reach.
4-2. Side out.
Just a little bit abbreviated on that one from Jaden Broderick.
2-4.
Great hustle there
Side
from
out.
Aditya, but couldn't quite control the last ball.
Four two. Side out.
Nice leave from Aditya. Jaden just not quite getting over the top of that two-handed backhand.
2-4. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Just a slight shoe pit stop, Aditya.
Ball scored again. 2-4.
Yeah,
Point.
good drive there. Jaden just a little bit slow to get in behind that ball and always on the back foot in that rally.
I think he was dealing with a bit of a
3-4.
bounce off the serve.
Yeah, great.
Side out.
Going back behind there.
We tend to see, well, what we
4-3.
tend to want to see if players are dropping on approaches,
Great two-hander
Point.
there.
giving themselves time by going cross-court rather than down the line, especially playing against someone with such long reach. It's going to be really difficult to drop down the line accurately and get that ball to drop
5-3.
unattackably.
Just
Side out.
cranking that one a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think just needed an extra little step.
3-5.
Nice, easy
Side
finish
out.
there. Ball just up a little bit high.
The ball is. Yeah. No, it was just out. You call
A
it
big
out.
long
Yeah,
lever there.
it was out.
Easy to access. Some depth on that.
Point.
Ball on
Ball
the
and take it early.
baseline, called long
4-5.
by Aditya, so up to 4.
Side out.
He's always sort of kept Jaden within reaching distance
Yep.
in this match so far.
Five four.
Yeah, great
Side out.
control at the net there from Aditya.
Just using a bit of slice on those backhand volleys, keeps the ball nice and low, especially on this
4-5.
Pickleball United court.
It certainly takes spin, doesn't it, Sam? Yeah, great
Side
misdirect
out.
again there from Jaden Broderick. Just setting up to go cross court and finishes down the line.
Five four. Point. Timeout. Change ends. 6-4. 1 minute.
So we're now at the mini timeout at end change at 6-4. What do you expect to see in the second half of this match, Sam?
I think, to be honest, more of the same. I'd like to see Aditya having a little bit more confidence on his backhand side. We saw it in the warm-up. It was working really nicely. So a few occasions he's run round onto the forehand and it's almost tried to do a little bit too much. So I'd like to see the backhand being used a little bit more. I think a lot of the same for Jaden. It will be getting into the net, just trying to cover as much court as possible.
All right, gentlemen. Time in. 6-4.
Ah,
Point.
great exchange there at the net.
Again, nice coverage from Jaden.
A little bit of that wingspan, that 6'5" thing is going to really help you to cover that 20-foot kitchen line.
7-4.
Yeah, great volley finish there.
Side out.
Feels like Aditya is not really dominated up at the net too many times. Obviously had a couple of missed returns early on in the game. But maybe that's the route for him. We seem to have lost the ball somewhere around all of the camera equipment.
And obviously they don't want to change with if it's been working well for them. There's that whole kind of luck thing going on.
So we might have to get a new ball. Not sure where it disappeared into the ether, I think.
The pickable fairies have the literal pickable fairies have arrived.
Okay, there we go. 4-7. Point.
Help there for Mr. Net. Not a lot Jaden can do when that ball takes that deflection off the net.
5-7.
Obviously with our fixed nets here, the English Open on the championship court. Great play from Aditya, good hustle to get behind that ball. But yeah, obviously with the fixed nets we have here, they tend to have the correct kind of fly-on bounce, whereas obviously
6-7.
on a temporary net they will tend to drop on the other side.
There we go,
Point.
the backhand finally
Firing for Aditya.
brings him level.
7-7.
7-7. And again, we
Point.
see the backhand working. I think that's 4 points in a row for Aditya
8-7.
now. Changed up from backhand drive to backhand drop.
And another one. Great
Point.
inside-out passing shot there on the
Timeout, Mr.
forehand wing.
Broderick, 8-7. 1 minute.
So timeout called from Jaden. Great run from Aditya, going from 7-4 down to 9-7 up.
First time I've seen used actually in the tournament today on show court. Again, probably in evidence of the APP players being used to using these tactically. Very much this is a defensive timeout, trying to break that momentum. Obviously coming in from the turn at 6-4, then going up 7-4. 5 points have gone in the other direction. You can see Richard Livanese on the sidelines, just to our commentary position you can't quite see here. He's coaching up his compadre and teammate in the APP Next Gen. And the judge is trying to stay focused and in the moment, obviously, all the direction of travelling this match is in his direction.
So Broderick, you have 1 timeout remaining. So Aditya, you have 2. Time in. 9-7. Side out.
Timeout has worked.
Yep. Often just something to change
7-9.
the momentum, the flow, anything going on could be enough. Yep, but
Side out.
a bit of exchange of side outs the first couple of points out of that timeout, which you'll often see as well. Something will change, and then do we settle back into the same patterns of play we were seeing before that
9-7.
timeout?
Side out.
Yeah, the back and forth battles happening, Sam. Certainly the momentum has shifted again.
Yeah, suddenly feels a lot more even.
Maybe there's some strategic adjustments that's come from Richard on the sideline supporting his partner.
7-9.
Yep, and there we go.
Point.
Next strike.
So it brings it back to within 1 point.
8-9.
That's
Point.
such a good cross-court full hand there from Jaden Broderick. Levels things up at 9.
And it can feel almost quite a simple tactic, but the last couple of points he's just gone side to side.
Yeah.
One to the forehand, one to the backhand, keeping Aditya moving at the net.
9-9.
Yeah,
Side
great
out.
shot there to go back behind Jaden.
Nine.
So right at the business end of this game. Yeah, and there we go.
Side out.
Great hustle from both players.
So difficult to get the ball past either of them at the net.
Yeah.
Isn't both tall, both long reach,
both quick.
Both quick.
9-9. So serve.
Oh, that would have been very unfair for that to have landed in, Sam. Those are the cruelest of net calls when they just dribble over
9-9.
the non-volley zone. It's a bit of cat and mouse. Yeah. Good
Side
finish
out.
there. Really good hustle from Aditya to stay in that rally.
Came under a lot of pressure. Two
Yeah.
net cords. Somehow got the deep ball back as well.
9-9.
Was always on the tough side at that point.
Side out.
Yeah, calling it wide.
Yeah, looked just wide to me. Byron confirms. Not going to be the best angle to make any judgment call.
9-9. Side out.
Maybe just trying to do a little bit too much on that last backhand from Aditya there, Sam.
Yeah, he's done well, sort of taking the pace off and making the ball drop. But again, it can also appreciate that he probably wants to do a little bit more. Just making the ball drop isn't quite enough to
9-9.
get past Jaden at the moment.
Side out.
Good hustle again.
And again, we see quite sort of a traditionally simple tactic, but side to side, working
9-9.
Aditya. Forehand to backhand, just misses with the drive. Great serve.
Point.
Wow, literally straight down that
Time
middle
out.
line to set up match point.
Receiver. 1 minute. 10-9.
A second timeout. So Aditya must have taken the first timeout. Or he said timeout receiver, didn't he, Sam? Byron?
Receiver would be Jaden. So
I thought he used that in the previous 9-7.
maybe. It's a different format for certainly these American players and referees to be working with. So they are often used to more timeouts than we tend to afford them at the English Open. But it will just have to be something that we catch up quickly with the referees.
Obviously, one of the challenges of having such a popular event, Sam, is trying to stay on schedule, which is where the
15
timeouts have
seconds.
been removed from all the non-pro games.
So Broderick, you have 0 timeouts remaining. Aditya, you've got 2.
Yeah, 2 timeouts
Timing.
remaining for Aditya if he needs them.
10-9. Point.
And that is game and match.
Mr. Aditya,
So Aditya Rahela
11-9.
against Jaden Broderick, winning 11-9.
Yeah, did a great job of dealing with the pressure and quite simply staying in the match.
Yep. Playing one more ball, working it hard. And now we're going to come up to our next match. Will be the first match on championship court of the Women's Singles Open Group D. And our first ladies singles match today, when we've got Susanna Ball versus Caitlin Hart. We'll just have a few adverts from our sponsors, and then we'll be back shortly for that first match in the ladies singles.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Unless you're playing someone that you think is a lot better than you, then I would stay in it. A lot better than you, so I'd be looking for like a different path. I know, but also it's tough at 9-9. I get it. I was thinking.
Test.
So welcome back to Championship Court for our first lady singles match in the open category this year on the Championship Court. We have nearest to us Susanna Ball, and on the far side we have Caitlin Hart from Australia. So obviously it's going to be hard for the commentary team here to remain impartial, as Susanna Ball is obviously one of the people I'm closer to in pickleball, but we will keep it very much strictly business on the mics for this particular match. Obviously got a couple of nicknames from Susanna, known as the Net Lord, with the queen of the hitting a temporary net and making it drop, and also loves a bit of a lob, but we're unlikely to see much lobbing in the singles format. It's just not something that tends to happen. Obviously Caitlin's quite tall as well, so that's going to be a difficult thing to do, and you're really relying upon your opponent to be into the net to do that. And Susanna doesn't play a huge amount of singles, but with the advent of MLP, bringing that in. So a lot more of our pros are now having the ability to practice singles more often. A welcome joined again here by Sam Basford. Obviously, talking a bit about Susanna, and obviously we've got a fairly good insight knowing Susanna fairly well, but obviously Caitlin's newer to us in the UK.
Yeah, I think she's sort of quickly risen in the ranks in Australia, part of the Major League Pickleball Australia setup. So interested to see how she does. Susanna obviously not necessarily your traditional singles player.
No, although she played tennis in college.
We don't often see her playing too many singles tournaments, but maybe she fancies it in England, or it's a lot of players I think are playing singles to get good practice in for Major League Pickleball in the event of Dream Breakers.
Yeah.
Switch of ends to get started.
We can see Susanna's coach Dominic Catalano just sitting in the top left of your corner there. Just obviously Dominic should be joining us throughout the weekend on the course. He's one of the professional commentators in the APP. So about to get underway. Change of ends from the warm-up. Caitlin Hart to serve from cameras near us.
Testing. Time
And
in.
the mic is on.
Yep, we can now hear
0-0.
our referee. Great passing shot there for Susanna Barr, just using
Side
that
out.
classic one side to the other side strategy, Sam.
0-0. Point. One zero. Point.
A couple of early errors there from Caitlin Hart.
2-0. Side out.
Just going to lose Sam for a moment. We're just going to try and sort the microphone out on the referees. If you're hearing at home, there's a little bit of
0-2.
wind noise, which we believe is from the slightly incorrect microphone placement. However, perfect placement from Susanna Barr, where she's in place those balls side to side, really making Caitlin Hart run.
2-0.
Yeah, and again,
Point.
good play there from Susanna. Really using that old school strategy, Sam, of moving your opponent from side to side.
3-0.
Yeah, and going
Point.
back behind Caitlin Hart there. Really quick, easy first strikes here from Susanna.
4-0.
And brilliant two-handed backhand there, just inside the sideline, Sam.
Firing early doors, isn't she?
Yep, straight out the blocks. No messing around.
5-0. Point.
Wow, 6 on the spin.
Timeout. Change in.
Just
6-0.
everything
1
is being
minute.
hit with laser-like efficiency. So what can Caitlin Hart do to change her fortune, Sam?
I think, to be honest, just try and ride it out.
Yeah?
Keep the balls in the court. Try and stay as consistent as possible. Maybe a bit of variety with, something different like a lob or maybe a shorter return. Or I think at this stage, just anything she can do differently to give Susanna a different look.
Yep.
At the moment, the balls have tended to have been at a sort of comfortable depth for Susanna to deal with.
I'd consider a second shot drop.
Time
Just
in.
anything.
Yeah.
6-0.
Yeah,
Point.
there we go again. When the train is running, sometimes it's very hard to slow it when it's going away from you, isn't it?
7-0. Point.
And we
Again,
can
it-
sense that frustration from the reaction there from Kaylin Hart.
And it's just the returns are all at a comfortable
8-0.
depth.
Yeah.
Point.
And this is where we saw, there we
Timeout,
go,
receiver.
the
Timeout.
experience
1
of
minute,
Jaden in the last
9-0.
match, not letting too much get past. Probably would due a timeout a little bit earlier than the one taken, but nonetheless, she's taken it, which is the main thing. Just breaks that momentum. Having a chat with fellow MLP Australia captain Roos van Rijk over in the corner.
Receiver, 1 timeout. I'm sorry, no timeouts. Server, 1 timeout remaining. Time in. 9-0.
I think the
Point.
phrase we would use so far in this game is clinical, Sam.
Clinical, absolutely clinical. I was just going to say a better return from Caitlin Hart as
10-0.
well, but even that Susanna's dealing with.
And that is
Point
game and match with a
Miss
pickle
Barr,
11-0.
11-0.
Pretty good start there for Susanna Barr. You can't really ask for a better start than that, Sam.
Absolutely amazing start from Susanna. Would have been just what she was looking for as well. The only thing I guess she doesn't gain from that is some more reps in terms of hitting the ball.
Who cares if it's an 11-0?
Exactly that. And you know what? It helps us out as well. Gets us closer back to schedule on championship court, which is perfect for us. So
next up, Sam, we have got Tom Turney versus Max Purple Jesus Manthu.
Interested to see how this one goes.
Yes.
But before we see it, we will cut to a break and be back shortly.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
1 minute.
Welcome back. We've now got another men's singles fixture on Championship Court. On your far side, you've got Max Purple Jesus Manthu, and nearest to us is Tom Turney playing for the Bicklesdorf from the Isle of Wight.
Again, similar setup to last time. We're very familiar with Tom Turney.
Yep.
Max Manthu, obviously, coming over from the States as part of the APP Pro team. Coming off the back of a recent win with Eric Lang, I think, in the men's doubles. So
pretty impressive singles deeper, Sam. 6.25. More than Eric's.
Interesting to see. It looks like it might be a very cat and mouse-esque game. Lots of movement.
Tony likes that.
Lots of angles. Good morning to Leonardo Gonzalez Rodriguez watching on Facebook.
As we're about to get underway, probably a 15-second call coming any moment now.
Just had a question in the comments, Rob. How does Susanna Bard get away with throwing the ball upward on her serve?
We are not playing in the PPA tour, so we are playing by USAP rules. So the only reason you're not allowed to throw the ball up is if you're playing in the PPA professional tour. I believe in MLP as well, is that right?
Yeah, or if of course you're doing a drop serve.
A drop serve, yeah.
But as it's a volley serve, you can throw the ball upwards as long as you adhere to the rest of the rules in terms of making contact. And we're underway here.
Lovely bit of cat and mouse there. Tom Tony going back. We're behind Purple Jesus.
And I think potentially a sign of things to come.
Yeah. Oh, it was sitting there.
Side out.
Yeah, Tom Turney. You can see from his face, like, what have I done? Tom's always a little bit of a showman, isn't he?
I don't think anyone can quite believe.
1-0.
Just to confirm for those of you watching, forgot to let the ball bounce before hitting his third shot. So sort of by default lost himself the point.
We can see the Picklestore videographer in the top right of the screen, Sam, as well.
0-1.
Yeah, very active on social media. That's a great ball.
That's such a great inside-out shot there from Tom Turney. We've seen that a lot of times.
Yeah, once again, I've been on the receiving end a lot of times.
1-1. Side out.
Just lacking a little bit of height on that drop.
1-1. Point.
Max Matthew really running around that backhand there.
Yeah, first game we've sort of seen consistent approach to dropping the ball.
Yeah. Obviously some confidence in playing that shot and knowing that's his game. That's a great drive there.
And again,
Really
just held that backhand. Just waited to see Tom shift. Took an extra step
3-1.
to the right. Left a bit of a gap.
Point.
Oh, net cord having a horrible impact on that rally.
And again, something we're not very used to here is dealing with a net cord
that doesn't drop.
Pushes the ball up.
4-1.
But this lovely new Franklin semi-permanent net certainly looks the part.
Almost impossible to create a net that has that characteristics that's a temporary net.
Yeah, they've done a really good job with this one. It's very light, which is different to a lot of sort of championship court nets.
Yep.
But again, still sort of got to put it together and move it around, and for a lot of our venues, which are temporary venues, we go in and out of them.
2-4.
It's not quite conducive yet.
Yeah. Great shot there from Tom Turney.
Side out. Okay. Sorry, point.
Just clarifying the call for the referee.
3-4.
So back within 1.
Oh, tweener and then just going long.
What
Oh,
could
we
have
tried to.
been?
Is Tom Turney going to become the English
Side out.
Christian Alshon?
4-3.
Yeah, good play there again from Tom Turney.
Side out.
So quick up at the net.
Yeah.
Is Tom. Just one of the quickest reactions of any players that I've played against.
3-4.
That's such a good combo there from Max Manthu.
Yeah, just made it look like he was going to go into that open space. So obviously the challenge playing against someone like Tom Turney, who's so quick across the court, is it's not just because it looks like open space doesn't mean it is open space. Just moving through a little bit on that return.
So approaching potentially
5-3.
turn on this point. Great
Point.
misdirect again there, Tom Turney.
Timeout.
Gonna have to
Game
gamble on
in,
which way he goes.
6-3, 1 minute.
You can see him just sort of stuttering and shuffling, trying to decide which way to go.
It's a bit like a game of brinkmanship, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like who moves first. On a couple of occasions, Tom has just shifted, but understandably so, because he almost needs to predict where the ball's going to go if he's got a chance of getting to it.
So Max's coach looking pretty confident, just clapping, let's go. Sometimes the best coach needs to say nothing at all.
Players ready? Time in.
So Manthu serving
6-3.
6-3 out of the turn.
Oh, good hustle from Tom Turney to stay alive.
Side out. Three, 6.
It was not because of that. It's hard to get any. Really? Oh, it's just with like referee matches, they go on through.
Side out.
So we just had confirmation for viewers at home that the format for the round robins is no timeouts. So they're going to have to
6-3.
play through everything. Interesting, we've seen that on the first couple, Sam.
Yeah, it's definitely
That's such a good volley. Such a good volley.
Point.
definitely something the American players are used to, but it's part and parcel of playing in different tournaments, playing in different countries, is you have to adjust to different formats.
Great inside out again there on that forehand.
Again, you see Tom sort of trying to force Manthu a certain way with a bit of a shimmy up at the net.
8-3.
Great hustle there from Tom Turney.
Yeah, did really well to cover on that backhand side, and then put the volley in a difficult position for Max to access.
3-8. Side out.
Sort of a almost mirror image of the previous play there, Sam.
Yeah, he found himself in the right place. Just tried to be maybe a little bit too delicate about the drop.
Point.
A couple of unforced errors creeping in for Tom Turney.
9-3.
So now comfortable lead moving into this at 9-3. Oh, that looks so good.
Just caught at the top of the net. Slightly less forgiving net cord on this championship net.
3-9. Point.
So another strike there for Tom Turney, trying to change his fortunes a little bit.
Yeah, just managed to get the ball dipping over the net.
Timeout. Timeout receiver.
We've got a timeout, which we can't have. But obviously, that'll be communicated for the next match.
Yeah, be corrected from that point on. I think Tom just felt something. Just sort of placed his hand on his side.
He's had a few injuries this year, hasn't he, Tom?
Yeah, just purely because he's so active on court and stretching all the time. It's can be difficult to maintain a full bill of health.
Fifteen seconds.
So Tom Turney maximising his timeout.
Taking a bit of a nap by the looks of it.
It looks
Receiver, no
he's
timeouts
touching that side again. I think he's a little
remaining.
hindered.
Server 1. Time in. 4-9.
Oh, he's pulled
Side
up
out.
again.
And you can see him just migrating towards it every time.
Yep. This is hard if this is the first part of your weekend. Whether you're going to be able to, is it worth pushing through with 2 more days to go?
9-4.
That is lasered down the line.
Absolute dart.
That's the kind of ball that Tom would probably go for. He wasn't feeling that side. He could get to that ball, but there's just half a step off his
10-4.
movement now. And there we go.
Point.
Match point.
Game
The win to Max
Mr.
Purple
Mantha.
Jesus. Manthu, 11-4.
Yeah, great effort from Tom. You can see he just felt something go on his side, so we'll keep a track of that as the weekend progresses. But credit to Purple Jesus for coming through.
Obviously, Jesus referring to his hair. Our co-commentator, Julia Stevens, will be on later today, was certainly saw him in the bar afterwards and referring to a very flowing set of locks.
Absolutely.
And leaning into his brand. So we're just going to take a short break and we're back with our next fixture. And we'll see you after these words from our sponsors.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Okay, so we're now about to get underway in our Group D match between Sam Scadgel, who's obviously a great friend and playing partner of Tom Turney from the Isle of Wight, and on the nearest side to us is William Sobek, who's joining us from America, another one of our APP players, over with his dad Rusty, who's going to be taking part in the senior event on Monday to Wednesday this week, I believe. And I think he might be playing some of the 45 plus stuff as well as maybe some of the seniors. Actually, scratch that. I believe Rusty is playing in the 45 plus category, but we'll just double check the scores and confirm that with you. Obviously, William, one of the favourite players of our court monitor, Ruth, who's in charge of championship court on here. So this is obviously an interesting matchup for Sam. Obviously, Rusty, William, one of the up and coming stars on the APP tour, and obviously Sam, one of our up and coming English players. Obviously, we're looking at probably a relatively confident performance from Rusty here, from William here. So just the last few serves here, then we'll be getting underway. We've got Christina Vo, who was refereeing some of our finals last year on Championship Court as our referee. Very experienced referee. Obviously, all of our APP and USAP referees over here this year have been fantastic supporters for this event, coming over to referee all these pro matches. Were instrumental in helping set up the venue. Just got the last few warm-up shots underway. William using an Adidas paddle, one of the at times maligned paddles in the sort of the YouTube review sphere.
15 seconds.
Certainly has been working well for him.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like Sam Scatchel is using an Electrum paddle. Okay, so just about to get underway.
Okay. On my right, Mrs. Sobek, left, schedule. Okay, time in, 0-0.
And that just a little
Point.
wide. So Sam just didn't quite in control of that. His shadow swinging that backhand when he wants to try and achieve if he had that shot again.
1-0.
Yeah, excellent
Point.
play there from William Sobek, getting that ball nice and wide. It's another easy cross-court volley to finish. So an early 2-0 start here to William.
2-0.
And that's another great inside-out forehand there. Just a little bit too much pace on that from Sam Scatchel. Just very central.
Point.
Not quite enough pace off it, so he wasn't fully established at the non-volley zone line.
3-0.
Making it easy for William to pass.
Point.
So Sam's going to have to find something to kind of arrest this momentum.
4-0. Point.
Sam, take your time. Breathe. Find a way to
5-0.
reset between the points.
Point.
It looks a little
Time
bit
out.
like William
Change
is
ends.
starting to
6-0.
toy
1 minute.
just a little bit like a cat playing with an injured bird that you pulled in from the garden. He's just starting to feel that you could just see a little bit of something like when you're trying that really wide slidey forehand serve from deep left on your side on the singles court, exposing all the court, you are definitely feeling yourself, because that is a relatively high risk and reward strategy there, because you're giving so much space for your opponent to hit into, and if you get that wrong, you're in a lot of trouble. But obviously it was perfectly executed by William Sobek on that point. William's
Okay to
taking
start
all the
early.
time he needs, just relaxing.
Time in. 6-0. Point.
Yeah, Sam disappointed on that one. Interesting, looking at Williams' serve, there's elements of our Jess Wilson in that kind of slightly
7-0.
really close to his hips, similar to Jack Foster as well. Really hitting those forehands, very, very close.
Side out.
So well done, Sam, you've got the serve back. Let's see if we can have some impact on this point. Keep focused, play your game.
0-7.
That was an excellent volley from William
Side
Sobek
out.
there to control that high ball and really cut down on the back of it to keep it low and keep it in the court.
7-0.
That is phenomenal movement
Point.
by William Sobek to pick that ball off. That was within inches of the left sideline, and then picked it up and redirected it cross court with ease. So we're now at 8-0.
8-0. Point.
Interesting, I think I've noticed there's a slight difference with William Sobek when he's going to hit his top spin or his
9-0.
side spin screwball serve by the number of times he taps his paddle with the ball
Point.
before he serves in his pre-serve ritual. I think when he goes top spin, there's an extra couple of taps and he holds on his paddle longer. Let's have a look here.
10-0.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to go top spin.
Point.
And there we
Game.
go.
Match.
Point game match.
11-0.
11-0.
Sobek.
Our second pickle of the day. Another very clinical finish here from William Sobek to win that game. So just signing off the match card there from referee Christina Vo. Next up we have on Championship Court Marcelo Jardim versus Simon Zwatko. We're starting to catch some time up. We're now just about 9 or 10 minutes behind. If they get onto court relatively rapidly, we're about to get underway fairly soon. We'll have a quick short break and we'll be back with you after that.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to get our next men's singles match with Marcelo Jardim, who's playing from the far side of the court, and then Simon Zwatko, who's going to be on the near side. I'm just going to get onto my Duper account to get some research on Simon, who's someone new to me that I'm not aware of, so just bear with me while I get some information to give you a bit of an insight into him. Wow, so Simon is Polish from Warsaw, and his singles duper is 5.501 and just a shade under 6 on his doubles duper. This is going to be an interesting match here. Marcelo's duper is currently sitting at 5.959 from Spain. and a 5.63 doubles duper. So we're certainly looking here at a very close, tight match here, and possibly slightly more experience and performance on the far side of our court, or screen right as we'd be looking at the camera now, with Marcello having the statistical advantage of having that slightly higher duper. We'll just be underway in another minute or two, just getting through that warm-up. Marcello was on championship court yesterday playing for Team Zebra. And we can see a carbon paddle being used here by Simon. Christina Vo will be our referee again. It'll be an interesting match here, obviously.
1 minute.
I've lost Sam for the moment, who's got a bit more insight into the European playing community. Recently commentated at the Revolution Cup at Pickleball Rota.
Okay, stop playing. We're ready to start. Okay. Okay, on my left, we have Mr. Hardim. On my right, we have Mr. Zawodko. 1 game to 11. Win by 1. Change ends at 6.
So just about to get underway. Marcello to
Time
serve.
in. 0-0.
Great inside-out forehand there to start off for Marcello Jardim.
Point. 1-0. Point.
And interaction there from the net, giving no chance to Swatko to get onto that ball.
2-0. Side out.
Marcello Jardim was there, just couldn't quite control it. Hitting a lot of slidey forehands, not really hitting a lot of tops, and we'll see from all the other players in this so far today.
Point.
Wow, that is a very dynamic, busy technique we're seeing here on this serve from Swatko.
1-2.
Just away. Yeah, that's a really
Side out.
active technique he's got on that serve. There's a lot going on there.
2-1.
Yeah, and that's away.
Point.
So Marcello taking these early phases, just playing his game, settling in. Just heard an announcement of the PA.
3-1.
Are we waiting to hear something in the middle of the point? No. Just a PA test by the sounds of it. Or were they calling that?
Point.
Yeah, they're calling that in. Just landing and rolling away there.
4-1.
Not a chance to get on top of that. So 4-1. Yeah, great locations. Move your
Side
opponent
out.
one way, then move your opponent the other side. Accessing that whole width of the court on those two smashes. Often no need to hit the ball hard. Hit the ball wide and then finish up with the second one in the opposite direction.
1-4.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the English Open.
Point.
Brief. We thank all our sponsors
just going to take a short pause. There's an announcement in the arena, I believe.
2-4. Point.
So 3-4 to Simon Rocco. I've just been joined back in the commentary by Sam. Sam, have you seen Simon play before? Have a look at this serve action when it starts underway again.
I've not seen Simon before. We've sort of missed each other at tournaments in Europe, but
look at this.
3-4.
Watch this.
Little run up.
Great
Point.
forehand there. I define that Tenek is very busy on his serve. There's a lot happening.
Almost be a bit of a distraction to the receiver there in some cases, and sort of focus shifts from returning the serve to almost all the different parts.
Yeah, when's he going to hit it?
4-4.
Just the way. Often, Sam, we'd be sort of saying, try and simplify your
Point.
serve, keep that mechanic simple. This is probably the most complicated one I've seen. But
5-4.
effective working for him at 5-4.
Point.
And now 6-4 end change.
Timeout. Change ends. 6-4. 1 minute.
So Marcelo coming into the English Open off the back of some fantastic results on the APP Tour in the Masters divisions. It's really dominated, especially in singles.
Yep.
Over there, but playing in the Open category. So
does he qualify for our Masters category in the Open this year?
I don't think so, because it's 55. I think he's in that gap.
Yeah, there's a number of us that have fallen into that 45 to 55 gap.
Right. Time in. 6-4.
Good
Side
hustle
out.
there from Marcello.
Simon is
4-6.
another one off the Polish production line almost of high-level singles players.
Yep. Carolina's doing well at the moment.
Got Carolina.
Christina.
Carolina, we've got Matoush, we might see later on.
Side out.
Bartosz, who couldn't make it today, but just
6-4.
growing in numbers all the time.
I'm aware
Point.
Poland's having a bit of a court problem because obviously traditionally using the badminton courts, there's been a lot of complaints with some of the connections I have in Poland that they're being kicked off
7-4.
of venues because of the noise from pickleball.
Something we're familiar with.
Maybe they need to have a conversation with one of our sponsors, Al, with regards to their quiet paddles. That might be able to make some impact into there.
For sure.
I'm aware obviously another sponsor, Didem's got a quiet paddle coming. So maybe that can help
No
our
time.
communities around the world. No, there's no timeouts. Keep playing. There's no timeouts.
They just changed it. No timeouts.
Well, there's no timeouts, but by calling a timeout, they've got themselves a timeout.
He's generated himself one.
Marcello, what you need to do is tie your shoes. That'll get you another 10, 15 seconds. Wipe your brow. That'll get you another 5. Not that I've got all these tricks in my book, Sam.
8-4. Point.
Simon is very, very close on that even side serve to the centre line. When he takes that step, I think his rear foot is over before he actually releases.
9-4.
And he just about gets himself legal. Let's look at the
Point.
setup on this one, Sam. Just keep an eye on that back foot.
Don't think Marcelo's quite let go. The fact that he couldn't take that time out.
There you go, Sam. Let's get the
10-4.
ruler out. Let's have a look.
That just goes
Point.
deep.
Game, match. Zwartko. 11-4.
Yeah, that kind of got away from Marcelo there, didn't it? Once he didn't get his timeout, it was like head dropped.
Are you appealing? No, I did not see it clearly. By rule, the call stands out.
Yeah, confirmed by referee
Christina Vo.
Christina Vo.
That is a common call as well. We'll hear, Sam, isn't it? The I cannot confirm call stands. Because the job of the umpire, the referee in this, is to watch the non-volley zone, not the lines to the same degree. Even in singles, that's their primary function, is to focus on that non-volley zone for foot faults.
Yeah, and they have to be sure they can see it.
Yeah.
To overrule.
And
So
on the far sideline, that's almost impossible to be in that situation unless it's an egregiously bad call. So coming up next, we have Riley Bonner and Alexa Shaw in the Women's Singles Open Group A. We'll have a quick word from our sponsors, then we'll be back for that next Women's Singles match.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender,
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
1 minute remaining. Okay, players. Okay. We have Ms. Schul and we have Ms. Bonart. Okay. 1 game to 11, win by 1, change ends at 6. Time in, 0-0.
Okay, we're back with our next women's singles match. On the
Side
far
out.
side of your screen, you have Riley Bonert. On the near side, we have Alexa Schul.
0-0. Point.
Riley, someone we've come to get to know. She came to the English Open last year, part of that APP Next Gen national team.
1-0.
Great forehand
Point.
from Alexa, potentially an unfamiliar name. I believe just 16 years old.
Correction. Side out. Zero, 1.
And that forehand working nicely
Point.
for Alexa Schul. Been spreading the ball around the court.
1-1.
Again, nice angle. Wraps right
Point.
around that ball on the forehand side, following the inside out.
2-1. Point.
Opts for the drop this time on the backhand. Nice change up, keeping things different for
3-1.
Riley. A great passing shot there
Side out.
from Riley. Alexa just a little bit slow up into the net on that approach.
1-3. Point.
The forehand just starting to fire for Riley Bonert.
2-3. Side out.
Head just comes up a little bit on that
3-2.
forehand from behind the baseline.
Side out. Two, 3. Point.
And return goes long, brings us level at 3-3.
3-3.
Great play from both players. Good approach by Alexa. Riley did well to redirect that ball back
Side
down
out.
the line. But good coverage by Alexa. Sends that ball cross court into the open space.
3-3. Point.
Just deep on the return. We've seen a few missed returns so far
4-3.
in this game. You can't afford too many when it comes to singles, especially one game to 11.
Side out.
And again, Alexa a little bit slow on the approach. Getting into the net. You see, she just wasn't quite in position
3-4.
at the point Riley made contact with the ball.
Point. Four, 4.
Great drop
Side out.
from Alexa. Again, a slight change up.
Four, 4.
That's better.
Point.
From Alexa getting into the net a little bit quicker. And they've also had to cut those balls off. And goes back behind Riley with the forehand volley.
5-4. Point. Timeout.
We've seen lots of
Change
variety
ends.
coming off that backhand side
6-4.
from
1
Alexa. A
minute.
couple of drives down the line. Drops cross court have been working nicely as well. Both players just taking on fluid. It does get a little bit warm as the day progresses at the Telford International Centre. Lots of players competing. You can see Riley there just taking on some advice from next gen teammate Brooke Revuelta, who's up next against Cao Pei Chuan.
Ready to start? Time in. 6-4. Side out.
The lesser spotted singles hands battle.
4-6.
Great approach from Alexa.
Side out.
Something we've seen quite consistently across today is players who hold that shot just right until the last minute, look for a bit of movement from the opposition.
Six, 4.
Great return
Side out.
from Riley. Can often be a good tactic. A lot of players expect that return onto the backhand side.
4-6.
So it can be an idea to go back to the forehand earlier on in the point.
Point.
Alexa just not quite low enough on that slice.
5-6. Point.
Again, great coverage from Riley up at the net. We've seen Alexa look for that drive down the line on the backhand side a few times.
6-6. Side out.
A great point. Just can't quite find the finishing touch with the smash.
6-6.
Again, we see the preferred drive down the line from Alexa. Riley catching the net tape on the way through. Just allowed her to reposition and take advantage.
6-6. Side out.
Just a little bit keen to approach the net.
6-6.
Can cause issues if you're sort of moving whilst hitting.
Point.
Maybe just still thinking about that forehand that went wide. Return goes long.
7-6.
So Alexa retakes the lead, 7-6.
Side out.
And such good baseline play from Alexa. She'll be thinking about that forehand on top of the net. Put together the point really, really well.
6-7. Point.
Again, we see just that side-to-side tactic from Riley working well. Brings her back level.
7-7. Side out. Seven, 7. Point.
Just wide for Riley, looking for that
8-7.
ball down the line. And again, we see the
Side
return over to the forehand side of Alexa. We've had a few unforced errors as a result of the returns to the forehand side.
7-8. Point.
Great ball from Riley. Taking a bit of pace off, looking for direction rather than pure speed.
8-8. Side
Again, the
out.
preferred backhand drive down the line from Alexa.
8-8. Point.
So just 2 points away.
9-8. Side out. 8-9.
Great play
Side out.
from Alexa. Depth on the return, direction on the approach, and puts herself in a great position to finish off the point.
9-8. Side out.
Riley finding a spot. Ball didn't quite bounce up to the same height for Alexa. So slight lucky break.
8-9.
See if she can use it to build some momentum. And great forehand again over to that forehand side. It's working nicely for Riley.
9-9.
Going back to the forehand side of Alexa. And just
Side
leans
out.
back on that forehand. Ball came through a little bit quicker than maybe what she anticipated.
9-9. Point.
Unforced error on the return brings up game point for Alexa Scholl.
10-9. Point.
And
Game.
another return
Match.
error.
Scholl. 11.
Match for Alexa
9.
Scholl in this women's singles group stage game. Good win for her. Very well fought contest. And coming up next, we have hometown favourite Cao Pei Chuan against next gen national team member Brooke Revuelta.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Test, test.
Okay, we're back for our next women's singles matchup. We have Cao Pei Chuan on the far side in the black, and on the near side we have Brooke Revuelta. Great question from Pickleball Ben on YouTube, which is, when do you think we will see pickleball at the Olympics? Very much a hot topic at the moment with the Paris Olympics ongoing. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's a long way to go for pickleball before the Olympics, on a governance level, but also on a participation level worldwide. It's great to get talking about it sooner rather than later. Obviously, we would love for it to be in the Olympics as soon as possible. Question also from Jill: who enforces the service rules? The service rules are enforced by the referee on court. Referee for this match is Christina Vo, and as you can see behind her, there are a collection of USA Pickleball certified referees for our championship court matches. It looks like it will be Pei Chuan to serve first.
Okay, 15 seconds. And on my left, I have Cal. Ms. Cal. On my right, I have Ms. Revuelta. This is 1-11, win by 1, no timeouts, and change-ins at 6. Time in, 0-0. Tied out.
Nice drop from Brooke off that forehand wing. Something to be thinking about for Pei's. Obviously, Brooke is left-handed, so slightly different look
0-0.
on the other side of the net.
Side out. Zero, zero. Side out.
These players at the moment just feeling each other out. Pei was the silver medalist in the 2023 English Open.
Side
Just cuts
out.
across that forehand a little bit. We are playing with the Franklin X40 ball, which is the official ball of Pickleball England and the English Open.
0-0.
Yeah, Pei's got that, Sam.
Yeah, it just makes it, catches the line.
Obviously, tricky call for you here, Sam, with one of your
1-0.
good friends on court. I know you've been working with Pei recently in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we've done some work
Point.
on both singles and doubles. So excited to see sort of how she implements some of the things that we've spoken about. But most of all, like you said, just willing her on to do as well as she can do.
Side out.
Just taking her time to get into this match.
0-2.
Brooke seems fairly happy trading baseline to baseline at the start.
Side out. Two, 0. Point.
Good serve there from Pei to force the error on the return.
Yeah, I've seen a few unforced errors on returns, and
3-0.
obviously in these games where it's 2-11, win by 1. Can't
Just-
have too many.
Point.
Pinpoint accuracy there, Sam.
I'd love to say that's the one that I taught her, but unfortunately not.
There was a
4-0.
virtual Lucasade bottle there, Sam.
So up 4-0, early doors.
And that's long, that's 5.
Side out.
Yeah, Sam, you were coaching her with a Lucasade bottle, I believe, was that right?
We did some work looking at targets and where to hit the ball, and good practice
0-4.
for all players if they're out there drilling to create some target zones.
Point.
Yeah, good there from Brooke Rorelta to put that away behind Pei. Just coming back to middle, doing the right thing movement-wise, but got to gamble one way or the other. When the ball's that high, easy enough to put it into the empty space.
1-4.
Just
Side
missing
out.
the line.
Yes, that previous point was the sort of first time Brooke has made a conscious effort to get into the net. Maybe a change that she's discussed with
4-1.
some of her team.
Great movement
Point.
there from Pei, bringing your opponent side to side. Just waiting for that ball to be up.
Five, 1. Point.
There we go, we're on the term, Sam.
Time out. Change
What can
ends.
Brooke do to
6-1,
change the fortunes
1
in this
minute.
match?
I think just being a bit more deliberate on the return, not rushing into the net. We've seen Pei happy to trade baseline to baseline for a reasonable amount of time. So I think what I'd be looking to do off the return is just focus on getting it deep, and then maybe approaching on the next ball. The one point she's come up to the net, she's had some success.
Yeah, you can see Lee Whitwell there, the coach of the female next gen APP team. Is there no word with us charge? So what she can. If we could lip read, Sam, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Well, we can, Sam. So I'm just talking to Pay about where to put her towel.
Playing well so far. They're very dominant.
Time in.
Yep, really
in
good
this
start.
game.
1. Point.
Paid representing our title sponsor very well, Sam. Recently joined Team Sketchers with Thadia.
She has, alongside Thadia and Louis.
7-1.
The good thing with Pay is she's that entertaining to watch. That
great drop there from Brooke Velter.
Sponsors are always looking for that, someone that catches the eye.
Yep.
And
she does a good job on the social media side of things as well.
1-7.
Some excellent stuff on her Instagram.
Side out.
Brooke struggling a little bit in that sort of mid-court area. She seems happy at the baseline.
Yep.
She's looked comfortable at the net when she's coming in.
7-1.
But just those sort of mid-court balls that aren't bouncing as much.
Point.
Just struggling to really get a hold of those. Maybe make a decision in terms of what she wants to do with it.
Yep.
8-1.
Just the ball sailing wide down that inside out forehand. In the reception, in the main lobby of the Telford International Centre, there's Go Pay, Go Thadia and Go Louis signs that you can go and show your support for the English residing players. They're sponsored by Team Sketchers. Great backhand cut volley there.
That's the second one we've seen from Brooke so far. So nicely we're dropping that ball short, changing the direction.
2-8.
Yeah, great pattern there.
Out.
Just making them play one more ball on both sides of the court.
So Pay was going for the Brooke volley up at the net.
8-2.
Oh, what a great backhand. Yep, point. Let's look on the replay how close that was to the line. Yeah,
Plum.
just inside. Absolutely perfection.
9-2.
Yeah, great use of the width of the court there. Not being afraid to stay in a cross-court battle, waiting for that ball to change direction. The second that Brooke altered the pattern of play, she opened up that big gap to hit into. She'd have been brave to stay one more shot in that
10-2.
cross-court rally, I think.
Side out.
Yeah, first match point goes missing. Pay maybe trying to do a little bit too much on it.
Got a little bit excited, I think.
At a 10-2, you've got
2-10.
some extra chances, haven't you, Sam? You can go a little bit big on that first one if you want to. Oh.
Very welcome for Brooke. I think needed a bit of a break. That might just give her the impetus to
3-10.
keep moving forwards.
Side out.
Ooh.
Slightly different bounce than Brooke was expecting.
Yep.
10-3.
Yeah, that pattern goes again.
Point. Game.
Yeah.
Match.
Every time Brooke returns that ball and that
11,
cross-court battle's
3.
going central, she's just opening up that inside out, the inside in forehand from Pay, and off you go.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So Cal Patron looking good early doors in the women's singles open category. Chances, and I think her thoughts on the competition have opened up a little bit given the withdrawal of Megan Fudge. So a bit more of an open competition maybe. But looking forward to see how she progresses. And we'll be up with our next game shortly. Ryla de Hart versus Tom Barton Clapp.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
So we're looking at the current standings on the men's singles open Group A. Top in the table is Ryder de Hart, who's next on court. Currently 2-0 with a points differential of 20 points. Second place is Stuart Parminter from the Southampton area. Again, 2-0 with a points difference of 14. Third, we've got Anakin Owen, the Pickleball Jedi, playing out of Cromer. We've got Dhiren Ramanchal Patel, who's coming in on fourth on our board. And then our second player for this match, Tom Barton Clapp, who's currently running at 0 and 2 with a minus 14 point average. And bringing up the rear is Will Taylor, another player from the Cromer Club, who's sort of moving up to open for the first time, really stretching himself, Sam, who's obviously bottom of that level. So this is a must-win match for Tom Barton Clapp. There's no way back if he doesn't finish this.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the timing of who he's playing is unfortunate for a must-win game.
Yep. To play the
reigning English Open singles champion.
Yeah.
So interested to see how this one goes. Admittedly, neither of us know Tom Barton Clapp. I think he comes from the Glasgow area.
Time in. 0-0.
So we'll see how we go. 2 lefties on court, first time today.
Yeah, Sam, Tom Barton Clapp is 24 from Glasgow with a non-existent singles duper, so a completely unknown quantity with no metrics to work on from here.
Point.
Possibly one that you're playing for experience and learning lots.
If there's one way to learn, it's playing against Ryder de Hart.
Yeah, I think a lesson is going to be delivered.
Side out.
Supporting
Applause
the crowd.
Just from getting a serve. Sam, I have concerns this ready position. That paddle is very, very low.
Yeah, it's difficult walking into the open category.
Foot fault.
Foot fault called by our referee.
Just overstretched, I think, on that backhand side.
2-0.
Yeah, great shot there from Ryder de Hart.
Again, just working side to side, keeping it unpredictable for Tom.
3-0. Point.
Looking relatively comfortable here for Ryder de Hart.
As he has been all morning by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, I saw Ryler and his kids and Megan in the main concourse with Lily and JR, who've been playing in the junior tournament. They're getting all the juniors together for some photos in our photo booth outside the show court part of the Telford International Centre.
Oh. Point, time out, change.
I used it earlier that Susanna Barr was one of my players was looking like they were kind of toying with their opponent. It's almost like there's a little I refer to it as a wounded bird being dragged in by the cat that was being toyed with. It's got a little bit of that feeling on this match as well with Ryder de Hart.
That backhand volley was disgusting.
And the interest, obviously, we were watching the Play with the Pros experience yesterday, and Ryler is the perfect showman for those kind of events. Just loves playing with joy and a bit of fun and making people smile on court. But you can only do it if you've got the confidence in your own abilities, which we're seeing here. Ah, here we go. Big support from the even the APP Next Gen Pros are cheering on Tom.
0-6.
Be a mosh pit if he scores a point.
Side out.
Yeah, we can. Ryder's playing up to it with a fist pump. Definitely playing the heel energy that the crowd definitely are trying to give Tom a little bit of a lift here.
Side out.
I think Tom deserves a point. I'm fascinated to see the reaction if he gets one.
0-6.
Oh!
Point
Yep,
side
blood
out.
has been drawn.
It is not the place you want to be diving on this court.
Very much a sandpaper-like surface.
Point.
We can't question Tom's commitment. He's leaving everything on the court, including part of his body.
Goes just long.
Not just long.
Point.
Yeah, good call, Ryla.
On the return. So just starting to creep away.
Point. He called it out.
And he caught it. He caught it before the ball landed. Can't question him. A very professional move there.
8-0.
Tom looking over to the desk as if he might get a replay, but
And that's lasered past him.
so Ryla just 2 points away in this third match in Group A.
9-0.
Tom going into the net on the return brings up game point for Ryla de Hart.
10-0.
Looks set to continue his strong start to the day.
Yeah, a surgical dissection of Tom Barton clap there by Ryla de Hart.
And gives it large to the crowd.
Embracing his heel energy with being the crowd's second favourite choice. Clearly rooting for the underdog on championship court here. I've just got to sign off your card. Coming up next, we have Jay Grewell versus James Chowdhury.
Definitely be an interesting match. Jay, another one of the MLP Australia captains.
Against one of our PPL captains.
Against one of our PPL captains. So interesting to see how this one goes. But if you've not been to the English Open before and maybe you're not coming down this weekend and you want to see what it's all about, take a look at this highlight video from last year. It will give you a flavour of what you might expect. If you came down to the English Open, you are also more than welcome to join us this weekend. But take a look at this for what to expect.
We have Mr. Grewal on my left.
So we're about
Mr.
to get
Tawdry
underway.
on my right.
We have James Chowdhury nearest to us in the
1 game to
camera.
11,
And we have Jay
changes
Grewal
at
on
6.
our far side who's about to serve. 0-0.
Time in.
Exciting matchup, Sam.
0-0.
Yeah, interested to see how these players approach this game.
Great hustle there.
Side out.
James was definitely behind on that last penultimate ball and just got it over.
If that's a sign of things to
0-0.
come, I think we'll have a pretty exciting game.
Great passing shot there from James.
Point.
It's exciting though, Sam, to see people coming from all over the world to take part in the Open, and we're getting additional continents with these Australian and New Zealand players coming in.
I believe this year is 42 countries taking part, which is definitely an English Open record. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a world record as well.
Side out.
I mean, this year we've got some new entrants. We've got Nicaragua, Peru, Ukraine, Jamaica, Romania, and we now have Brunei Darussalam as well. I know some of the Bruneian players are looking and find a way to follow our feed. Oh, James has missed a sitter there.
I think he was in two minds as to whether to hit that ball in the first place.
Yeah, it's just a little bit late on it.
1-2.
Yeah, the prospective head of Pickleball Brunei is playing this weekend. They're just trying to set up their national governing body as another association around the world to help the growth of pickleball. Early on is relatively equal here. Jay Grewal to serve at 2-2.
Sorry. Just a moment. Correction.
Both players operating off a 100% record so far this
2-2.
morning.
Be sure and make your out calls loud and clear. That's okay. 2-2. Point.
Yeah, that ball landing long.
Thank you.
James, obviously the first European player to have a duper above 6 for singles. It's a good opportunity for him to continue
3-2.
building his record with regards to singles.
James has a very distinguished tennis background. He holds a record that even Sir Andy Murray doesn't have within junior tennis,
2-3.
in winning every single age category as a junior.
Nice approach from Jay. Came in maybe a little bit quicker than James was expecting, but used that drop to his advantage, gave himself time to move
Make
forward.
your out calls. I need to hear them. 3-3.
Oh, the net having a horrible interaction there on the timing for Jay Grewal.
Almost like time sort of stood still for a moment then.
3-3.
Margin for error very small in these games, especially when you're playing someone
4-3.
the caliber like James Chowdhury.
We can see the MLP Australia posse
Point.
sitting on the bench of Jay Grewal there. Both Caitlin and
5-3.
Rook.
And the net cord comes back.
Side out.
We're even, says Jay.
Three, 5.
Yes, so we're now getting
Side
to the
out.
turn. Is it the turn with 6-3? No, 5-3. Side out.
Yeah, just planted his feet a little bit too
5-3.
soon. Then needed a couple more steps to get into sort of a better position.
Great passing shot there from James Chowdhury. And now we get into the mini timeout at change of ends.
6-3, 1 minute.
Again, that forehand just held it as long as he could, waited.
And then pulled.
For a hint of movement from Jay. You can see there just the weight from Jay went onto that left foot, anticipated the ball on the backhand side. Anything you'd be telling Jay at this timeout? Sort of switch of ends, anything he can do, you think, to get himself
I'd like to
back
see
level?
I'd like to see maybe 10% less pace on the ball and just increase his percentage of getting balls in. There's a few easy points have gone away where he just hit the return into the net. So he's not even getting into any phases of play. It's just over in 2 shots. So just need to try and make James play a little bit more.
6-3.
Yeah, and another ball just painting those lines.
Seven, 3. Point.
Couple of unforced errors creeping in. Scoreboard pressure mounting for
8-3.
Jay.
Yep, and another one goes past.
To be fair, I'm not sure there's many people could have done about
No.
that forehand.
9-3.
Great hustle from James there, but unable
Right
to
out.
get the ball to land in.
Yeah, had the right idea. Needed to buy himself a bit of time after running side to side.
3-9. Side out. Nine, 3.
So just 2 points away. Did so well to dip that ball below the
Yep.
height of the net.
So now we've got our first match point on the paddle of James Chowdhury. I'd imagine he's going to probably go hard and
10,
deep
3.
at Jay's backhand. And there we go. Oh, just unsuccessful.
Goes for that signature shot.
Side out.
Inside out, forehand roll drive.
3-10.
That's a phenomenal volley there from James Chowdhury.
Yeah, Jay just got caught inside, sort of a foot inside the baseline. And if there's one position you don't want to be in singles, it's having just left a ball a little bit short and being a foot inside the baseline.
Side out. 10-3.
And that is
game
match
match.
point.
Mr.
Another beautiful
Chowdhury,
rolled forehand there
11-3.
from James Chowdhury. Taking this match 11-3 against Jay Grewell.
Yeah, interesting to see how this group progresses. Jay came into this with 2 wins out of 2, so very much still in a good position to qualify through the group.
Who's next? His next opponent, Jay?
Let's have a look. So last game for Jay is against Fahim Karim from Portugal.
I believe Fahim was on one of her coaching courses, wasn't he, Sam?
He has, yes. So we will take a quick break, and next up we will have one of Britain's top players, Louis Leville, playing opposite Cameron Luring. Looks like there might be a slight issue with the court that needs fixing before we get started. The courts are laid onto the floor here at the Telford International Centre. So we'll cut to a quick break and be back shortly once the court is sorted and the players are ready to go.
Yeah, Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
I have Mr. LaBelle on my right, Mr. Loring on my left. 1 game to 11, change.
Okay, our next men's singles match.
Time in.
On the near side, we have Louis Laville. And far side, we've seen already Cameron Luring. Nice athletic point to get things underway. Saw Cameron earlier, slightly struggling with the two-handed backhand
0-0.
consistency. He'll have played a game or two since then.
Side out.
Louis, one of our top British players, worked really hard to get up to the pro level. Looks for that inside-in forehand drive, but it doesn't quite come off. You sort of leave majority of the court exposed.
Point.
Again, I think he would take that decision back if he had the opportunity. Just can't leave too much court exposed
1-0.
and leave your opponent time in singles. A great job by Louis. Going back behind Cameron.
Side out.
Using the topspin to drag the ball up and get it to drop
0-1.
into that back corner of the court.
Point.
That time the inside in forehand just wide enough away from the forehand of Cameron.
1-1.
If you're interested to see
Side out.
the draws for all of the events here at the English Open, you can find them on the Pickleball England website. If you go to events,
1-1.
English Open, and then there's a big red button for the tournament software, and you can find all of the fixtures, results, groups and categories on there.
1-1. Side out.
And Louis just finding the forehand of Cameron. I don't know if he's just taken a fall, trying to get to that ball. May have just rolled his ankle.
1-1.
No
Side
timeouts to take, but it's still possible to take a medical timeout if needed.
1-1.
Looks okay to continue. And that inside in forehand. This time a little bit off pace.
Point. 2-1.
Oh, great shot from Louis. Going back cross court. That time the initial forehand drive was a little bit higher. Good volley from Cam. Just shifted across, gave Louis a bit of room to work with.
3-1. Yes.
An unforced error on the
4-1.
return. So lead up to 3 points now for Louis. This time goes with the inside out forehand cross court. And again finds the inside of the line.
One. Point.
Another unforced error on the return. Takes Louis to the turn at 6-1 up. Cameron here's just got to look to stay as consistent as possible. Keep the returns in. We keep the balls fairly central. Louis has been working the angles quite nicely with the forehand drives. See on the side there, Lee Whitwell providing some advice for Cameron to work with. See if there's any changes coming out of this switch of ends.
Time in. 6-1.
Great drive by Louis. Dipped right over the net. Made it really difficult for Cameron to lift that ball.
7-1.
Do anything with it. and makes somehow the forehand down the line, scurried across the baseline.
Side out. One, 8.
Just leaning back a little bit, Cameron. So I've had a few questions about the serve with regards to tossing the ball up. So because it's a volley serve, so he's not letting the ball bounce,
8-1.
you can toss the ball up or drop the ball as long as you make contact below waist.
Side out. 1,
And
8.
paddle below wrist and in an upward motion.
Side out.
So Louis at 8-1. He's done well since, taking a bit of a fall. And nicely guided down the line with that two-handed backhand.
9-1. Point.
Again, applying the pressure. Cameron just letting that ball get behind him. Up at the net.
10-1.
And return goes long. So game for Louisville, 11-1. Continues a strong start, won his first game 11-0, so looking very confident moving forward. Our next matchup will be Lauren Mercado versus Sabrina Mendez Dominguez. Lauren, one of the APP Next Gen national team players, and Sabrina, the top female Spanish player. So should be a good match. It's been a very close group so far, which we might recap after we come back from a quick break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals in back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
I have Miss Mendez Dominguez on my right, Miss Mercado on my left. 1 game to 11, change-ins at 6. Time in, 0-0.
Welcome back for our next women's singles open matchup. On the near side, you have Sabrina Mendez Dominguez from Spain. And the far side, you have Lauren Mercado.
1-0.
Both playing in Group B, and probably the strongest women's singles group,
Side out.
with Molly Nags, Caroline Nothnagel, and Karolina from Poland.
0-1. Point.
A couple of return errors early doors. Takes us to 1-1.
1-1.
Just goes wide
Side out.
with the around the post attempt.
1-1.
Great backhand there, inside out
Side
from Laura
out.
Mercado. Just finishing that point beautifully. Nice compact mechanic there. Lots of consistency.
1-1.
And it past the incoming Sabrina Mendez.
It was.
Then rudimentary
Side
service error.
1-1. Point.
Just drag that backhand. Contact point was a little bit too close to the body. She had to work a little bit harder to direct the ball where she
2-1.
wanted it to go. And just deep
Point.
goes Lauren.
It was.
Yeah, just long. Sabrina coming off the back of a loss to Karolina.
3-1.
Lauren so far gone 1-1, losing out to Caroline Nothnagel, but taking down Karolina.
Point.
A 1-1 win against Team Diadem.
Very much an open group.
4-1.
So Sabrina with an early lead, 4-1. Goes just long with the backhand. Tends to hit quite flat. So doesn't have necessarily the same ability as other players to get the ball to dip down over the net.
1-4.
But finds the sideline with that backhand.
Side out. Four, 1. Side out.
Short points so far. Often a return error or a third shot error.
Yeah, we're used to seeing a slightly more grindy form of pickleball in the female singles game. Great direction there from Sabrina Mendez Dominguez there to get that really wide on that forehand wing.
Did well to position herself behind the ball as well.
4-1.
And that's better from Sabrina, taking her time to move forward.
We've seen those kind of semi-screwball forehands as well. Obviously something we've seen from sort of Jess Wilson, Jack Foster, that very close to your hip forehand swing rather than that more extended swing you tend to find from a tennis player.
Point, timeout, change in, 6-1.
Hint of
1
frustration
minute.
on the side of Lauren Mercado. Again, taking in some words of wisdom from Lee Whitwell.
Yeah, I think in this sort of situation you've got to be as positive you can as a coach on the sideline. If you're getting too negative on a player that's already in that cycle, that's not going to really work for them. You've got a minute to maximise what you can do. Hopefully Lee's seeing something again. Very talkative with her hands. We can sort of see lots of gestures. Looks like there's a lot of backhand feel sort of stuff in there swinging through. Would you say, Sam, what we're trying to read from the rooms, from the body language from Lee went well?
Yeah, and I think her role in this is really to just get Lauren thinking that actually, 6-1 isn't too much of a deficit, and
15
she's well in this game. It's been mostly a game of unforced errors with a couple of sort of highlight winning shots. So I think probably so far we've just seen Sabrina hit
6-1.
a few less errors really than Lauren, and that's taken the scoreboard up to 6.
That might be the point of the day, Sam.
Point of the tournament so far, I think.
Amazing hustle from both ladies on both sides of the court. Really, really good play there.
That's tough for Lauren as well. She did pretty much everything right in that rally.
Very much an ebb and flow in that point.
Point.
Finds the baseline.
Again, some frustration from Lauren. Not looking really happy to be on court at this moment in time. The body language not looking super positive. Oh, that certainly didn't react the way that Sabrina was expecting that ball to.
Part of the trials and tribulations of putting on a tournament this size is you've got to find a venue big enough. You've got to sort of make it into a pickleball venue.
That is great positioning on that backhand drive there. Yeah, unfortunately with these large facilities, there's always a compromise somewhere. You have to have excess panels, you have to have PowerPoints, which means it's not a perfectly flat surface. I mean, I looked at a venue for future Pickle England events, and it was beautiful when you walked in, and as you worked forward the back, the ceiling got narrower and narrower and narrower till there was barely enough clearance to put a pickleball venue in. So you're probably losing 8 courts. But we're really privileged to have the Telford Centre. They've been fantastic hosts for the last 2 years and been able to accommodate our growing sport and our growing event.
8-1.
So back at 8-1. Everything to play for Lauren Mercado. Really got to get insert herself onto this rally. And there we go. Straight away, a quality return.
Something we saw earlier from Riley Boner, often returning sort of heavy to the forehand side.
1-8. Point.
It looks like Lauren may have found a little area to work. There's a couple of spots that she seems to have found that she's favouring. They put some questions in Sabrina Mendes Dominguez's mind on what that ball's going to do.
2-8.
But
Side out.
beyond the baseline is not one of them.
8-2.
Just not what she needed as well, having had a couple of points of good play.
Yeah, nice volley there. Good work.
Point. 9-2.
So Sabrina just 2 points away.
Point.
A great angle on the forehand. We've seen quite a lot of players looking at hitting the ball off pace, sort of 60-70%, and going more for direction. Definitely paying dividends so far today.
10-2.
Okay, so Lauren Mercado there lives to fight another day, gets that side out and gets the ball back on her paddle.
2-10.
That's a lovely dink there. That's such a good get.
We saw that a few times yesterday in the Battle of the Paddles. Really favours that backhand cross-court roll shot. I wonder maybe if the way forward for Lauren is to get up into the net a little bit more.
The problem with that strategy, Sam, is quite high risk and reward. If you don't get your approach shot right, you are an absolute sitting duck on that part of the court.
4-10.
Oh, frustration there from Lauren. She knows she had the entire court to put it into. A sensible sailing wide.
It's often the most difficult shot is the last one. Once you've completely manoeuvred the point to where you want to get, where you want it to be.
And there we go. Game point and game to Sabrina Mendes Dominguez, beating Lauren Mercado 11-4. Lauren beating a very hasty retreat from the court there, going back to her team.
I don't think she's particularly happy with her own performance there, but credit to Sabrina. Did a fantastic job of managing the game effectively. Played very considered and careful shots, and ultimately it's won her the match.
And we're going to be coming back to Roos van Riek versus Alia Brown.
Coming up shortly.
We're back shortly. See you soon.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Okay, welcome back to this singles match between Ruth Van Riek from MLP Australia versus Alia Brown. I'm joined on the commentary booth by Spencer Lanier.
Hello, Rob. How you doing?
Yep.
I am part of the Next Gen national team as well, and Alia Brown over there is part of it as well from the U.S. She's playing Rose from, I think, Australia right now.
What a great first point there from both ladies. What are you seeing there, Spencer?
I'm seeing a great point. I mean, nothing better than that. Women's singles right there. I mean, that is a perfect executed point by both ladies. So.
Point.
Perfect ball getting at her feet right there.
Yeah,
Really
not
good ball.
not you can do when it's in that location.
Yeah, especially in singles, you just got to get it over the net there. So.
1-0.
Roos there saying apologies for that net cord ball.
Yeah, apologies or no apologies. Still the same outcome there. Point for her.
The sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry debate. Mixed opinions on that one. So.
Point.
Like there's no crying in baseball, there's no crying in pickleball.
Exactly.
Oh.
Same thing. There you go. 1 for 1.
Yeah.
They're even. So.
You find over the course of the match they tend to equalise themselves out.
Exactly. The net giveth, the net taketh. So.
Side out.
So interesting for obviously the next gen team. There's a lot of players that you're facing that you just have no insight on at all.
Oh yeah, I mean we come here to these tournaments abroad, and yeah, we play tournaments like Leah's doing right now. She's playing Rose. Never probably met her, never played her, and it's a total different look. And it's a great experience for us, you know, to see the competition, how it stacks up to America. It also helps the international. You know, what is the level like in the U.S. where pickleball is found, and where the level may be a little bit higher right now as they're making their way up.
So both ladies going back and forth on these early exchanges. No one running out to an early lead, just settling into this.
Yeah, no, just feeling each other out. I think figuring out where their weaknesses lie, and then really targeting those right now. So.
Oh, that's a great ball from Alia to get it behind.
Yes, what a shot! Trying to get it behind her. The open court, go to cover it, and going right behind her. So.
Often going where they've come from is a safer call than actually going where you think the space is, because the gaps close on a pickleball court. It's only 20 foot wide.
Yeah, very. I mean, you either got to play the lines or you got to be sneaky and go behind them. So they really never know your next move. So.
That absolutely paints that line. Perfect calibration there from Roos.
1-1.
Yeah, good reach there to get that ball to land in. Oh, we got a call of an out call on that previous ball?
Yeah, looked a little out to me. So, good call.
1-1. Point.
I like to say, in pickleball, the more free points you give, right, the less points they actually have to score, right? So if you're giving them 4 missed returns, then they only actually have to score 7 points. So, if you limit your errors, right, then they have to score all 11 themselves. Hit good shots. So that's why I'm always like drilling consistency in people, never giving them free shot. If they hit a good shot, so be it. But yeah.
Yeah. And 2-1 to Roos now on the net courts.
Yep,
we'll keep a little tally in my book here.
It'll come around for Alia here.
Yeah.
Football.
Ah, there we go. Referee very hot on that line.
They watch it like a hawk.
That's their function. Keep the score, watch the non-volley zone line, and overall an egregious call, which is going to be tough unless it's on your side of the court.
Exactly. It's tough when you're looking at that kitchen line, and you also got to look at the lines, where the ball lands. They got a tough job. So.
2-3.
Great direction there from Roos. No need to hit that ball hard. Just get the right location.
Placement over power. Smart play.
3-2.
Less opportunity to miss it. So.
Oh yeah, that sounds long. So our next gen team, how much singles are you guys playing compared to training doubles?
So a lot of us like doubles more. Some of us aren't single specialists. We still do it when we come over here because it's great to play different players overseas. But we're trained in doubles probably twice as much. Singles is a little less on the priority list, but still a good event to do. So.
I suppose with the aspiring pros, that you've got to look at more formats of bringing an element of a dream breaker in and some kind of single. So more players are playing singles than they did 2-3 years ago due to that new format.
Yeah, no, I know a buddy, Eric Lang, who wasn't originally supposed to do singles today, but got pulled in at the last minute because of withdrawal, and he's doing singles just to get some reps for dream breakers for events, in different formats and different leagues. So.
Are they calling that out?
Look really close.
Yeah.
Either way.
That's where you'd want to have the replay system, but not on Championship Court here. We have had in the UK the full Hawkeye system. So we didn't have live ball track, but we did have every line with a camera at PPL finals over here.
Really?
Which was a phenomenal experience, yeah.
I bet that was. America needs to implement that in some of our leagues. That would be great.
Great volley there from Roos van Riet going cross court there on the mini timeout at 6-2. Spencer, you've been on the sidelines. What would you be telling Alia now to try and change some momentum?
Change some angles on some of these shots. She's really coming in on some of these short balls you're hitting. Either mix up your spin, bring her in on your terms, right, to where you can execute it. But if it's on her terms, she's comfortable. She's coming in knowing where it's probably going to go, where the high percentage shot you can hit is, and she's covering that really well. Make it difficult for her. Play the angles, right? The court is a little bit shorter on just the wide width. So, play the width, make her move side to side at the baseline, and then go up as well. You mix it up, go up.
So if you can see on screen the graphic here, if you've got anybody at home that is competing here today or across the weekend, make sure to follow pickleballengland.org/2024-English-Open, where you'll be able to find out the full schedule of play today. Follow your friends at home and also partake in it. And also, whilst you're also doing that, you can sign up to the Fans Play app, where you're able to interact with the pros and create your own fantasy teams. I've got a fantasy team in the ladies today, and then obviously you can then do the mixed doubles and the gender doubles over the next 2 days and find a way to interact and potentially win some prizes from the Fans Play team. So we come back now at 6-2. Roos van Riet to serve.
Good low serve there.
Yeah,
come up.
That's just another unforced error from Leah Brown's paddle. Need to try and get into at least some phase of play. First phase of play, get to that third shot.
Yeah, really good deep ball. Got on her real fast and coming up as well, putting even more pressure on that ball to pass Roos. So
8-2. Point.
I'd like to see Alia take a little bit more time between the points. You're just almost trying to run through the points to get it over and done with. But that's long.
Mix up the rhythm, yeah. If she's, going fast, try and slow her down. So
2-9.
Excellent play there from Alia Brown. All of those balls were nice and deep in the first two phases of play, really putting Roos under pressure.
Yes, and then curling it to the outside to her backhand, getting it low beneath the net. So
side out.
Frustration. She knows what she needed to do.
Just the execution, She just got to relax, have some fun out there. At the end of the day, it's just pickleball.
9-3.
So.
Yeah, great placement there from Roos van Riet.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to tip your cap and be like, it's too good sometimes. So.
Yeah. It's been noticeable the respect shown to your opponents more the next gen team. Really good line calling, really good support of all of your team. You're clearly a real group.
Yes, your character represents, everything. If you ruin your character just once, then that's a stain on your repertoire. And so being a good line caller, being
what a great pick up there.
Yeah, being a good character, being a good person on the court, making the right calls, just gonna, be the right thing to do is what we do here at Next Gen. So.
And you had a successful day yesterday on court as part of Team Franklin?
I did, yeah. We ended up winning the paddle battle with Megan Ryler, me, and Hermione. So it was a good time.
Hermione played really well in those last phases of that deciding match.
She did, 19-0, coming up with some clutch resets and clutch points to pull out the women's there, and then Ryler and Megan pulling out mix to win us the paddle battle.
So match point on Ruth Van Riek's paddle here. Yeah, good hustle there from Alia to get forward and control that rally.
Yeah, I think whoever comes up more is gonna win the rest of this, or gonna win more points here at the end. Or if Ruth can get up, it's gonna be tough for Alia to pass her.
3-10.
Yep, there we go. First one to the net.
First one to the net, gets the prize. So.
You just instantly put in your opponent under pressure to pass you or get something really low, because anything else, it's gone.
Yep. No, if anything's high above the net, they can reach it. It's, time taken away from their opponent. And
so second match point.
Ooh, she
got just got a bit tight on that, snatched at it.
Sometimes, you have the whole court because they're staying back and you just miss it, and then I've been there so many times. So.
How is your day going today?
Wait till this point's over here. Well,
and that is perfectly calibrated on that volley.
She can make 7 more of those. But my day is going well. I'm 2-0, so I finished my last match at 10. I've been waiting a couple hours. I think I play at 2, so a little bit of a wait. But
time to rest and recover.
Yep. Great ball.
Is it caught away?
Ooh. Looked like it caught the edge of the line. Ooh.
That's up. We can go replay here.
Ball call on the court stands.
Oh, we can't see that replay.
Oh, it's tight. That's tight. Ugh.
10-4.
Well,
the pickleball gods have probably told us that ball was in.
The ball does not lie. That's what I'm going to say.
Side out.
Maybe it does lie because Alia missed that one. So. Here's another match point for Roos.
Yeah, does it.
Does it.
Well played to Ruth Van Riek, winning 11-4 against Alia Brown.
Great match. Both ladies played great. Some great points in the beginning. But it ultimately came down to who came to the net more, and Roos was willing to charge the net and hit some good volleys. So
quite a nonchalant finish on that last point as well.
Yeah.
So coming up next on Championship Court, we have got Stefan Grubmuller versus Daniel Wren. Daniel Wren is one of our home players, lefty current Premier Pickleball League champion. So hopefully going to bring some of that momentum from earlier in the year across to this next match. We'll have a short break and then we'll come back to commentary. Thank you very much for joining us, Spencer. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Rob. Thank you very much.
Feel free to come back and join us in the booth later on in the weekend.
I will when I have some time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With FansPlay, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. FansPlay, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Okay, so we're just about to start the Group B Singles Open round robin match between Stefan Grubmüller and Daniel Ren. I'm joined on commentary by Dominic Catalano for the first time this weekend. Privileged to have him in the booth with us.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I plan on being here a little more this weekend, following a lot of the players around earlier today, watching some really good matches. A lot of the American players and the next-gen players that I'm very familiar with, they're doing very well, but I am more impressed with the international play and what I am seeing in the level of play. It's absolutely incredible.
Anybody standing out for you from those scouting you've been doing earlier today?
The hard part is I'm still getting familiar with most of their names. So no, if you had them all lined up in front of me, I could point them out. But names-wise, it's tough because I don't know many of their names. So I'm really excited to see once we get out of group play this morning and this afternoon and get into the bracket and really seeing those players and what they've done and the work and body of work they've done this morning to get to that bracket round.
Yeah. So on the far side, we've got Daniel Ren, who is a British player. He is currently a student down in the south of England. He's one of the reigning Franklin Premier Pickleball League champions, winning for Team Scan last year. No, sorry, Team Racket last year, who he was playing for. And he's been drafted again into the Premier League in the second season. So, Dominic, the PPL is our version of MLP.
Right.
Set up by Ed Hares and Louis Laville. And we've had some of the senior players sort of created their MLP format in the UK to give them a chance to play together. And this year's our expansion season. So we've gone from having purely 36 players in the teams to having a Premier Division, a Challenger Division, and a Masters Division.
That is absolutely incredible, and that just proves the growth of this great sport of pickleball to go from 36 players to having 3 different divisions. That is absolutely incredible. I love hearing that, especially from over here, where it seems like a lot of times people will say, oh, you guys are over here across the pond or so far behind.
Yeah.
That is not the case.
No.
It really isn't. It's all about exposure, and that's exactly what this tournament right now is giving. It's a ton of exposure to that international play.
I'll show you some stuff later on. Let's look at the current standings in this Mixed Singles Open Group B here. So top of the charts is Eric Lang, which we'd kind of expect, bring one of our American pros over. He's 3-0, 13 points difference on him. He was really strong in his first game against Ben Corsten, who is the Rackets World Champion. Second is Stefan Wissin on the point on court now, again going 3-0. So it looks like they've both got a good, comfortable position to come out of the round robin bracket. We've got Theo Platel of the French Platel brothers at 1 and 2. Then our Rackets World Champion Ben Corsten again on 1 and 2. And then Dan Ren again 1 and 2. I mean, if Dan can pull this back, he's got a chance to push up from there. And finally, we've got Dennis Ullery at the bottom, who is an American living in RAF Lakenheath in Ipswich.
Well, it looks like that third spot coming out of pool play is up for grabs with three guys at 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
So this match right here for Daniel Ren is very important.
Yeah. So we're about to get underway. We've got Stefan Grubmüller to serve, who is from Austria. On paper, the higher duper. First strike there to Dan Ren.
Have not seen much of that today, that cat and mouse game where two gentlemen or females getting to the kitchen line. Great job there by both players.
Yeah, great finish there from Stefan.
Yeah, great hands battle right there. Again, both of these gentlemen getting to the kitchen line, taking that time away. But again, Grub Miller just finding that open court, cross court.
So Dan Wren has a table tennis background. So you'll see that he's very good with his wrists, a slightly lower ready position than you'll see from some of the other players. Oh, great width from both players on that, Dominic.
Great cross-court drop here from Wren, but it seems that Grub Miller just had enough space between the post and the referee to keep that in around the post.
And called in. Yeah, lasered that line.
Yeah, catches the line right there. A little inside-out forehand here from Grub Millers. We're going to see again. Just baits it nicely, inside out, dots the sideline. Beautifully done.
Yeah, another good location there from Grub Miller. That forehand's really firing.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now from Grub Miller is he's not trying to overpower anything. He's taking some pace off, getting some dip over the net, and creating some shape.
Yeah, looking confident here. Dan Wren's going to have to do something to break this momentum.
And
just getting away from him.
1 point away from an end change right here at 5-0.
Side out.
Like the little deep return right there from Wren, and I think that's a key for him right now is he's got to get his returns deep, put Grub Miller behind the baseline when he's hitting that third shot.
Yeah, easy ball there, too high. Just at the net, put it anywhere, and that's your point. Just get it in. Yeah, Dan just half a step behind on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan Grub Miller right now is playing great. Again, nothing too overpowering. He has a control, 6-0 on the end change right here. And again, just nothing too strong, too overpowering, creating some shape over the net, getting that ball down at the shins of Wren right now. And the biggest thing right now for Wren is he has to keep Grub Miller back. He has to get those returns deep. And then he has to make his presence felt up at the kitchen line. Right now, he's not doing that, and he's letting Grub Miller just control him.
He's looking a little hang-doggy. He's there's not a lot of energy radiating. That Dan doesn't look particularly up at any time on a pickleball court. I know Dan well, so he's not. This is not unheard of, but there's like 10% less energy coming out of him, and that's the difference. Yeah, 10% too much.
Yep, right there.
10% everything needs to be altered.
Hold on. What hang doggy?
Yeah.
What is that? You got to
kind
explain
of
that
like,
to me. Because I'm using that.
Slumping.
Okay.
And kind of just kind of.
I've got to add that to my repertoire because I'm going to try and fool Chad when we get back in the booth together and see if he understands what that is.
Yeah. You know, kind of like slightly low key, slightly. Maybe slumpy kind of phrase in the American vernacular.
Yeah. Yep, that's perfect.
There we go. First deep ball, and crowd's giving Dan a cheer here. I can see one of his former doubles partners in the stands, smiling happily for that first strike for Dan Wren. There we go. Something happens.
Well, it's just like Susanna Barr right there, the
Net Lord
right there, off the tape. Get some love. He can use it right now, down by 6.
And that's 3. The momentum shifting.
And here's a key, too, I learned this morning. In these games to 11, no timeouts.
Yeah.
There's no timeouts.
Yeah.
So he has no chance to slow anything down, does Grub Miller right here. If Wren gets on a run.
Well, there is. And that is 4 on the run. So there are the timeouts that aren't timeouts that you can do if you're very careful. I'm conveniently wear glasses. Great hustle from Darren Wren, but can't do that.
Go ahead, explain.
So, legal reasons that you can slow down a game are for safety or for protection. So there's the Tyson McGuffin towel rub.
Yes.
There is the glass polish to clean your glasses. Your shoelaces might be slightly too loose.
True. Very
There's
true.
15, 20 seconds you gain back of your 1 minute timeout.
I like it. 9-4. You got to use the system.
In this kind of format, we're playing to win. That ball is too low. There is no chance of Dan Wren.
Yeah, another good ball there from Grub Miller gives himself a game and match point here.
Maybe we're going to be reducing the number of bounces we had before our serve on Championship Court today. And that is game and match to Stefan Grubmüller, winning 11-4 against Daniel Wren. Dan had a bit of a fight back after a very tough start on that. Started to compete, but unable to arrest momentum permanently to bring himself back to that game. Thank you for joining us on the booth, Dominic, for this one. And up next, we've got Mateusz Matsik versus Jack Monroe. This is going to be a gangbusters match. The ambidextrous Jack Monroe, obviously one of the strong players coming out of Poland, and Mateusz. We'll be back soon after this break.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
All right, we are back with our next men's singles matchup from Group G. You can see the table there with the results so far. But coming up next, we have Mateusz versus Jack Monroe. Joining me in the commentary booth, we have the one and only Dominic Catalano. Dom, how are you doing today?
Great. I've been watching some great pickleball all day long, roaming around the facility all morning, watching a lot of the... Wanted to get my eye on a lot of the international players. I don't get to see them a lot. So it's very nice to walk around and get to see a lot of them. The problem I have is I don't know any of their names. Right now I know them by what they look like. And I've actually seen Mateusz play earlier today. He is a very good player. This matchup here, both of them 2-0 in pool play. I think whoever wins this match here is going to come out of this pool undefeated because each of them only have one more match after this. And I think this is the top 2 in this pool coming out. So, again, seen him play earlier. Great two-handed backhand and a big forehand. Both players left-handed, but Monroe a little different. He's a little ambidextrous, can play both lefty and righty.
Yeah, Mateusz really improved over the last 12 months or so. I think still only 16, so lots of room still to go. But has done really well sort of in recent European tournaments and has been working really hard. There's a lot of sort of up-and-coming Polish singles players. It's something we've seen a bit of a trend in the last, again, 6-12 months. So exciting to see how they get on this weekend.
It's incredible. Everyone always, back home that doesn't get a chance to come over, across the pond is like, oh, well, they're so far behind, right? And that is completely false. No one here at this top level is that far behind as what people imagine. The issue is that we get stuck over in the States in this bubble that we have, right? And we think that this is the only thing. When we get outside of it like we are this weekend, we're seeing so much. You're saying from the Polish side, from the English side, from the Indian side of things. These are actually really good high-level players that if you're not playing your best game, if Jack is not playing his best game right now, there's a chance he loses this one. Now it is pool play, and I think both of these two are going to come out of it. But, again, Mateusz has something to prove right here, right? And that's the biggest thing is he can come out and play gangbusters. He wants this win. It really means a lot to him, I think, a little more so than Jack because Jack's just looking to kind of maybe cruise and get in. But don't take Jack lightly. Jack wants to win no matter what. But, again, I love seeing this competition. I love seeing the improvement all over the globe in pickleball.
For sure, and something that you're involved in as well with the APP. They're very supportive of the international scene, whether that's supporting these events, but also bringing the next gen national team over and exposing them to different players, maybe different playing styles, but also different environments as well. This is a very European dominant tournament, so the European players tend to be the favorites within the crowd.
Yes, 100%.
And it's good for the next-gen players and also just the American pros to contend with that as well.
Have adversity, right? They go and play in the States, and everyone wants to see them, wants to root for them. Come over here, it's nothing personal, right? It's nothing personal because all these players are talking off the court, whatnot, but when it comes down to it, you're between the lines. They want to win, and they want their countrymen to win. And we're over here, and we're the minority coming over. But, hey, you have to deal with this kind of adversity, and that's exactly what they're given. But what I loved what you said is talking about the different styles of play because that's exactly what we're seeing, too. From a lot of the international players, there's different styles that we're really not used to seeing, right? One thing I really picked up on is a lot of the international players that come from tennis come from a one-handed backhand, a big rip backhand. And a lot of the Indian players have that, and I'm seeing that. And it takes a little while to adjust to that because it seems to be a little harder.
0-0. For sure. Well, just underway here on Championship Court, and you could say the perfect start for Mateusz.
That's perfect right
with
there.
With that serve.
Big serve right there. Gets Monroe a little off balance. He'll take it.
1-0.
Just goes wide with a two-hander.
But I like that spot here from Mateusz as he tries to just get that line, but just misses it. And I like him going there, too, because Monroe's going to kind of pinch to that middle when he comes in, tries to go down the line.
Side out.
Ball skipped back here into the booth.
We've had
Don't
a
see
few.
it, though.
We've had a few. We had one disappear completely earlier, so I don't quite know where they go, but he's got it back.
1-0. Side out. 0-1.
Yeah, great play from Mateusz. Moving side to side. How does that fit in with Jack's obviously using both hands?
1-0.
You've seen it quite a lot.
Yeah, and Jack's going to want you to kind of hit to him. When he's on the run, right there, he gets a little off balance on the first one. And what I'd like to see Mateusz do is if he can, try to find the backhand of Jack Monroe. He had it on the first one where Jack goes to that right hand. Unless the ball's high, Monroe's not going to really do much with it. He's just going to tend to block
2-0.
with that right hand. So I'd like to see him try and find that backhand right-hand side. He's going for it right there. He had the spot he wanted, and I think he would have gotten something there. But, again, we always talk about in singles, it's about making balls. You have to make balls. You cannot give those easy side outs.
Side out.
And again, a challenge for Jack, not knowing the opponent he's coming up against. Mateusz will be very familiar with all of these players. So interesting to see how Jack feels this game out.
Wow, and you hit it right on the head right there, is that there's a ton of film on Jack Monroe and a lot of the next-gen players coming in. There's not a lot of film on the international players yet. So scouting reports, you think we don't have them? You think that the American players don't have them? They do,
3-0.
but it's tough when you come over and you don't have anything, really.
Point.
And that's that spot you were just talking about. That switch of hands, finding that sort of right-hand side of Jack Monroe.
4-0.
And I think that's where Monroe's going to do, is if he's going to return, he's going to want to return to the backhand or forehand side, of Mateusz as he comes over, because then he can close it off, and the fat part of the court is his forehand. So he's going to avoid that backhand.
Point.
Unforced error on the return puts Jack Monroe on the scoreboard. 1-4.
Point.
And another creeping in, sort of like you said, looking more to that forehand side.
3 points right there, and that's
2-4.
exactly what Mateusz can't do right now, is give 3 points. That's a perfect setup right there, but it fed into exactly what Monroe wanted. As Mateusz returned to the backhand
3-4.
side of Monroe, it wasn't a powerful return. It was something Monroe can set up. That's a good placement right there.
Goes just long again. That ball below the height of the net on the right-hand side of Jack.
I think that's the difference here, too, is Mateusz wants to play a little faster. Monroe wants to get to the kitchen line, play that cat and mouse game. And there's that backhand side, or the second forehand of Monroe that Mateusz has found here. And again, if I'm in his corner and as coach, I'm saying, hey, continue to go there. That's a good spot. I don't mind that miss. That's an aggressive miss over the net, and it's to the side that he wants to go to.
For sure. Just looked like he got a little bit caught up with the backhand.
3-5.
Slight lead for Mateusz.
I don't know. He's either listening to you and I, because he is dotting that spot right there on Monroe, and he's doing it well right now. He's putting a ton of pressure on Jack Monroe, and not saying it's a weakness of Jack Monroe. It is something he is working on, needs to continue to work on, is that backhand side.
Yeah, and there it is again. So it takes Mateusz to the turn at 6-3. Very targeted approach, it seems, to that right-hand side of Jack Monroe. And like we said earlier, just recapping, the fact Mateusz just 16 years old, coming into, you know, the biggest event outside of North America, playing against one of the more well-known players we've got coming over. Doing very well so far.
It's a game plan. He had a game plan coming in. You can see it. You can see what he's trying to execute. He's trying to get to the backhand side of Jack Monroe. He's doing a really good job of it. Now what happens here is if you have a game plan, sometimes people will try and stick to the game plan 100% of the time. He's not. He's going to the forehand side every once in a while to keep Monroe honest. By doing that, Monroe can't just sit on the backhand side, so he's keeping him honest, going 1 out of every 4 balls to the forehand side just to show that he can go there too. If he sticks to this game plan right now, I like his chances here.
15 seconds.
Again, you always want that end change on your terms. He's up 6-3 on that end change and in control with ball in hand.
Just catches the top of the net, takes the ball wide.
Side out.
Important point for Jack Monroe, do you think, to win that one out of the turn?
Immediately needed to get that side out. And there's Monroe right there. That's what he wants. He's going to go third shot drop. He's going to follow it in, get to the kitchen line, and try and play that cat and mouse, that dinking game one-on-one. That's just, I mean, that's a great job by Mateusz up here at the kitchen line. He controlled the point. He didn't get out of sorts. He controlled the dink when Monroe got to the kitchen line. Great job by him making an adjustment, too, because now he's noticing, okay, this is going to be a tale of 2 games. Can I play the fast pace I want, or is Monroe going to suck me into playing that dinky game? And if he does, he's got to play it.
6-4. Side out.
It's where it's almost, like we said earlier, Monroe's at a bit of a disadvantage because walking into this game, you know, we discussed Mateusz, and just his all-round singles game is amazing. So maybe in this setup he wants to play a bit harder and faster, but equally he's more than comfortable up at the net, playing the cat and mouse, quick around the kitchen.
4-6.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head again, is that can Mateusz play that cat and mouse game? If he can, every once in a while play that, he'll be fine. But right now, all of a sudden, Monroe on a 2-0 run. That's a good spot right there from Mateusz, and stopping that little slight mini run there from Jack Monroe, but he does get back within 1.
6-5. Side out.
Just rushing a little bit out of the side out. Obviously didn't go his way on the turn. Couple of points crept up. It just feels like he's a little bit getting ahead of himself on a couple of these shots.
Wow, again, great job up at the kitchen line from Jack Monroe to tie this game up at 6 apiece. But again, you hit it right on the head. Mateusz is just rushing a little bit. That not last point before, he rushes the forehand drive. He's just got to stick to what got him that 6-3 lead on the end change. Much better point construction right there. He pulled Monroe wide on the return. I like the idea here. See Monroe off the court right there. Does run that one down, but again, if he can get to 2 balls and Mateusz can control the kitchen line like he did, points over.
That's perfect. The change you were talking about, right? We've seen Mateusz target that right-hand side of Jack and just sending that ball down the line, taking away time, changing it up.
And that's it right there. And all that ball has to do, right? That's on the backhand side of Monroe. He's trying to really kind of tightrope down that line. He doesn't have to, especially on the backhand side. All he's got to do is keep that ball in play, force Monroe into another ball. That's a huge serve right there from Jack Monroe.
Brings it back level, 7-7.
7-7. Thank you. 7-7.
And I like from Mateusz, we've seen a couple of players today not being afraid to go straight at the person when the two are opposite each other at the net.
7-7.
Obviously had the benefit of the net cord there.
That's a great ball down the line. But what's the key right there is he took something off that, right? As that ball's crossing the net, it's starting to dip down to Monroe. It's at his shins or shoe tops. He's got to hit that ball from low. Didn't even get to it. I love what you said the point before, though. Not afraid when you get up kitchen line to kitchen line. Go right at the body. He clipped the tape. Monroe got a little lucky right there, but nothing personal. You can light your partner opponent up right in front of you.
Yeah, just going for a bit too much. Not in the best position. Really nice roll dink from Jack Monroe out wide.
8-8.
That's a good spot right there from Mateusz as he gets to the backhand side of Monroe deep at the baseline that time. Again, that point before, again, you hit it right on the head. Is that just rushing a little bit when you get to the kitchen line, and Monroe will suck you into that.
This time a miss off the forehand wing from Jack, and I think, sort of like we've said, it's just credit to Mateusz changing the look for Jack Monroe consistently.
Side out.
Both you and I almost sit back in our seats on that one like, oh, because it's there. If he makes that ball, he puts a ton of pressure on Monroe down the forehand side.
8-9.
So unlucky for Mateusz. I think Jack was due a net cord, but nonetheless,
that's
so tough.
So, especially at you're up 9-8, and it makes it 9-9 there. It almost happened again. Monroe almost got back-to-back net cords in his favor, but Mateusz, great poise to control this point, and then ends up putting this one away. Beautifully done. The youngster showing
10-9.
some veteran moves out here.
Side out.
And again, I think both of us sat there nodding all the way through. Perfect point construction, just lacking that final touch.
I do love him, that Mateusz, taking that blast ball out of the air. He has to, right? He gets that ball up and out of the air. By doing that, he eliminates Monroe's reaction time to getting back into the court. He just overhits it. Your eyes can get really big. You see an opening and just try and do too much with it.
I call it. No, fault. We're left foot. Point.
Oh, I believe there was a foot fault called.
Ball is on fault right there. 10-9.
Oh, and Mateusz got called for a foot fault on the ball before. I mean, both you and I thought that ball bounced.
It certainly looked like it did. But I tell you what, just like you said, veteran moves coming out the back of that. I thought he won the point.
Oh, and dots a line right there. Exactly. He could have let that bother him. He let it go quickly, got the side out, and now tied it up.
10-10. Side out.
Just wide from Mateusz. Went for the big winner.
Point.
Such an unfortunate way to end.
It is. It's so tough, and especially win by 1 here in pool play.
Probably the game of the day so far, Dom. What are your sort of overriding thoughts coming out of that?
I mean, a youngster, 16 years old, really showed that he's here. He's giving Jack Monroe, one of the better singles players from the States, a run for his money here in pool play. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does outside of this pool play right now, because I think he'll win his next match and he will make it out of that pool play. So really looking forward to seeing what he has coming up on the bracket side of things in the men's singles.
For sure. Well, we will be back shortly for our next match, which is Louis Leville versus Jesus Campos. In the meantime, a quick word from our sponsors.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, shalom.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you. Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
All right, we're up for our next match. This one comes from Group K. We're getting to the business end of these round-robin matches. Just as a reminder, there are a record 12 groups in this men's singles open category. So next up on the near side we have Louis Leville, and the far side is Jesus Campos, coming from Spain.
I watched Louis earlier. It looked like he tweaked something in his last match. He was came up a little ginger. Not sure what it was. Do you know what he's dealing with?
I think he took a bit of a tumble, maybe slightly rolled his ankle.
Okay.
Looked like a bit of pain earlier, so interesting to see sort of how he deals with that. Both players covering what feels like the full court in that point.
That might have been the easiest ball LaVille had in that point, and he missed that one.
Point.
Well, that ball stayed in. I think LaVille thought that ball was hit a lot harder than it actually was. Campos had a lot of top spin and took something off that.
Side out.
And had that ball maybe just rushed a little bit through that forehand. We've seen a few players today really holding and waiting until the last moment to play those sort of higher bouncing balls.
0-2. Point.
LaVille has an interesting serve. Not a lot of guys, or females for that matter, toss the ball up. So if you watch him, he tosses this ball up, and he waits for it to drop and travel.
Point.
And by doing that, he actually gets a little more on the ball because the ball has some trajectory down. So he creates a little more speed and spin off that. I love that serve from LaVille.
And that's something new that he's been working on, because even just a couple of months ago, it was a fairly standard serve from LaVille. So definitely something that he's sort of actively looked to change and work on. I think it's paying dividends so far. We saw earlier some big serves from him, generating some errors off the return.
I think he's talking to us as Louis LaVille comes over and talks about how his opponent tweaked something on that last forehand that he got down the line. But again, going back to LaVille's that new serve that you say he's kind of working on, it's not easy because, again, the ball's moving as you're trying to hit it. A lot of players want to hit that ball right out of their hand and whatnot, want the ball moving as little as possible. That's very difficult what he's doing. He's making it look really easy. I've seen some players tweak with that and bounce around with that before. Morgan Evans back in the States, he used to do that a lot. Tyson McGuffin used to toss that ball up a little bit and kind of went away from it a little bit for more control. But right now, I've watched LaVille play 2 matches prior to this. I don't think he's really missed with the serve. He's really been on with it, and it's turned into a weapon, which in singles, as we know, is very important. The serve is huge.
Absolutely. So keep an eye on those bigger serves from LaVille. Interesting to see sort of what happens with the returns as well from Campos. Both players very much keen to get to the net where possible. Looks like we're ready to resume play here at 2-2.
Campos went to the sideline, took his shoe and sock off, gave a spray to his ankle and heel, is what LaVille was referring to as what he tweaked. So we'll see his movement and how that plays out the rest of this game.
Point.
Still looking to come in off that return, just a little bit shorter than he might have expected.
3-2.
We see that difference, and I think we jinxed him right there. I think that's the first serve I've seen him miss, and that's on us right there, Sam. Nobody's fault but our own, as we said that.
2-3.
Oh, and he came up completely lame right there, did Campos. Right as he planted that right foot, it just gave, and I think he is done right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, such a shame for Campos, and I think something we're going to start seeing more in European pickleball with these players starting to push themselves a little bit more, playing against higher level players, and having to do a bit more work on injury prevention, strength and conditioning alongside just their typical sort of pickleball practice. And as these players progress, the tournaments progress, it's going to become more and more important for these players to stay fit and healthy.
Well, as a coach, you hit it right on the head too, right? Like, we see this as coaches when we're working with players. If you are not staying in shape, right? This isn't the pickleball that people were taught, 6, 7, 8 years ago. It is different. It is very high level. It is very intense. And if you are not in shape and your body is not prepared for long days, long weekends, you're going to be in trouble, and injuries are going to be prevalent.
So fingers crossed for Jesus Campos that is just more preventative than anything else. Hopefully we see him back on the court tomorrow and Sunday. But in the meantime, we'll take a short break. Quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back for our next women's singles match.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Okay, we've got one game, playing to 11, win by 1. We'll change ends when we get to 6. Time in, 0-0.
All right, onwards and upwards. Our next women's singles match. On the far side, we have Caroline Nothnagel from Germany.
Side out.
Very high-level tennis background. Fairly new into pickleball still. And on the near side, Sabrina Mendes Dominguez.
0-0.
Probably the top female player coming out of Spain.
Thank you. Point.
In a very closely fought group
1-0.
so far. Probably the strongest group in the Women's Singles Open.
That's a beautiful inside-out overhead there from Dominguez. And Nothnagel I have not seen play before. Dominguez I have seen play at a few events. She's very solid, very good, very quick. Got that great padel background, what really helps her out a lot. And you mentioned Nothnagel playing on the tennis tour in her past. And you can see that control right there with the paddle.
And quite a stark difference
1-1.
in styles from these two. Caroline very much sort of a traditional tennis,
Side out.
fairly heavy topspin approach. Sabrina tends to hit the ball a little bit flatter from the baseline.
1-1.
Again, from that padel background. Topspin, not so much of an element.
That's a great put away. Great control there from Dominguez. Watch this two-handed put away cross court, but both of those ladies painting that sideline in the middle of that point.
2-1.
Great drop right there from Dominguez on the backhand side. She just drops this third into the kitchen. Nothnagel not sure what to do with it. Tries to take it out of the air, but clips the tape, and a 2-point lead here for Dominguez.
Again, going heavy. I guess slightly different ball Nothnagel receiving. Much flatter than maybe some of the other players that she's played against. Heavy into that backhand side.
Just a minute. Okay, here we go. 4-1.
I love how you and I are both here looking. We have the benefit of looking on the screen here. We are right behind center court, behind Dominguez, and her foot, as you pointed out, is very close to that center line on the serve.
He's flirting a little bit.
Point.
A good concerted approach there from Nothnagel. She's seen an opportunity with that sort of shorter return, approach on the third, apply the pressure at the net.
2-4.
A good wingspan as well.
Well, you're pointing out something really quickly here is you're seeing that both of these ladies, and it's nothing against women's to men's singles, men tend to come up to the net quickly. Ladies will tend to go baseline to baseline.
4-2.
Both of these ladies are getting to the kitchen line quickly. So they're coming up, playing more like men's singles, as you see right there. Nothnagel getting to that kitchen line and applying pressure. You can only do that if you have that wingspan, and both of these ladies are on the taller side.
2-4. Point.
Sabrina may be finding herself just a little bit under pressure at the moment. Nothnagel doing well on the approach, putting her on the back foot. And call out from Sabrina following those consecutive volleys. Nothnagel, and I think this is just part and parcel of her still. New into pickleball, just tuning in that drop that she's looking for on the backhand side.
4-3.
That's a beautiful cross-court drop right there from Dominguez. Not a bad return here from Nothnagel. Dominguez on her heels, but finds the right spot. If she tries to really rip that ball, she's out of position. So by dropping that, she allows herself to get back in the point if that ball comes back over.
Side out.
A nice change up from her on that drop as well, really focusing on the top spin, something we don't see too often from Dominguez. Tends to hit the ball flatter. So good change up on that drop.
That's another nice drop right there on the two-handed backhand, going cross-court, pulling that ball away from Nothnagel where she's fully extended. Now, she is there. She has the time. She just doesn't move her feet. She's got to slide to that backhand and really get a better paddle on that ball.
Side out.
It just catches the inside of the baseline with that forehand.
When you talked about it, it's that control, that tennis background, that top spin roll that she has down that line to keep it in.
Side out. Five, 3. Side out.
That's dirty right there from Nothnagel. That was a beautiful drop on the forehand for Dominguez, but Nothnagel takes a step back and she just takes that spin and uses it against her down the line.
Point.
I like that change-up slice approach, keeping the ball low, just faded a little bit away from Dominguez.
4-5. Point.
Really clean down the line.
It's just good shape down the line on the backhand right there from Nothnagel. Again, she's showing that tennis background by creating shape not only on the forehand, but also the two-handed backhand there down the line. That ball never came up to Nothnagel. That ball just sat down. But this is because of that topspin, right? So Dominguez hits that with a ton of topspin on the forehand, pulls it across her body, gets a little extra on it, and that ball never comes up.
5-5.
So I've been sat on 5 for a while, Dominguez. See if she can take this point to the change of ends.
Point.
And she does.
Timeout. Change ends. 6-5.
I thought she had it here. I thought Nothnagel made this ball.
Sorry.
She got there, just got didn't get enough on the center of the paddle. Got it just off the end of the edge guard a little bit, but a great job. And we're as close as it can get on the end change here at 6-5. Dominguez with the lead.
So anything you would change from Nothnagel if you were in her corner?
No, I mean, and that's the hard part. You're down 1, right? You think, oh, we got to make an adjustment. We got to change something. I think if she sticks to her game plan right here, it's going to come down to execution. So towards the end, if she can execute, I think she may come out on top right here because she's created some opportunities on the forehand side and on the two-handed backhand side for herself to get back in it because, remember, she dropped down. She was down 5-3. She battled all the way back, got it back, tied and even, and now she's only down by 1. So even though Dominguez has the advantage on the end change, I'm still giving a little bit of that momentum to Nothnagel as she scored 3 of the last 4 points.
Time in. 6-5. Point.
That's a great cross-court return right there from Nothnagel. She put a ton of pressure on and came in and followed it. That was the difference right there. She eliminated the amount of court Dominguez had to put that ball away.
Now that ball just creeps behind Nothnagel on that contact point. Sort of encourage players as much as possible to keep their contact point out in front of them, especially on these drives.
If you can't see it, it's hard to hit it, right? So if it gets behind you, you're in trouble. That 1-2 right there, that ball, I know she wanted to cut it, but she's cutting it from next to her body, right? As you do that and it's next to your body, you're going to hit it too much because you're going to think you need to do too much with it. She's got to get that out in front. I think Dominguez is frustrated because Nothnagel never went to her backhand. She continued to pepper her forehand, and Dominguez was looking for the put away on the two-handed backhand, and it was never given to her.
A fantastic run from Dominguez from the switch of ends, 3 points in a row.
Point.
And that drop just doesn't quite drop over the net enough, a little bit too high.
That's what I think I'd like to see a little more out of Nothnagel. If she has Dominguez back, I want to see her cut that backhand or cut that forehand and put a ton of pressure on Dominguez from the baseline. See what she can do with the cut.
Point.
Because right there, I think she may have just gotten away with one a little bit because Dominguez is using Nothnagel's topspin against her. Where if she gives her the topspin, she's just topspinning it even more with a forehand or two-handed backhand. Whereas if Nothnagel cuts it, makes it a little more difficult for her because she keeps it so low.
Point.
And I think Nothnagel definitely trying to get into the net, sort of as we said earlier on in the game, getting to the net sooner, looking for a volley to try and finish that point. And although Dominguez managed to extend the gap, brought back just to 1 point now.
8-9.
Change the pace. Dominguez changed the pace right there. She did not give Nothnagel anything she could do anything with. She dropped it, and beautifully done from Dominguez to stop that run.
9-8. Point.
And unforced error on the return. We've seen a few players sort of running through their returns. I think quite keen to get to the net. That's something you see quite often in sort of players aspiring to play at this level.
Absolutely. Trying to overdo it, do a little too much, using that momentum against them.
Point.
And heavy forehand from Dominguez. Takes the game 11-8. Fantastic game between these two ladies in what is a very taxing round-robin group for all of them. So excited to see how this one plays out. But upcoming, we have one of our top British players, Thadia Locke, up against one of the big names in the tournament coming over from the States, Susanna Barr. These guys will be warming up, and we'll be back shortly to see who can come out on top.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Okay, welcome back. We've now got our next match on centre court. We have got Thadia Lock versus Susanna Barr in the Women's Singles Open Group D. We're getting towards the end of our round robin phase, and we've got the top two players here in their box. Obviously, you've got one match to play after this one, but honours fairly equal. The points differential is plus 19 for Susanna Barr and plus 10 for Thadia Lock. Clearly out ahead in front of the rest of the teams. So we've got obviously one more match to go for both of them after this one. Obviously, Caitlin Hart is the one that they kind of look like possibly have already beaten. I know certainly that Caitlin got a bit of a beat down from Susanna earlier on championship court. So it looks like the maters are at 4th and 5th are probably out of the running to get and qualify out of the round robin. And it's certainly much a case here of whoever wins this particular match is more than likely going to be the person that wins their round robin, and they get a more favourable draw into our knockout phases this afternoon. So on our left, so on top of the screen, we have Susanna Barr, our pro from Boise, Idaho, and the co-owner of the Flying Pickleball Club in Meridian, Idaho. And nearest to us is Thadia Lock, the well-established female player from England, currently playing out of Surrey, originally from Bristol.
1 minute, players.
Winner of many international medals across Europe, and had a successful run at the English Open, so the US Open earlier this year, where they sort of christened the English lob trend, where she was lobbing the Walters family of Annalie and Lee from the first point and having success at that. And on the other end of the court, you've also got the lob queen in Susanna Barr, who is extremely well known, as well as getting favourable net chords in lobbing her opponents with precision accuracy. And we're looking out for that more over the next couple of days on championship court when we go to the gender doubles and mixed doubles across Saturday and Sunday this week. So they're just finishing their warm-up here. Thadia playing with a Pro XR paddle and her Skechers shoes. She's obviously the poster girl for the Skechers English Open this year. If you come into the entrance of the Telford International Centre, there's a big poster of Thadia and Louis in there. Obviously with her sometime playing partner Pay, who's also the third kind of face of Skechers in the UK.
50 seconds, balls in,
and we've got
please.
Susanna at the top playing with a Selkirk Pro paddle with the open smiley face that obviously lots of the Selkirk pros are using. Also sponsored by Mizuno for her shoes. So obviously the last time we saw Susanna on championship court, there was a surgical dissection of Caitlin Hart and an 11-0 pickling. Really, there was no chance for Caitlin to get into the play here. So hopefully Thadia's going to look to try and insert herself into the
All right,
points
we
a little
have
bit more.
Ms. Barr on
Start
my
to crack
left.
some stuff here.
Ms. Locke on my right. 1 to 11, change ends at 6, time in.
Here we go,
0-0.
0-0 with Thadia to serve.
Point.
Susanna netting that first attempt at a partition shot. Thadia taking an early strategy to come in and take control of that net.
1-0. Point.
Yeah, and again, using some real width here, Thadia. Just getting Susanna moving on that backhand wing. I know Susanna had a fairly long layoff between a couple of the matches today. Yeah, and that ball sails wide. Good use of the full dimensions of the court there from Susanna Barr, passing the ball from side to side.
Side out.
Yeah, I think Susanna had a little bit of a weird interaction between ball and court there. Just thrown off her timing, so 0-2, Thadia to serve.
2-0.
Yeah, great accuracy there from Susanna Barr, really aiming for those lines, stretching Thadia Locke to get across to control that volley. Oh, great hustle there from Susanna Barr to get that ball, and just lands inside the sideline. Look at that.
1-2.
Painting the outside of the line. And another great backhand roll, that drive there from Susanna Barr to get that ball down at Thadia Locke's feet. If you're playing at home, always try and get the ball at your opponent's feet if you can. Good control of that volley from Thadia. Once you got that ball wide and Susanna was stretching, very hard to come back from that situation. Susanna just kind of going for broke, hitting that ball hard and hoping for the best.
2-2.
So 2-2.
Point.
Net cord just throwing Susanna's shot off a little bit there.
3-2. Point.
Yeah, and another net cord not going in the favour of Susanna Barr. Maybe just needs to get a little bit more clearance on that. Obviously these courts have a different bounce to what she's used to. So obviously having to have a little bit more margin of error for some of her shots.
Side out.
And the net lord is successful with that roll going in her favour.
2-4.
Oh, great precision backhand down the line there from Susanna Barr. We saw a load of those in the earlier match against Caitlin Hart. Really accurate in her shots and such great dip on that ball.
3-4.
Really making contact with the court just before Thadia was able to get to it. Yeah, good hustle there. Thadia worked really hard to control that ball and send it just far enough cross court to keep it out of Susanna's reach. So Thadia taking the time to settle herself, 4-3. And that's wide.
Three, 4. I'll recall. 3-4. Side out.
Susanna attempting to take her second hand off her backhand, then just stretched out a little bit and unable to control that ball.
Four, 3.
Great precision there from Thaddeus Lock with that two-handed roll volley. Getting a good width on that ball, and as well with a little bit of topspin to get it to dip and just land a little bit earlier and keep it inside the sideline.
5-3. Point, timeout.
And another error there,
ends,
so we're now at the
6-3,
mini
1
side
minute.
out at 6-3. So we've got a timeout here. We can see Dominic Catalano, Susanna's coach, just come to have a quick word with her in the sideline. Obviously our co-commentator for part of the day. Be interested to get some insights afterwards to see kind of what his process is working with his partner and player. I think in this situation just needs to be relentlessly positive, get her to play her game if she can. Obviously Thaddeus is a substantially better player than Caitlin Hart in the singles we've seen so far. Certainly been able to insert herself in the game, play her patterns, hit it with a good level of consistency. So obviously Susanna's going to have to sort of turn things up a little notch. I think just look to move Thaddeus around a little bit more if you can, possibly get to that if you can get a good return in and really sort of dominate from the middle of the court. So see if there's any strategic changes as we come out of the mini timeout. And it's Thaddeus Lock to serve.
Time in, 6-3.
And that's just wide. Certainly that previous ball that Susanna Barr hit on her backhand, it's very close to the sideline.
7-3. Point.
Susanna visibly frustrated on that shot. I think she knows she could have done better on that one. And again, we can see Susanna's just needed to reset, refocus. Lacking away a little bit of topspin on that to get that back in and shaping. That's a much better return.
Point.
And that's out. Oh, that's such a shame. The first return was really good and really deep, and then I was able to capitalise on that second one to put it away.
10-3.
So game point to Thaddeus Lock. And what a great shape on that two-handed backhand. Beautiful shape on that ball. More like the Susanna Barr we saw earlier in the day.
3-10.
Just pulls that a little wide. Just trying to do a little bit too much. Obviously with Thaddeus advancing, you've really got to get that precision ball in. So 10-3, second match point. And that is game and match to Thaddeus Lock. 11-3 against Susanna Barr. Not able to quite get into that match. Certainly things were running away from her a little bit from that last game. So that will then obviously put Thaddeus at top of her table with a 3-0 record. With only one match to play, she's pretty much guaranteed to go through. It then brings Susanna into 2-1, and obviously having the head-to-head against Caitlin Hart should mean that she should be safe to get out of the box and come into the knockout phases once we finish that. And we can just see one up on here. We've got Stefan Grubmiller warming up and Eric Lang in the men's singles open Group B. We'll have a few adverts and we'll be back for the next match.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 pro gold medals in back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Players, 1 minute. On my right, I have Mr. Lang. On my left, I have Mr. Grubmiller. 1 to 11. Change ends at 6. Time in. 0-0. Side out.
Great first point there from Eric Lang. Really dynamic covering the non-volley zone there, giving nowhere for Stefan Grubmiller to go other than over the top and long. Oh, what a great inside-in forehand there. Lots of control and rip. Get nice and low, underneath and round the ball. No chance there for Stefan.
1-0.
Yeah, and that sails wide. A really good deep return there from Stefan, making Eric really move wide to his right there. Couldn't just get around the ball and underneath enough to control the shape.
0-1. Side out.
Yeah, no need to touch that, Eric. Just let it fly. Stefan is looking at the court there. There is the odd seam that lifts up every now and then with these rollout courts, but pretty damn good court centres to play for. And obviously, the best stuff we have in England, there's not really enough pickable centres around for us to play on dedicated courts.
Point.
Yeah, and again, Stefan looking down at the court. Looked like he came a little bit up on that a little bit early though, so possibly not solely the fault of the conditions here. Much of the play there, Eric couldn't quite get around that forehand enough.
0-2. Side out.
Nice to see in the top left of the camera and on that previous shot some of our young players from Ireland watching the action on Championship Court here. Get a bit of inspiration. Also seeing Ollie Crawford there, another one of our young British players. And up that flies.
Point.
Just not quite controlling that bounce. If I was Stefan, I would be taking as much. There we go. Go as far back as you can and give yourself time to react. Oh.
Point.
And there's nothing. He was perfectly set to play that volley. And the net cord is so cruel.
4-0. Point.
All the hard work on that first point. And then sends that out. Such a shame there from Stefan Goodman, working hard. Got to try and find a way to get through Eric Lang here. 5-0. Oh, what a fantastic cross-court backhand there.
1 minute.
Hit with precision accuracy. And once those balls are down and going cross-court, there is nothing you can do. Possibly just shading a little bit too much to his right there from Stefan. But you have to kind of cover so much court in singles on your own. You have to gamble one way or the other. And if he goes a little bit too much the other way, it's going to go straight down the line past him. So just Eric taking his time here to set himself from the time in. Change of ends. Let's see if Stefan gets something on the board in this next phase of play.
6-0.
Great finishing volley there from Eric Lang. Nothing Stefan could do. At the net, that ball was positioned him far too wide and low. Up goes the ball, bang,
7-0.
point over. Great angle there from Eric Lang. Stefan full speed covering cross court from that ball to get to it. And just can't get enough underneath it to get it in control. But good hustle there. That's the way you're going to get some points here, Stefan.
Yes, sir. 8-0.
Yeah, they're calling it wide. Eric definitely wide on that ball. You could wish it in, but it isn't. So 0-8. Let's see if Stefan can get one on the board here.
Side out.
Nope. Too deep. Too much movement there for Stefan to control that ball. So he's side out back to Eric to serve. Looking relatively comfortable here. Got a little bit of a lead, so he can relax, not take it too hard. Great two-handed backhand there to finish off. Interestingly, Eric Lang is really hitting those first serves hard, but they're not landing that deep. But obviously with the amount of topspin that's on them, and the amount of shape he's creating, he's creating challenges. Yeah, and with that wingspan, any ball that's floating in the area is going to get punished. Eric, also one of the taller players in our tournament. Once Sam Bassett is back on the commentary, we'll be able to access some of the data given us from fans play, which will assist us in that. So match point. And Eric plays on the ball. I think he thinks that was out. Now they're playing it as in.
0-10.
Yeah, and first strike and point on the board for Stefan Grubmiller. Well done, Stefan. Yeah, he's trying to get a bit more out of the crowd and wants a bit of something.
110.
And that's long.
Point.
Oh no, they're calling it in. Oh, hang on a minute, let's have a look. Yeah, Eric's calling it in.
210.
More in than out.
Side out.
So another match point on the paddle of Eric Lang here.
10-2.
Oh, what a way
Point
to
game
finish.
match, Mr. Lang,
A
11-2.
beautiful drop roll volley. A beautiful drop roll cross court there. Firing past the outstretch forehand of Stefan Grubmiller. Yep. No point even getting anywhere near it. So we can see Max Purple Juice's man through there. Congratulating Eric Lang. Next up on championship court will be Mauro Garcia Sanchez versus Spencer Lanier, who was joined us on commentary earlier. So that'll be one of the final matches in our round robins phase. So it's a men's singles open Group F match between Mauro Garcia Sanchez and Spencer Lanier, and we'll be back after this short break.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Welcome back to the Skechers Pickleball English Open. We continue with our men's singles open Group F with a match against Mauro Garcia Sanchez and Spencer Lanier. Currently, at the moment, we can look at the league table for this box. So Spencer is fully ahead here at 2-0 with a plus 22 point difference. He hasn't lost a point all morning. Obviously, hiding his under a bushel when he was on commentary, not commenting about how well he played. And obviously, Mauro is in the same position on this box, 2-0. So this is obviously a key match between the two of these to decide who is going to probably go through as the leader of that box. And obviously, it will just come down to the final match to go. Ed Hares is in 4th place, and Max Noah Washington in 3rd. We had a pull-out on this box, so there's only 4 players in this bracket. So this will be the last match of either player. And this will decide who goes through to the bracket final is the winner from this, and obviously theoretically advantageous position. Generally the winners of the round robins get a slightly more favourable seeding, playing the second person in one of the other boxes. So at the top of our court is Mauro Garcia Sanchez, and at the bottom is Spencer Lanier. Spencer obviously joined me on commentary earlier. Very eloquent young man. Good insight into the game and obviously how he understands the game of pickleball. We'll see if he can kind of create some of that on the same sort of side of the court we're looking at here, and obviously bringing his knowledge from the commentary box to here. I'm just going to look up Mauro for you here. Just going to pull his duper up for you. So Mauro is a 5.106 duper. He's 16 years old from Rota in Spain. So obviously my co-commentator for today, Sam Basford, was out commentating on the Revolution Cup there. So obviously one of the young superstars in Europe against one of the young superstars from America. Obviously we've got a very large difference in the wingspans on court, so we should be looking to see Mauro being a lot faster and quicker around the court, potentially obviously lower centre of gravity like that Ben Corsten, Eric Lang first match we had this morning. And then Spencer, another one of those taller, athletic American boys. We've had got obviously 3 or 4 of the players substantially above 6 foot in height, which gives them that big wingspan advantage at the non-volley zone line. So we've got 1 minute left to go. If you're coming over the weekend, make sure to visit all of our vendors and our sponsors that have got stands all across the Telford International Centre. Also make sure to interact with the Fans Play app, which gives you the ability to create your own fantasy teams across the pro divisions in singles, doubles and mixed doubles across the next couple of days. You've got a chance to pick your favourite players, create a team based upon their fantasy values, and see if you end up winning the winning player for that weekend. Just the last few serves going in here to get themselves ready to play. Fantastic atmosphere all across the Telford International Centre at the moment. All 40 courts are fully active with people playing in their round robins matches across all of the 18 to 45 age brackets that are playing across this Friday in both ladies and men's singles. Tomorrow will be our gender doubles day for the open category on Championship Court, and all of our players will be playing from the 18, 35 and 45 plus categories. Just about to start underway here. Mauro is going to be starting up at 0-0. And that looks like that is in. Yep, the fist pump there for Mauro. That is perfectly calibrated on that first point. We can see on our replay there, literally hitting where the 2 lines meet. And then Mauro forces Spencer to switch hands on that backhand. So that's a quick 2-0 start. Out of the blocks very fast.
2-0.
Yeah, and that is dismissed.
Side out.
Spencer really rolling that ball over and just controlling with topspin on those 2 backhand volleys. We saw a bit of that earlier in the final with the Team Franklin on Championship Court yesterday evening. And just sends that ball long. Trying to repeat what Mauro did in that first couple of points of the match.
2-0.
Great control there, and then jump in the corner of the non-volley zone line there to make sure that volley remained legal.
Zero, 2. Point.
Great inside-out forehand there from Spencer Lanier to get his first point on the board.
1-2.
Nice dip in the forehand there, going cross court, using the full width of the court. What an acute angle. Great hustle there from Mauro to get towards the ball. But then there's an entire court to put it in, and Spencer Lanier is not going to miss that ball. That is going to go somewhere in. Doesn't matter where, because your opponent is completely off the court and almost into the advertising boards.
2-2.
So, evened up now.
Point. 3-2. Point.
So after a slow start, Spencer Lanier started to accumulate a few points comfortably on the board here.
Point.
Yeah, just a little bit overextended on that volley there from Mauro. Obviously, with his more diminutive stature, some of those high balls can be harder to get in control. And that's held wide. So we're now at the timeout, at the change of ends. Mauro coming over to his teammates over here. Is Mauro using a zebra paddle? But he certainly, I'd imagine he would be part of Team Zebra with the amount of clothing he's wearing with that brand. Also one of our sponsors in battered the paddles yesterday. For the full schedules and results, if you're following anybody at home that isn't on Championship Court, but you've got someone here competing at the Telford International Centre, if you go to pickleengland.org/2024-English-Open, you can then go to our mini site, which will get you access to the Pickle England tournament software, which will give you live updates on court allocations, all the results. So even if you're in the building, it can be beneficial with you. We have got scrolling screens around the building with upcoming matches, as well as a large championship stream video board outside the entrance to calls 1 and 2. Obviously, if you want to start on top of things at home, oh, that sounds wide. That side out has done its often trick of just disrupting the flow. If you want to stay in touch with us, keep on that Pickleball England website and you can see what's going on. All reports. Definitely looks like something happened there. Just through Spencer's timing off. But it's clearly shaking that off and ready for the next point. Oh, and that sails past the outstretched arm of Spencer Lanier there. Didn't seem to quite get set to take that ball. Yeah, he did put the split step in, just didn't seem to be quite confident enough to do that. Yeah, good on that backhand drop there from Spencer Lanier. No height at all for Mauro to work with. Obviously with our temporary courts here, sometimes ball doesn't bounce quite as high as you would think. And once again, that slightly funky spot just behind the base and where a lot of people are bouncing their ball is proving to be interesting.
6-4.
Yeah, perfect precision on the inside that forehand again. We've seen a lot of those on Championship Court today. Players running around the backhand, getting the set under the ball and then letting rip.
7-4. Point.
We can hear some stuff from Team Zebra here trying to support their players. Get them get Mauro refocused. We may find at the end of this weekend some of our players redefining their serve rituals to involve less ball bouncing, just to ensure that they get second recall coming.
8-4. Side out.
Interesting there, obviously Mauro being more diminutive of stature. Spencer trying to throw a lob up there to do something different, but Mauro up to the challenge.
Point.
I think another interesting reaction there. You can see Freddie Powell indicating 6 runs for a long ball there. Always the joker on Team Franklin. Great finish there from Spencer Lanier. Just sat there, used his extra height and reach and punished that ball being a little bit too high.
Eight, 5. Side out. 5-8.
Yeah, good drive there from Mauro. Sometimes if you hit those hard enough, your opponent has to react. And it's, even though the ball's possibly going wide, it's going to sail long. Oh, the reward for hitting topspin and lagging that wrist to get the ball over. Often when you generate a lot of topspin and some power, you get some 5-10% more likelihood of the ball going over the net if it does take contact with it. Oh, great hustle there. Apologies for Mauro for taking the net cord. A really good hustle from Spencer there to get near that ball.
Six, 8.
Oh, just couldn't quite finish it off. Perfect decision making from Spencer Lanier on the previous shot in that rally, in choosing to reset that ball from a deep position back in the middle of the court to just reset that ball again into that neutral zone in the non-volley zone, and then make a decision from there. Yeah, great movement there from Spencer. Just making that little misdirect and working really hard to ensure he retained his balance and didn't fall into the non-volley zone. And that sails wide. Really good hustle from Spencer Lanier there. Mauro had the net, but too much quality from the far end of the court.
9-7. Point.
And looks like we might have something going a little bit quirky again in that corner of the court. So we now got the first match point for Spencer Lanier. Ah. I think that was honours equal after those two previous points to reset to where we are. 7-10. And does that land in? Yeah, it does. Point. Lands in. Spencer, despairing at leaving that ball, knows he had it on his paddle, but decided to make the decision to let that ball land, and it lands in.
8-10. Side out.
And that lands out. Mauro frustrated there. He knows he had a chance. Brought a bit of momentum back into his game here, and puts match point again. And a pad to Spencer Lanier. Oh, going for the ATP to try and save it. Unfortunately, the ball didn't go around the post. And that brings victory to Spencer Lanier at 11-8, who'll be winning Group F and moving through to the round robin phase. From the round robin phase to the knockout phase later on today. Our next match coming up will be Richard Livanese Jr. versus Shrey Mishra in the men's singles open Group I. And we'll be back to you shortly after these few messages from our sponsors.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
So, welcome back to the Skechers Pickleball English Open. We're now looking at the results so far of the men's singles open Group B. We've got at the top of the table Armand Basia, who is 3-0 at the moment, with only losing 5 points all day. Second is Richard Livanese Jr., who is 2-1, and Johnny Carmichael, who is also 2-1, with exactly the same points difference as well. So, all to play for Richard Livanese on this one. Wes Jackson's in fourth from the UK, who is 1-3 so far, so he's done for the day. And then Shrey Mishra is playing his last game at 0-3. So we're looking like we expect Richard Livanese to win this relatively comfortably, Sam.
Yeah, I think so. Lots of experience on the side of Richard Livanese. Shrey, someone we're not familiar with, saw a little bit yesterday in the Battle of the Paddles on behalf of
Team
Maxwell, but obviously was mostly doubles rather than singles. So interested to see how this one plays out. I think I'd expect quite a comfortable win for Richard.
Looking at the duper here, I'm just going to pull up Richard's. I was looking at Shrey's a moment ago, who's just above a 4. And we're looking to pull Richard's here. Richard Livanese Jr.'s singles duper is 5.659, so we're looking at about a 1.8 difference. If we think about that in more generic terms, it would be looking at like your kind of 2.5 beginner playing a 4.3 top end of an English club best player. So certainly a substantial difference in ability you would expect to see here, and obviously a next gen future pro here in Richard.
Right, gentlemen.
I believe Shrey's been quite busy and active on the socials in this week so far.
To my left is Mr. Livanese, and to my right is Mr. Misra.
Byron Fraser making sure he gets the name right, just having a little stutter and pause to make sure that Shrey instructs him correctly on his surname. So 0-0, Shrey Mishra to serve.
Side out.
just a relatively regulation backhand error there, Sam?
Yeah, I think, as always, early doors can be quite difficult to sort of play your shots as you want to play them. There's always that hint of nerves as you walk on, especially to this championship court.
Evidence there.
Yeah, just leaning
very
back.
Tight.
Leaning back a little bit. Changes that contact point and the angle of the paddle.
0-0.
Let's see what the call is.
Side out.
Side out. Yeah. Just a shade wide.
0-0. Side out.
So,
go on.
I said early phases, Sam, not really anybody able to pin anything together more than 2 or 3 shots. Not really any real rallies getting initiated in this game so far.
Both players just catching the top of the net a couple of times.
Yeah, that first phase of play, that really deep serve there, really effective in getting him on top of the rally there from Livanese.
1-0.
There we go, Sam. Lovely rolled forehand down the line.
Shrey just a little bit slow up into the net. Didn't quite set before Richard made contact with the ball.
Yeah, a good couple of feet behind the non-volley zone line there, so going to cause challenges in covering your angles.
Point.
He's calling the serve out.
I think just checking
if
Byron saw it. So players are responsible for their own line calls. If they're not sure, they can defer to the referee, but the referee's call is then binding.
Point.
I think Richard starting to realise he doesn't have to sort of hit the ball too hard and fast, and actually taking a bit of pace off, being a bit more deliberate about placement might just carry him through this game.
4-0.
There we go again, Sam. Exactly as forecast.
And I think that's what we'll see sort of for the rest of this match. Moving forward.
Percentage.
5-0.
Shrey has got warmed up, Sam. We've lost the T-shirt.
We have, and clearly made an impact. That ball just finding
0-5.
The light blue outside the line.
But not that time.
Side out.
Lovely control on that volley.
$5-0.
Maybe a generous line call
out.
from Livanese, but nonetheless, back with Mishra at 0-5.
0-5.
Oh, and first point on the board for Shrey Mishra.
Yeah, nice play overall. Did well to move his feet out the way to get that inside out forehand drop, which set up the point nicely.
1-5.
Looks for the same one again.
Yep. Going to the well with the second time.
5-1.
Yeah, there we go.
Timeout.
An onslaught there at Shrey Mishra at the net.
6-1.
Yeah, tough to deal with. Richard, big wingspan, big reach, covers the net really well. So nice show of mutual respect between these two as they switch ends at 6-1. Anything you'd consider sort of giving Shrey to think about in this break?
Go for broke. Clearly there's a skilled imbalance between the two players on the court. So I think the only option you've got is go for everything as hard as you can, as wide as you can, and pray.
Ready? Time in. 6-1.
Yeah. Seeing there that there will always be the correct decision made by Richard Liverneese Jr. And then it's just going to be a case of you make one slight strategic mistake and you're finished.
Sadly up at the net, I think going to be really difficult for Mishra to win those battles.
Point.
I think there's a lack of movement ability laterally from Mishra. Just not able to get to those balls fast enough with enough balance to really control those second, fourth balls.
Difficult playing against the next gen team who are so well drilled.
Yep, and that was drilled cross-court beautifully.
Yeah, really nice ball from Richard. Got right over the top. Using that left hand on the paddle. And just guiding the ball cross-court.
9-1.
Good play there from Shrey Mishra, having to work really hard. But interestingly enough, Sam didn't really hit anything hard there, just kept moving his opponent side to side and waiting for the opportunity to finally finish the ball.
Yeah, and often give your opponent pace, it comes back faster. So giving your opponent nothing to work with often means they have to create all their own pace on the ball.
Certainly if you're not a hard-hitting team, that's the way to go.
9-1.
Yeah, good depth on that volley there from Shrey Mishra. There's nothing that Richard could do to control that.
Yeah, just got stuck under his feet a little bit, I think.
1-9.
Oh, and the net call coming into play there. So doubling Shrey Mishra score there, Sam. Got a couple to make it respectable, but we're looking like things are going very much still in Richard Liverneese Jr.'s direction.
Side out.
Yeah, nice cut on that volley there, Sam, just to keep the ball low.
Yeah, and did the job perfectly. Had Mishra running across the court.
Nothing to work with. No power to get it back.
9-2.
Generate it all from that movement.
Side
Good
out.
coverage from Shrey Mishra on that first down the line pass. And got the reward for that by creating the error on the second.
Yeah, I think Liverneese would have been a winner had it gone over the net, the second one.
Yep.
Just maybe needs to give himself a bit more margin for error. And that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Side out.
I think Shrey Mishra was questioning whether that first one was long, but then clinically finished here. No chance.
9-2. Point.
Great lean in and flick from Livanese there.
Bringing game point onto the paddle of Richard Livanese Jr.
10-2.
10-2. And sends that
Point,
wide.
game, match. 11-2
Great hustle
to
there
Mr.
from Richard
Livanese.
Livanese Jr. to get to that ball, make his opponent play one more shot and sends it wide. Winning this men's singles open group I match 11-2 against Shrey Mishra.
Don't trust me.
Coming up next, we have on Championship Court our co-coach from last weekend, Sam. Molly Nags versus Sabrina Mendes Dominguez in the Women's Singles Open Group B. If you've not seen the English Open or weren't here last year, we've got a short video here to show you how exciting the events were last year. It's only getting bigger and better this year. So let's see it's the highlight package from last year.
Let's take it high. Let's take it high. Higher, yeah, let's take it high. Let's take this higher, 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 yeah, let's take it high. Yeah, let's take it high.
So we're now back for this Women's Singles Open Group B match. We've got a 3-minute warm-up about to start with Molly Nags on the top of our screen, playing against Sabrina Mendez, who's from Spain, and we're just seeing the ladies warm up here. Obviously, Sabrina had a quality win earlier in the day. Just looking to get some access to the results of the ladies so far, or the table that we're on Group B for the ladies so far. We haven't seen as much action from this group on the court. Be interested on the call here because obviously Molly Nags is a sort of compadre of myself and Sam in the commentary booth today. We were running a clinic last weekend. But obviously we're going to retain our professionalism on the call here and make sure that things are equal for both ladies on the court. And so this is the big match in this box. This will decide almost certainly who goes through. Molly Nags wins this at 3-3 with a strong positive points difference of 17 points positive. She remains at the top of the box. Even if she loses this match, she will remain 3-1 and will remain top of that chart simply due to points difference. It's not going to be possible to beat her by 14 in a game to 11. So we're absolutely certain that Molly Naggs has a win or lose. She will come out of this box on top. In third place, we have Lauren Mercado, one of our next-gen players. It's 1 and 3. It's going to be unable to sort of bring that one back. We've had a withdrawal of Ivy Shetter at the bottom of this box, so we're only going to have 4 matches per lady. In fourth place, we have Caroline Ostrozek, and fifth is Caroline Nothnagel. Both of those players are playing for Team Diadem. Carolina is from Poland, and Caroline is the sales manager for Diadem Europe. So obviously, we've seen her on Championship Court today, fully kitted out by one of our main sponsors. So this should be an interesting fixture coming up here. Obviously, we'll look to see Molly playing relatively loosely, knowing that she can play with no real worry about stakes, but obviously big competitor in Molly will play with pride and want to make sure she puts a good performance on Championship Court here for the first time today. So, ladies just being pulled in. I think we got the 15-second call. I can see Sam is now walking back to the commentary position. So I think he's going to join me on the call for this match. We have referee Byron Fresso. Just getting the last little things together here. And we have Sabrina Mendez to start by the looks of this here. Yep, just taking a little sip of water, and Molly Naggs just getting ready to play. We should be looking for some quite dynamic hard hitting from Molly Naggs, who's very much known for the power that she can generate in her shots.
What a start.
Yep. Quality pickable there.
1-0. Point.
I think Molly needs to switch out of whatever's going on.
2-0.
First couple of points. Interesting, Sam, in the positions in the league table at the moment, Molly is already qualified as winner of this round robin group.
Oh, really?
She's positive 14, with Sabrina only positive 4. So, positive 3. So she can't win by 14 in a game to 11.
Point.
So win or lose, Molly is through as the winner of the round robin.
Certainly be good for confidence and momentum, though, nonetheless, to take the win. And it won't be something she'll have considered in any case.
Side out.
It's very much going to be a race to the net in this match. Sabrina, we've seen always wanting to come forward. I was just discussing with Molly beforehand, and that's very much the plan.
And Molly will just keep cracking passing shots from the baseline if you don't put that return exactly where it needs to go.
Yeah. So
and there's not a lot of margin for error where Molly cannot hit a powerful ground straight from the baseline on that third. I won't see many third shot drops, I'd imagine, from Molly here.
Side out.
Yeah, the plan is very much big serve and try and force a weaker return to get into the net, and big return.
Point.
You can see as well, Sabrina, same thing, wants to get in straight away.
5-1. Point.
And we're at the side out already,
Time
Sam.
out. Change ends. 6-1.
Yeah, quicker switch up than
Molly
would have liked.
Molly all ready to play here, looking to go straight back into the next point. Sabrina taking as much time as she needs in this timeout. Clearly confident in her process at the moment. No need to get on court before she needs to. Obviously, this is where you can potentially change the momentum in a match, as we have no timeouts in our round robins. So Sabrina looking to maximise every moment of that 1 minute she has. Molly's just there, ready to go.
Funny, because you might have considered it would be the other way around.
Absolutely would think that, but I've seen this happen before with Molly. Let's get on that court and get going again. Next point is no different to the previous point.
6-1.
Reset that mindset and carry on.
Side out.
Good point construction there for Molly Nags.
Changed up the return, went to the forehand.
1-6.
And there we go. A little bit of help from the nets to get that second point on the board for Molly Nags.
And sometimes it's just what players need is something to go in their favour that they can then use.
Side out.
Molly uses quite an extreme grip on her forehand, doesn't she, Sam? Very much from that tennis background that she has.
6-2.
It just means she has to be very deliberate about the shots that she plays.
Point.
Yeah, they're just sailing a fraction long.
7-2.
Nice cut volley there for Molly Nags.
Side out.
And again, net cord certainly helps, but nonetheless still had to execute the backhand volley.
2-7.
Yeah, great inside out forehand there for Molly Nags. That grip change really allows her, doesn't she, Sam, to get over that ball and direct it across court.
And again, it's something I spoke to Molly about yesterday. Playing that inside out forehand from the baseline. She's got such good shape on the ball, giving herself the distance to get the ball up and down.
Molly frustrated. She did all the hard work there to get to the net.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough when you've sort of got into a rhythm on your forehand and that one ball to the backhand. Sabrina did really well to bring that ball back across.
7-3. Side out. Three, 7. Point.
Just wide.
Just
with
wide,
the
I think.
backhand. Gap just starting to close.
4-7.
Point by point.
Side out.
Just need to kind of build that game 1 point at a time. Don't look too much at the finishing line. Just look at the next milestone down the road. That's an excellent return there for Molly Nags, right in the corner, making Sabrina Mendes move all the way across the court to get access to her forehand.
That's it, and something we've spoken about fairly consistently today is changing up the return, changing the look for your opponent.
4-7. Point.
And again, plan A, big serve.
Yeah. And Molly can go big on these.
5-7.
Can't get that down.
Side out.
She's there, but just pulled up a little early.
Yeah, I think just stood and watched that first forehand for a little bit too long. But nonetheless, Sabrina struggling to score on serve at the moment.
Giving Molly that chance to peg one back. It's ebbing and flowing, Sam, on this court.
Started at 7-2,
5-7.
now 7-5.
Oh, great shot there from Sabrina Mendes. I'm starting to get some shades of PPL round one this year when Molly was knocking it back after being down big in a couple of games. One at a time. We can rely upon her to be mentally resilient and strong
7-5.
every point and phase of a game.
Point.
I think just a little bit unsure. Bit of indecision on the side of Sabrina Mendes. Might have just come through on that decision from Molly.
8-5. Foot fault. False serve. You're coming off the floor before you making contact with the ball. Okay, both feet are off the floor when you make contact.
Sabrina called for a foot fault by referee Byron Fraser for lifting the foot before contact.
I would trust Byron on that call.
Yeah, 1 foot needs to be grounded. We've said before as well, with Sabrina gets very close to that centre line.
That's a harder call for them to make on the umpiring side of the court, which we can from our commentary position here. Being directly behind show court in front, we can call that centre line perfectly. We saw a couple of people earlier today, wasn't it? Simon was another one that was very, very close. So we're looking here, there's
8-5.
an inch or two, maybe that's it. We go back to that wide shot. I'm not sure she's not stepping on that line, Sam, are you?
Side out.
It's very, very close. And it's...
Line is okay, over line is not, correct?
Yeah, and good call from Byron, because if you watch very closely when Sabrina serves, she does just lift both feet off the floor.
Yeah, what a shot there for Molly Nags. Point. Biggest round of applause of the day for that point.
Nadal-esque forehand down the line. Whipped that paddle round.
Another one peg back, Sam.
Lots of support for our British players in the crowd.
And again,
point.
Lovely bit of topspin on that one-hander for Molly Nags.
7-8. Point.
Good point construction there again from Molly Nags. We're seeing Sabrina Mendes is afraid to come forward at the moment, or not able to come forward.
It's tough when, you know, she's come in the last couple of points before that one, had those tough volleys up at the net, got passed down the line with the forehand. She's going to have a bit of an impact on confidence.
Yep, again, she's trying to go in there and not. Yeah, Byron Fraser confirming the call.
But tied back.
Yeah.
8-8.
All to play for, Sam. Paddle on, ball on Sabrina Mendes. Paddle, what are we going to see here? Let's look at that centre line again. And that is in.
Side out.
Beautifully hit. We can see our co-commentator sitting next to Peter Hitchman on Molly's bench. Hopefully might be able to get Julia Stevens on commentary later today. Certainly you'll be hearing a lot more of her over the weekend whilst I'm competing the next couple of days.
8-8.
Great change. Great change from Molly, going more to the forehand of Sabrina.
And her first lead for a long time,
9-8.
Sam.
First lead in the game.
Yeah.
Sabrina trying to find the backhand of Molly Nags a little bit more. Molly's done a great job so far, running around, finding her forehand.
Yeah, great drop there from Molly Nags in the baseline. Using all that shape on her one-hander to get that ball to dip in front of Sabrina Mendes there.
We've seen Sabrina struggle a few times with that ball below the height of the net, a little bit off pace.
9-8.
Have to work it on that one. And that goes long.
Point.
So game point on the paddle of Molly Nags.
10-8.
This time going to the backhand. And there we go, the passing shot for Molly Nags to finish.
Match 11-8 to Miss Nags.
Fantastic comeback there for Molly Nags to finish 11-8 against Sabrina Mendes.
Yeah, fantastic gameplay. And do you know what? As you said earlier, Rob, the mental resilience, being down the whole game up until getting to 9, and having, the strength to bring it back, and then sort of the level-headedness to follow through and finish it off. I think we're finally starting to see how good Molly Nags can be.
Yeah. Certainly she preaches into her players about mental resilience, backing yourself. How many times have we heard that last weekend? Back yourself.
Absolutely. So next up, I think we're getting to the tail end of these round robin matches. This might be the last one of the round robins before we head on to knockout. We'll have Thadia Locke against Priyanka Mehta upcoming next.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
like, then Rohan came and said, that's not, so Pranav, sorry, it's Rohita, that's it, yeah. So Pranav then came and said, but this isn't fair. He only complained when all the game scores have gone in and he hadn't got through.
And he mentioned that he signed the thing. He didn't call for the referee during the game, and he signed the sheet.
So what you're looking for me for advice is whether it should be replayed, it should not be replayed.
It should not be replayed. Okay.
Yes, sometimes you get bad calls, you get good calls, all part of the game. Okay, and well, the bottom line is that if it was a situation that was really egregious enough, he should have at least called.
And call for the ref.
Yeah. No, I agree. But
we wanted your opinion
yes,
on it.
So your rule.
We both didn't want to be the judge.
Yeah, we didn't. No, we don't want to make the bad calls. So okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Well, it's.
Okay, we're just taking a short break here whilst we're finishing up the round robin phases, and we'll start the knockout matches on Championship Court soon. If you're watching on Facebook, your live stream will stop shortly, and we'll then be restarting with the knockout phases in the men's and ladies doubles, men's and ladies singles. Very shortly, once we're able to get that underway, we'll have a new stream up on Facebook, so keep refreshing that page and keep an eye out for the next stream when you're watching on Facebook. Otherwise, we'll be back when we get our next match on Championship Court. Just going to take a short break now, but keep tuned. At some point, we'll be coming back live.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
it's win by 2.
7 again. 40 all.
Testing, testing.
They changed the drawing. Because he made a mistake.
Okay, ladies, 15 seconds. I have Aaliyah Brown on my right, serving to Riley Bonart on my left. 1 game to 15. Change ends at 8. Time in. 0-0.
So we've got our first knockout match this afternoon. Riley Bonart on the far side of the court and Aaliyah Brown on the near side of the court. Slight change to our format, Sam. We are playing first to 15. Is it win by 1 or win by 2, Sam?
I would imagine it's win by 2 because it's knockout, but
1-0.
don't quote me on that.
1 timeout, I would assume, Sam?
Yes, I think so. Now we've progressed into knockouts.
Side out.
So we've seen 2 of our next-gen females coming through their round robins to play each other.
0-1.
Had Riley played on championship courts? I also saw Aaliyah earlier.
Riley played against Alexa on championship court. Alexa Scholl. Oh,
Side out.
beautiful pass shot there from Aaliyah Brown down the line.
1-0.
Lost out to Alexa Scholl in a very close match. So this match will determine who progresses. Into
Side
the
out.
quarterfinals.
So have we seen any unexpected people coming through our round robin phases to get into the
0-1.
knockout round, Sam?
I think there's probably a few omissions that we maybe would have expected to get through.
Side
So
out.
because of that last result, Sabrina Mendez misses out on the knockout stages. She would have definitely been someone
1-0.
that we would have expected to qualify.
Point.
Great depth from Aaliyah.
2-0.
So winner of this match goes on to face Peichuan Cao in the quarterfinal.
Side
That will
out.
be a challenge for either of these ladies. Pei
Well,
having a lot of success around the world in obviously
0-2.
sort of Asia and Australian pickleball, as well as some US Open big wins as well. Oh,
Point.
was that a misconnection of Ali's Paddy there?
Yeah, I think just took her eye off the ball last minute.
Looked like she's really up on that rally as well.
Yeah, she's put herself in a really good
1-2.
position.
What a great passing
Side
shot
out.
there.
Sort of similar to Lauren Mercado, we've seen Aaliyah really working that two-handed backhand cross court.
Lots of topspin, lots of dip.
2-1.
Very difficult to control the ball even if you can get to it. And there we've got the
Side
forehand
out.
version from Riley Bonart. So first point on the
1-2.
board there for Riley. 1-2. Yeah,
Point.
finally the passing shot there from Riley Bonart. Played a ball that possibly could have been wide a couple of shots earlier, but kept sticking in that rally. And successful with that
2-2.
ball passing Aaliyah Brown at the net.
Point.
Slightly loose return there.
3-2. Side out.
Still very common even at the highest level to let something
2-3.
that frustrated you in the last point affect you in the next. And
Yep.
often we see a missed return almost immediately after an unforced error.
Yep.
Quite a lot of the time.
Oh, lovely control there with a little bit of help from the net from Alia Brown. I remember doing the clinic last year with Susanna, and she was talking about how you need to let that last point out of your head, which is easier said than done, Sam.
Three. Side out.
And again, as we've seen, not really either player taking the game sort of by the bull of the horns at the moment.
Wow. Oh, what a way to end the point. There was some really, really precision shot making there, moving their opponent side to side. Just finishing by the net.
Point.
Right in the corner there from Alia Brown, but Sam, we've seen more of that traditional lady single strategy of staying back and not aggressively attacking the net, which we saw in that game with Molly and Sabrina earlier. Certainly a more grindy, sort of attritional kind of game we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think both
4-3.
women happy to stay at the back, trade from the baseline.
Great shot there from Alia Brown. Lots of control on that ball.
And you can just see almost a slight hesitation to approach
5-3.
from Riley. Wasn't quite the right ball, didn't quite execute the approach in the manner she would have liked.
Point. What was that?
Is Alia calling that ball on the
Yeah, I
baseline
think
long? Yeah.
Confirmed by Marsha Fraser.
Also with the husband and wife
6-3.
refereeing team, no problems with actually having arguments in this format because there's only one on the court. Oh, what a great backhand there from Riley Boner.
Apology afterwards. Might have just clipped sort of the edge of the paddle on the way through, but nonetheless, very effective.
3-6.
Oh, and there we go.
Side out.
Ping pong. Same shot from the other side of the court. Slightly cleaner hit, maybe, Sam.
6-3. Side out.
Just long on the forehand. Just a bit early on contact
3-6.
for Alia. And the camera takes a hit.
I'm sure John in the commentary booth beside us here, he's taking a look at his insurance policy.
4-6. Side out.
So again, a bit backwards and forwards so far in the first half of this game.
6-4.
Oh! Yeah. No, I
Side
think
out.
It bounced anyway.
yeah. All pickleball players are thinking, no. Oh, at least we didn't have a Jeannie Bouchard net interface incident there, Sam.
Yeah, could have been worse.
A lot worse.
4-6.
Oh, great forehand again. Something we've seen a lot of more precision topspin from our next-gen players on championship court today.
5-6.
Yeah, I think it's been a common theme today. We've looked for sort of placement over sheer power.
Great pick up there. That ball came on Riley Bonner a little bit early and a little bit close. Not completely able to swing freely through that ball.
Side out.
She's doing well at the moment to pick her moments on approach. Just couldn't quite angle that inside out forehand up and over the net.
Six, 6. Side
Again,
out.
confident approach from Riley up to the net.
6-6.
Lovely finish
Point.
there. The whole court to put it in. And just precision placement there, not trying to hit it too hard, just get it anywhere in, far enough away from your opponent.
I think when Riley's come up to the net,
7-6.
she has really dominated in the majority of points so far.
Point. Timeout. Change ends. 8-6. 1 minute.
So 1 minute at the change of ends. Rob, anything for you for either player that you'd like to see?
It's sort of ebbing and flowing back and forth relatively regularly. No one's really getting on a big run. It's just who can execute their game plan better, I think. I'm not seeing anything particularly bad on either side of the court. They've got quality shot making. So I think it's just if they can keep consistent in their outcomes, they're going to be in a good place. And obviously, just while we're taking a short break, if you're at home and you want to follow the outcomes of some of your favourite players from the UK and around the world, or if you're aware of anybody that's new to the that's in the arena and you want to keep up to track with their friends and their outcomes, you can go to the Pickleball England website at picklebalengland.org/2024-English-Open, and there you can access our Pickleball
Time
England
in.
mini site with regards to
8-6.
all the details of the Open this week. And there we go from Aliyah Brown, a great
Side
forehand
out.
cross court. Instant impact straight out of the end of change of ends.
And I think it will be a good confidence
6-8.
booster for Aliyah. Like you said, she's been doing really well so far, just on the wrong end of the score at the moment.
Oh, what a great
Side
backhand there. Working really hard to get her feet set for that, and not quite in the
8-6.
optimum position, but still fought hard to get outside that ball to get it to dip in.
Point.
There we go. That
Reward straight for that.
previous point, I think
9-6.
Aliyah probably thought she'd won it with that backhand cross court. And then unforced error on the return of serve.
Great hustle there.
pickups. Fantastic pickups from both players in that rally.
10-6.
Especially that last backhand volley from Riley did
Timeout
really well to
receiver.
redirect that ball.
10-6. 1 minute.
So timeout called from Aliyah Brown at 10-6. Taking on some advice from next-gen teammate Lauren Mercado.
Riley Bonak just sort of tallying herself down, trying to stay in the zone, kind of distancing herself slightly maybe from her opponent. That very looks like she's going to be ready first, ready to go for it first.
15 seconds. Receiver, 1 timeout remaining. Server, receiver, no timeouts remaining. Server, 1 timeout.
Sorry, restart now with
Time in.
the serve on Riley Bonet serve.
10-6. Point.
And that timeout unsuccessfully in arresting that momentum. Another point on the board for Riley Bonet.
11-6.
And Aaliyah Brown
Point.
working really hard to stay alive in that point. Good hustle, but unfortunately unable to remain successful. And another point to Riley Bonet.
12-6.
And now at 12-6.
Point.
Absolute precision play there from Riley Bonet. Just settling down, 2 points to go. Wow, what hustle there from Riley Bonet to get that ball cross court, Sam.
Yeah, fantastic angle. And we've seen now a few times a sort of favoured shot when she's a little bit out of position on that backhand side is to go back cross court.
14-6.
She's done a really great job making that shot in this game.
Oh, that's
Point
a horrible
game
way for that match to end.
15-6. Miss Boner.
Unfortunate bounce for Aaliyah Brown, but full credit to Riley Bonet. Takes the win 15-6, progresses on to the quarterfinals where she will play against Pei Chuan Cao.
Coming up next on Championship Court and the Skechers Pickleball Open, it is Ryla de Hart versus Fahim Karim in the Men's Singles Open round of 16. We'll be back after these short messages from our sponsors.
No matter the type of player you are,
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
no matter your gender, no matter your age,
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport, and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
So we have a change to our scheduled match on the Championship Court on the Skechers Pickleball English Open. Our next match will be Armand Batia versus Jaden Broderick in the Men's Singles Open round of 32. We'll have a little look ahead of ourselves of what's got coming to come from here. So obviously Fahim qualified through here. So we've got Ryla de Hart is going to play Fahim Karim in the next phase of 16. Armand Batia and Jaden Broderick, the winner of that, will play against Simon Swatko we were watching earlier, Simon with the very large service motion. James Chowdhury's got a bye here, so waiting for the winner of Aditya Rahalia and Richard Livernice. That's going to be a match and a half.
That's a tasty round of 16 match, and as is the next one.
Marcelo Jazim versus William Sobek. That's going to be a real battle there. And then Max Purple Jesus Manthu's got himself a bye. and he's playing Mateusz Matisek, you were talking to earlier.
Yeah, these are stacked quarterfinals. Round of 16 matches.
Louis Leville versus Spencer Lanier, who joined us on commentary earlier. Another really stacked match. Jack Monroe's got a bye, and he's going to be playing against the winner of Caden Seaward and Cameron Luring. And then our final one we've got is Mauro Garcia Sanchez versus Eric Lang. That is literally little and large.
Yeah, depth upon depth upon depth in the men's singles here at the English Open. We do have a round of 32 match coming your way. So this is to qualify in. It was due before the women's game, but there were a couple of issues with scores input into the system, so those were rectified by our tournament team. So just brief change of schedule.
If you're coming here for the weekend, please be mindful that this is staffed by a team of volunteers. So if the odd error creeps in, be kind, be gentle, but obviously just make people aware as early as you can. You have a better chance of getting things put right before things go too far down the line.
Looks like these players are just going to start their warm-up.
I place it out there? Yeah? Huh? Nothing. Okay, 15 seconds, gentlemen.
Okay, 1 game to 15, win by 2. We'll change ends when we get to 8. Time end, 0-0.
So first strike there to Jaden Broderick in this round of 32 match between Armand Bhatia and Jaden Broderick. What are we expecting to see here, Sam?
Certainly expecting a big wind up on the serve of
Yep.
Jaden.
I get slightly even taller versions of your younger brother vibes off of Jaden Broderick at times, Sam.
Yeah, big left-hander. We saw him earlier just lose out to Aditya Ruhela.
But managed to come back through again to get into the round of 32. Lovely passing shot there.
Point.
Yeah, Armand, part of the Northern Crocs MLP Australia team that were Season 1 champions. I believe got picked up very early on in the Season 2 draft. Just lagging that contact point a little bit too much in line with him as opposed to out in front.
Zero two. Point.
Clean winner hit there. Error off this returner serve.
1-2.
Big wind up twice in that rally. Unsuccessful on the second one.
Yeah, the amount of backswing you take
2-1
when swinging, the more backswing, the less time you've got, or the less time it feels like you've got when you come to hit the ball. The lesser backswing you can take, the more time you've got to sort of decide what you want to do and then make it happen.
I'm always a big fan, Sam, of a slightly truncated backswing, just to simplify the mechanics.
Side out.
The less complicated machine tends to fail less often, and less signal, less noise.
Yeah. Armand going for, seems like the Molly Nags tactic of big serves, big returns, finishing the point sooner rather than later.
One, two. Point.
Nice combination from Jaden.
Decent coverage of the non-volley zone there by Armand, but couldn't get enough on that first volley.
2-2.
And that goes long.
Saw that a few times earlier, just a bit keen to get into the net, understandable.
Just rushing through the stroke a little bit, Sam. What a great inside out forehand there from Jaden Broderick.
And you see the success there of the slightly shorter backswing.
Yep.
Didn't emphasize it as much.
4-2.
Had a bit more time to pick his spot and execute.
Plus a bit of disguise.
Point.
Those short on backswings mean you've got the ability to very much slow down or change things at the last second. Not as easy to do with a big wind up. Plus also you telegraph what's coming. you think about it at the volley zone, it's a lot of flicks to kind of disguise that last second change of pace or direction.
5-2. Side out. 2-5.
Just catches the top of the net with the forehand.
Five, 2. Side out.
The forehand lands
2-5.
just wide.
Point.
Armour doing a great job of getting past Jaden. 6'5", as we discussed earlier, big wingspan. Just wasn't quite up at the non-volley zone line in time to intercept that ball.
3-5. Point.
The return goes deep, so as we said earlier, often unforced error followed by missed service return.
4-5. Point. Five. Let's go.
What a great passing shot there by Armand Bhatia.
Just catches the inside of that sideline. Retakes the lead. Good run from Bhatia.
Side out.
Can't quite follow up with another point.
Five, 6. Point.
A nice inside out. Backhand this time from Jaden. Catches the sideline, brings him level.
Six. Side out. 6-6. Point.
So again,
7-6.
retakes the lead, 7-6.
Ah, great handspell there at the net.
Timeout. Change
Both
hands.
players fully
8-6.
extending to get there.
1 minute.
And the mini timeout is going to be taken, and the point goes to Armand Bhatia.
Yeah, he's done well to just move Jaden side to side throughout the sort of last few points in this match. Just creating a bit more space.
Fifteen seconds, gentlemen.
So elsewhere, Aditya Ruhela progressing on to face James Chowdhury. in the round of 16. Will Sobek defeating Marcelo Jardim to move on to the quarterfinals. Eric Lang also progressing into the quarterfinals by taking down Mauro Garcia Sanchez.
8-6.
Oh, just going wide there on that cross-court dink. Kissing the net and just interfering with the flight path of that ball. So,
6-8.
side out. Excellent pick up there from Armand Bartia to get that ball back cross-court behind Jaden Broderick.
Yeah, really good reach into the non-volley zone. Net cord goes against Broderick that time. So first point out of the switch of ends for Bartia.
9-6.
A lovely little drop there from Armand to get that ball really close to net, leaving Jaden no option to put that ball back into the net.
Did incredibly well to get that ball without touching the net.
10-6. Point.
Jaden just looking down at the floor there. Maybe didn't quite get the bounce he was preferring for that shot.
11-6. Side out.
Armand goes for the fairly ambitious, but certainly not out of reach down the line drive.
It's a bit of work here to do for Jaden to get back to parity with Armand in this game. And that brings one.
That will certainly help.
7-11. Side out.
And again, not afraid, Armand, to go straight at Jaden when he had the opportunity.
11-7.
Can seem a bit unfriendly, but it's nothing personal.
Point.
Bartia just making Broderick stretch a little bit.
12-7. Side out. Timeout, server. 7-11, 1 minute.
So Broderick takes a timeout, I think, just to have a sit down, reset as much as he can. Taking on some advice from Next Gen coach Lee Whitwell. As you can see, just behind the camera.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the resumption of play. If you are interested in following along back home, you can go to pickleball.org/2024-English-open, where you can access our mini site, which will give you access to the Pickleball England tournament software, where you can follow everybody's results across every bracket in these 7 days of competition
15 seconds,
at the Telford International Centre. You'll be able to follow people from home, see what any court changes and matches if you're going to come here and compete later in the week. Make sure you keep checking that rolling ticker that's personalised to you on your particular registration email, or if you're in the venue or watching back home, you can keep up to date with everything that's going on here. But obviously we've only got live stream content here from Championship Court. It's about to resume again at 7:12.
Time in. 7-12. Point.
And that's one, same out the timeout.
Yeah, it's
doing his trick.
Been a fairly routine volley for Bhatia so far in this match. Just doesn't quite catch it as cleanly as he has been doing.
12.
That's a great ATP there from Arman Bhatia, putting that right around the post. Trying to get his paddle on it, but no ability to control that ball going back cross court. Really nice play there.
12-8. Point.
And again, often we see, a few times even in this game, a service return
13-8.
error following a point where players feel like they should have done better.
Point.
And
And
again,
there we go
another
again.
return.
Also with our younger players, maybe not as resilient as you may find some very more experienced pros in the game here.
14-8.
That brings up first game point for Bhatia.
Should bring him out of the round of 32, and there we go. He qualifies
15-8.
into the
Goes to
round of
Arman.
16. Who's he facing next, Sam?
Let's have a look. I suspect his next match will be fairly soon, just to keep things ticking over. Moves on to face Simon Zaworko from Poland, someone we saw earlier on. And winner of that match will play the winner of our next, I believe, next match on Championship Court, which is Fahim Karim playing against Ryler de Hart. So all to play for here in the men's singles. If you've not been to the English Open before and you're watching at home and you feel like you want to get a flavour of what it's like to be at the English Open, take a look at this video.
Woo!
So we're just in the warm-up here for this round of 16 match between Ryder Dahart and Fahim Karim. It's the battle of the lefties here. Freeman's on the far side of the court, with Ryder Dahart nearest to us on camera. Whilst you're at home, you can obviously interact and take part in the bigger English Open event through the Fans Play app, one of our sponsors this week. You can look at click into now and look at the live leaderboard for the teams that have been set on here. And in men's singles, our leader currently is Mauro Sanchez with 136.62 points. In second place is Mateus Matsic with 136.52 points. And third is Stuart Parmenter with 129.28 points. If you're looking at the women's singles, the current leaderboard for our people taking part, we have got Pei-Chun Kao at 122 points. Bruce Renriques picks at 71.36. And third is Ronnie Bono on 60 points from their pick. Certainly we've seen here that success here from the people in the building that play in the game, having a good job at drafting their fantasy league teams out of the Fans Play app.
Okay, 1 game to 15, win by 2. We'll change ends when we get to 8. Time in, 0-0. Point. One zero.
Okay, this is the men's featured round of 16 game between near side Ryder Dahart and far side Fahim Karim. Fahim based in Portugal. Plays a lot of tournaments on the Portugal Pickleball Tour.
Side out.
Ryler, the reigning English Open men's singles champion from last year, looking to defend his title. I believe went undefeated through the round robin.
1-1. Side out. One. Point.
And great play from Ryler. Moving forward after that dipping ball, taking advantage of Fahim being out of position.
2-1.
And that time choosing to leave the higher ball as it was going long.
3-1. Point.
And Ryler's got a real good ability to whip round the ball with that left-handed forehand. Just guides the ball away
4-1.
from the player at the net.
Side out. One, 4. Side out.
Great pickup from Ryler. De Hart on that ball.
4-1. Point.
Been a few net cords in this match so far. Extends the lead to 4 points.
5-1.
And again, great job by
Side
Kareem dealing with that lower ball below the height of the net.
1-5. Point.
Volley goes long.
2-5. Side out. Five, 2.
Ryler
Side
just
out.
not quite getting that ball to drop enough cross court.
2-5. Side out.
Backwards and forwards at the moment. Struggling to find a rhythm
5-2.
with scoring points.
Point.
There's one. Freebie for Ryler De Hart moves him to 6.
6-2. Point.
Thought that might have been creeping over, but just lands short off the edge of the paddle. So one more point to take
7-2.
De Hart to the turn.
Point.
And
Timeout.
comes from
Change ends.
an unforced return
8-2.
error
1 minute.
from the paddle of Kareem. Just needs to settle down a little bit here. Really easy to let these unforced errors get on top of you. De Hart looking fairly cool, calm and collected thus far.
$15 seconds. Time in. 8-2. Side out.
Just goes wide after creating the space.
2-8. Side out.
And it's going to be difficult
8-2.
for Kareem to get back into this game
Point.
with these unforced errors starting to creep in. Missed serve, missed return.
9-2. Side out.
Ryler De Hart just catching the top of the net. We've seen a few times, but plenty of cushion
2-9.
for him at the moment.
Side out. Nine two.
Great volley by
Point.
Kareem in the first instance, just couldn't quite follow up. Again, that forehand of Ryler just
10-2.
moving away from him at all times.
Side out. Two 10. Point. Three 10. Point. Four 10. Side out.
Again, unforced error from Kareem. Think about those two serves,
10-4.
and I think 4 returns that have gone either long or into the net.
Point.
It's just the difference in the scoreboard.
Eleven 4.
What a volley from
Point.
De Hart. Kareem did so well to get that ball up and down.
4. Point.
Change up from De Hart works really nicely. Backspin on the drop keeps the ball low.
13 4. Side out. Four 13. Point.
Certainly be welcome for Fahim Kareem. See if he can add
5-13.
on.
Point.
Gets an unforced error off the serve.
6 13.
Follows up with a
Side out.
couple of nice drops, just popped up a little bit too high onto that forehand of Ryler, taking no
13-6.
prisoners. Just a little bit
Side
slow
out.
to move those feet and create enough space for the big inside out forehand.
6 13. Point. 7 13.
And again, fantastic volley from
Side
De
out.
Hart. Opening that paddle face, generating a bit of backspin, just takes the ball further away
13 7.
from his opponent.
Point.
With the help from the net cord, brings up match point here in the round of
14-7.
16. And the third shot drop.
Game match.
The backhand slice works beautifully.
15-7.
Right at the heart, through to the quarterfinals, where he will face the winner of Armin Bhatia and Simon Zawotko.
Okay, you got it.
Next up for us, we have a women's singles quarterfinal between Alexa Scholl and Brooke Revuelta. Before that, a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back shortly.
No matter the type of player you are,
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender,
no matter your age,
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport.
and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you. Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
All right, I have Alex on my right, Rook on my left. 1 to 15, changing ends at 8. Time in. 0-0. Point. 1-0.
Underway in our women's singles quarterfinal. Matchup between, on the near side in the pink, Alexa Schull, and on the far side in the red and black, Brooke Revuelta. Trading net cords at the start of this match.
One zero. Fault, right foot, side out.
Foot fault called on Alexa Schull. Right foot just crossing over. You can see the heel there, catching the non-volley zone line.
Point.
Schull doing really well to stay in that rally, just missing that last drive.
1-1.
Great depth and direction from Revuelta.
2-1. I'll recall. 2-1. Point.
Schull just looking for that shorter cross-court backhand. Need a little bit more height.
3-1.
To change the flight of the ball when you're looking to change how far it's going to go. And that's a great drop from Schull. That time adjusted the height nicely, gave it a bit more room over the net.
1-3.
And allowed the ball to drop down.
Side out.
Just catches the top of the net. Going over the higher part of the net. So again, just slight adjustment needed from Schull.
3-1. Side out. One, 3. Point.
Does well to apply pressure.
Two, 3. Point.
And great backhand down the line from Schull, reducing the amount of time Revuelta had to get to the ball.
3-3. Point.
Nice trading from both players. Neither net cord going in favour of Revuelta, which means Schull takes the lead at 4-3.
4-3. Point.
Revuelta just a bit hasty to hit
5-3.
sort of a bigger drive. And great drop
Side out.
from Revuelta. Good change up. And as we've said all along, providing that different look for your opponent.
Side out.
Scholl has done a fantastic job with that sort of inside out backhand down the line, coming in, approaching, taking full advantage.
5-3. Point.
Yeah, playing really confidently at the moment is Scholl. Striking the ball nicely. 4 points on the bounce for her. 5 points even.
6-3. Point.
Might see a timeout coming from Revuelta sooner or later. There is the switch of ends
7-3.
also to contend with. Just repositioning the camera here.
Point, timeout, change ends, 8-3, 1 minute.
It gets the timeout regardless at 8-3. Again, Lee Whitwell coming in with some advice for Revuelta. Scholl playing really confidently, making good contact with the ball. So I think if I'm Brooke Revuelta, just looking to, again, focus, keep it basic. Deep returns, maybe coming into the net a bit more. We saw earlier on against Calpe Chuan.
Seconds.
When Revuelta
Time
approached
in.
into the net, she was fairly
8-3.
confident with the volleys.
Point.
Doesn't give too much away.
9-3.
And there we see approach
Side
into
out.
the net, followed up by a great drop volley from Revuelta. I'd like to see that a little bit more
3-9.
from her in the second half of this game.
Point.
Unforced error off the return, as we've seen a few times.
4-9.
There we go. Approach into the net. Deep approach, puts the pressure on Scholl and generates the error. All of a sudden just feels like the
5-9.
momentum has shifted a little bit in this match.
Side out.
Almost a bit too keen to get to the net on that instance.
Nine five.
So good
Point.
from Alexa Scholl. Saw the ball early, whipped round that forehand. Net cord, I don't think made a difference to the outcome of the shot. But takes the
10-5.
lead up to 10-5.
Side out.
Goes just wide. Had a bit more room to work with there. Maybe she gave herself credit for.
5-10. Point. Six 10. Side out. 10-6. Point.
Huge forehand down the line from Alexa Scholl.
11-6. Point. Timeout, receiver.
And
12-6.
timeout
1 minute.
prompted by that big forehand. So called by Brooke Revuelta at 6-12. I think again just the same advice from when we had the switch of ends. Looking to get into the net. Deep return. Keep it nice and simple. And when she's made that happen, she has been successful.
15 seconds. Receiver, 1 timeout remaining. Server, receiver, 0 timeouts remaining. Server,
As you
1
can
timeout.
see, winner of this match moves on to the
Time in.
semi-finals,
12-6.
where they will face Thadia Locke. Great
Side
backhand drive from Revuelta. Bit flatter, a bit heavier.
Point.
There we go. First opportunity. Approaches the net. Safe-ish approach shot.
7-12. Side out.
It seems at the moment like first person to approach the net has a higher chance of being victorious.
12-7. Side out.
Great counter from Revuelta, going back down the line to Scholl's forehand. Lots of
7-12.
support in the YouTube comments for Alexa Scholl. Showing out really well here so far today.
Point.
Classic case of commentator's curse there. So hope I haven't jinxed it.
8-12. Side out.
Just wide on the flat backhand from Revuelta, but it's done well to stay in this match. It did look at one point as if it was going to just trickle away from her. And again, great forehand from Alexa Scholl, takes her to within 2 points.
13-8. Point.
And great play from Scholl, in total control of that rally. Finishes it off with the inside-out smash, brings up match point to move into the semi-finals here at the Skechers Pickleball English Open. Smash goes wide,
Game match.
and
Scholl,
Alexa
15-8.
Scholl confirms her place into the semi-finals of the English Open. she will face Thadia Locke in the semi-finals. Next game we have up, I believe, is yet to be confirmed. We're just waiting on a result. But what that might mean is we get a bonus game. I'm not quite sure what's happening yet. So in the meantime, quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back once we know more.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you. Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fansplay is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fansplay, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fansplay, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Players, 1 minute. I have Mr. Seward on my right, Mr. Lang on my left. Playing 1 to 15, win by 2, change ends at 8. Time in, 0-0.
Here we are at the start of the men's singles open quarterfinal between Eric Lang and Caden Seaward. You find Eric Lang at the top of your screen and Caden Seaward at the bottom of your screen.
0-0.
First rally there to Eric Lang.
Point.
Excellent inside that forehand there, Sam.
Yeah, Caden Seaward is, I think, one of the technically the best APP next gen players. We saw last year a lot of people watched and fell in love with the way that Seaward played.
It's another one of those Jack Foster close to your hip forehands, really shooting from the hip.
Yeah, very short preparation.
Which you know I like, Sam.
0-1.
That was a monster.
Huge serve from Eric Lang.
1-1.
Beautiful control with that ball.
That was unbelievable.
All hands, all grip pressure, no bounce.
1-1.
No chance for Eric Lang. And that has painted the back corner. And Eric Lang just basically almost hand down flat in defeat, as well as acknowledgement of a great shot from Caden Seaward.
2-1.
Oh, and there we go again. Another beautiful two-hander rip cross court.
It's firing at the moment. Seaward, all sorts of different shots as well. The drop volley, the drive down the line, third shot drop. Putting Eric under a bit of pressure early doors.
One. Point.
Again, backhand drive down the line, this time on the approach.
You have a timeout. 5-1. Side out.
It's a bit of a sarcastic fist pump
5.
from Eric Lang. Net cord followed by slightly lower bounce.
Point.
Again, we see a return error following that
2-5.
point that doesn't quite go in Seaward's favour.
Point.
Predicted well. Just couldn't quite control that volley inside the court. So Lang doing quite well to build his way back into this.
3-5.
And that just finds right inside the corner of the court. Perfect angle here to see. Bends it up and in.
4-5.
Right on the back of the baseline.
Side out.
Nice little run from Eric Lang. Serve back with Caden Seward now.
5-4.
Beautiful control on that forehand from Caden Seward. All the disguise, leaving Eric Lang no chance to get forward and get that ball. Playing really clean, isn't he, Sam?
Yeah, really nice. Nice technique.
Side out.
And commentator's curse, just a little wide.
Sensible plays.
Certainly noticeable from when we saw Eric earlier this morning that these serves are landing a lot longer. They were kind of just getting to mid-court or just over in that service box, and now they're certainly
4-6.
firing a lot deeper when playing against Caden in this game.
Point.
Nice leave from Eric Lang, brings him
within one.
Within one.
So tempting to fire at those balls once you're going forwards to hit them again, even though you know they're going long.
5-6. I'll recall.
But 100% of your out balls you hit are in.
5-6. Side out.
Seward, really nice backhand flick volley. Something that I think a lot of players aspire to have. That backhand flick shot.
And just a little wide, but all the disguise that was needed on that shot to get it cross court without Eric Lang having a chance to play it.
Could have given himself a little bit more margin for error.
5-6.
Obviously, when you're holding it that late to pull it, you've got to go a little bit wider.
Point.
Yeah, good drive there from Eric Lang. Caden unable to really get on top of it and control it. Fully extended on that shot.
6-6.
Oh, that was looking really good. Snapping that backhand from Eric Lang.
All tied up now, though, at 6-6. And again, a little bit off pace
Point.
from Seward, making sure that ball dips over the net.
7-6.
And beautiful control there. Absolutely perfect width and depth there from Eric Lang.
Yeah, recognition from Caden Seward as well as that ball landed.
Six, 7. Point.
So all tied. Next
7-7.
point takes us to the turn.
And that goes to Eric Lang with a fantastic passing shot on his backhand wing down the line.
It's not a bad way to switch the ends.
Take some confidence from that shot into the turn, and obviously playing from the theoretical better end moving forwards without any kind of distraction, just that
Change
static
ends, 8-7,
advertising hood
1
you can see in
minute.
the rear of the shot now. Obviously when you're playing from that end, you're looking into the commentary position where we've got photographers, obviously a bank of monitors, us, our digital display team. So it honours fairly even here, Sam. Do you think there's anything we need to get on either side that's strategically different, or is it a case of execution from this point on?
Yeah, I think, Seaward had a good run a little bit earlier on. Lang has come back into it.
8-7.
Worked hard, made a few more balls.
Side out. 7-8. Side out.
Just wide with the half volley scoop.
8-7.
And another precision inside out forehand cross court.
Point.
And again, a little bit off pace. Not hitting at 100%.
But when you're going wide, you can't go with full pace. You hit that full pace, it's going out. Or you've got to have a huge amount of topspin to get that ball to dip in. The first goal of that is get it to land as close as you can to the line before the pace. And here we see that on the other wing.
Yeah, big serve. Got rewarded with a shorter return. Seaward not able to approach off the return as he would have liked.
Big hole to hit into.
10-7.
Shot executed, point.
Point.
Another big serve there, deep serve.
And we see another return unforced error.
11-7.
Might coin a new term, return forced error.
Point.
2 in a row for Caden Seaward. Just starting to get away from him a little bit here.
Point.
Something that could be an RFE,
13-7.
return forced error, like an RBI in baseball.
And it's unlucky from Caden Seaward.
Brings up match point.
Good wheels to get around the court. Lang shots just put a little bit too much pressure on. So match point here for Eric Lang. Takes it with the RUE, return unforced error. Sends Eric Lang through to the semi-finals, where he will play the winner of Louis Leville or his men's doubles partner, Max Purple Jesus Manthu. So interested to see some more of these results coming up. You can see there in the top half of the draw, just waiting on that result between Arman and Simon to see who will play Ryler DeHart in the first quarterfinal. James Chowdhury playing off against William Sobek. They were two of my favourites coming into today.
Wow, look at James's result against Aditya, who I think was our silver medalist last year, to come out with 15-2 win.
Absolutely.
Mateus pushed Max Purple Jesus fast.
He did. That was big crowd around that out in the arena, but played very well. Max currently up against Louis, and the winner of that match will go on to play Eric Lang in the semi-final. So we'll keep you updated. Next match on centre court, I believe, will be Pei Chuan Kao versus Molly Nags in the women's singles open semi-finals. So have a look at our adverts from our sponsors, and we will be back shortly for the next match.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender. No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport. And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With FansPlay, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. FansPlay, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Okay, so we're able to bring a bonus match to Championship Court today. This is the junior final between Leo Chun and Frederica Moons on the camera nearest to you, and then Tyler Rodriguez and Ishan Jeevan on the camera further away from you. I'm joined on commentary here by Dominic Catalano for this junior match. Obviously, I would have to declare a slight interest, Dominic. One of my students is on the court, so Tyler is someone I've worked with a couple of times. She's from Dublin, and I'm going over there in October to do some camps for their players in the W15 Pickleball Club.
That is absolutely awesome. I just better keep you in check here.
Yep.
So that you're not playing favoritism.
Yep.
Right?
I'm declaring early.
As I can already see it, because you've already made it a point that this is one of your students. And so if I see you standing up and cheering, we're going to have an issue.
I feel it's always best to be open and honest about any potential accusations of homerism. I'm very aware, certainly in the MBA fraternity, where they have their own live streams that take in a video feed from the generic feed, and then you put your home commentary over the top. There may be the odd call that goes in the favour of the people that pay their bills.
Yes, 100%. 100%. You got to be as unbiased as possible, which is very hard sometimes.
So obviously Leo Chun is very much known as a character on the team, son of Cedric Chun, obviously part of Team Franklin, and has been ever present the last couple of years here.
Yes, Leo is one of the nicest kids around. He is an absolute character. I've known him since he was about half that size.
Yeah.
Him and his dad, and his dad is one of the nicest guys out there. I see him all the time everywhere, and the first thing he always does is he comes up and he's like, Coach Dom, how you doing? How's everything going?
Yep.
What do you got for Leo?
Yeah.
So he's one of the great guys out there too.
I got Coach Rob when I saw him when he came in. before we went out to dinner a couple of days ago. So we've got obviously got Ishan Jivanu. I know Ishan's dad. He's been consulting with Pickle England on some of our growth strategies. And obviously Frederica's someone that's new to me. I'm not kind of aware of any of her background from this. So it'll be interesting to see what she does. It's about to get underway. Frederica to serve.
That is a nice one-handed backhand there from
Nasty.
Jivan.
Wow. 0-0-1. Second serve.
And notice Talia Rodriguez with the left hand over there.
0-0-2.
One of them will have to build some chemistry and stack when we get to this.
Point.
Wow, there's some tennis history with Ishan Jivan there.
1-0-2.
Nice.
Nice.
Step. Right. Nice step in there from
Yeah.
our guy Leo Chun. Watch him read this nicely and kind of anticipated that perfectly.
0-1-1. Second serve.
Look at the misdirect there from Tyler. You think that's going to go cross court and both of those go down the line?
Well, beautifully done right there, and I like how she took that ball out of the air, did not let it bounce, did not give them an opportunity.
Good leave and good dig there from Tyler.
Had both Rodriguez and Jivan had an opportunity to hit that ball, and they both let that ball go.
The benefits of youth, Dom. Wow, we saw a tomahawk.
A little tomahawk pancake right there from Rodriguez. I like it.
2-0-1. Second serve.
So when looking at Tyler Rodriguez, she's very wide in her base at times and has a very upward swinging dink style.
What I thought was a little different for them is they started opposite. So as
0-2-1.
Rodriguez and Jivan started with Rodriguez on the left, which put her forehand on the outside, and it put Rodriguez's forehand on the outside rather than starting with her on the right-hand side.
Well, we got stuck in with Leo and friend.
Here we go.
1-2-1.
And Frederica.
Second serve.
That's a good return right there from Jivan as he skips the ball off the line. Chun has a little issue with it.
Look at the lag and misdirect on that, Dom.
Little inside out there from Leo Chun.
Yeah, good, deep, powerful serve. Then you can see that he meant business on that wind up of that serve.
Little fist pump at the end too from Chun.
Point.
Just getting a little bit big there, I think, from Jivan there.
4-2-2.
Trying to play that big left-sided roll, but not successful. Just cuffed.
Yeah, Rodriguez not ready for it. Paddle was kind of down, not expecting Chun to drive at her.
That was all Rodriguez on that point.
Love her stepping in right there in the middle and taking that forehand. Because it was towards her, the ball was away from Jivan, where it was going away from him. It would have been harder for him to hit that overhead. I like the aggressiveness from Rodriguez.
A little bit of a delay on unwinding the stack on the camera side of the court there. Possibly putting Jivan off.
2-5-2.
Oh, that point was on the end of his paddle.
We're just trying to do a little too much right there. Ball's up and plenty. He's just got to hit a spot. Placement over power right there. He chose power.
Oh, so close to that line. Really dynamic movement from Leo.
Yeah, nice movement from Leo Chun right there, but an even better dodge from Jivan. knowing that the ball's going to go out.
Point, timeout, change in, 6-2-2, 1 minute.
So Dom looks like we're playing first to 11 by the sounds. Is
Yep, as they change ends, here you have Chun and Moon's up 6-2.
So-
I always kind of mess with Leo Chun as you see him right there with his hat. I'm always like, Leo, why you wear your hat like that? What's the point of it? Because it's really just sitting on top of your head. It's not to keep the hair out of your eyes. It's not to keep the sweat out of your face. He's like, I just like the look.
Yeah, I can
Hey,
see that.
I like it. I can respect that, Leo. I can really respect that. Got to look good.
Side out.
Interesting arm sleeve on Jeevan that's on his non-paddle arm, which you would normally expect to see on your paddle arm. Wow, look at that cross-court smash there.
Yeah, watch Chun set his body, squares his shoulders to the sideline, even though he ends up a little off balance after the hit. His shoulders were square to the sideline. Great job by Chun.
Tyler, get your paddle up for those balls. She has got a tendency to swing upwards on nearly everything she hits. So it's hard to get those balls that are kind of mid-hip down.
6-2-1.
But she's really good at digging because she's got that paddle down all the time. And there we go, all Rodriguez again. But 3 of those balls hitting upwards from that low ball with that very vertical paddle.
Well, if you get that ball up to her, above her shoulders, that ball's not coming back. She's got a ton of power. She gets on top of the ball nicely.
Oh, some big hit in there from Leo Chun again.
7-2-2.
But adequately supported by Federica Muniz there to put it away. Two digs, third one not successful.
You watch right there as Frederica Moons starts to come up on the overhead,
2-7-1.
right? So she's moving forward on the overhead. I didn't like that move. I like her to just stay back and kind of read that.
Yeah. Although sometimes just if the lob goes up, just charging to do something different can have bizarre effects on the other side of the court. It does require bravery to do that, though, and I wouldn't recommend our juniors are learning the strategy of up goes lob, I'm charging to the middle of the court and inviting to be tagged.
Right, that's tough. That's tough right there.
Second serve. Call stands. 7-2-2. Side out.
Just need to take a little bit of an extra step there, Dom.
Yeah, it's almost a bait ball there, too, from Jeevan as his return just skies 40 feet in the air, drops down. He forces Chun to have to try and drive that.
I love throwing a bit of bait out there, Dom.
And right there, that's such a good move there from Rodriguez. As that ball went up, she slid a little to the sideline, opened up her forehand, and ready to attack that. But again, she attacks it from a downward to upward angle. That ball's going to go out and wide.
Yeah, something we've been working on, but obviously I don't get enough time to work with her being in Dublin. But it's certainly something we've fed back as something to try and change, but it's a very ingrained habit she has. Oh, that's just dirty.
Little slap inside out backhand there from Chun down the line. Winner.
7-3-1.
Oh, look at that return. Almost some friendly fire there from Jeevan on Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez turned around. She thought the ball was going past her. It does go past her, but Jeevan was there.
And that sounds long. I think it was. I played on.
As Chun looks back, he's like, I don't know if that was in or out, but he played it.
You've got until your return lands to call that ball out.
There you go. 9-3-1.
Good leave again there. Dominic, have you heard of the Tory?
No.
Tournament out, recreation in when it comes to line balls.
Oh, yes. Yes, 100%. Haven't heard it worded that way, but totally agree.
Second serve.
As you said, Dominic, that ball's up. Goes to Tyler Rodriguez. It ain't coming back.
A great spot there from Rodriguez, right at Chun's chest.
Side out.
Maybe a little bit expansive on the backswing for that shot from Moons.
3-10-1. Point.
Got to get on a roll here. Do Rodriguez and
4-10-1.
Jeevan down 4-10. That's how you do it. Put a couple together in a row.
Yeah. You can only get 1 point at a time. There's no bonus points in pickleball. You've got to earn them every single step of the way.
Second serve.
Maybe a little bit of net cord justice there.
Yeah, a little bit. And
5-10-2.
Chun and Moons will take it.
What's the call?
Call was out.
Point.
Yeah, point. Oh, no, they.
What's your call? This call is out. Can't override it. Call stands.
Uh-oh. Calls are getting tighter here at the end.
Yeah.
Calls are getting a little tighter.
6-10-2. Side out.
Another big play there from Leo Chun to get the side out and put the match point ball on
10-6-1.
Federica Moons' paddle. And that goes long. And that is match point and game to Leo Chun and Federica Moons, who beat Ishan Jeevan and Tyler Rodriguez in the junior final at this year's English Open. Well played, everyone on court. We're now back to our next match, which will be very much a home match of Pei Chung Kwao versus Molly Nags. Two very close friends of my co-commentator, Sam Basford. So I'll have to keep Sam in check. As Dom did keep myself in check on the last match. Thanks to Dom for taking part in the commentary on this, and hopefully we'll get you back on a couple more matches later in the day.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So we're just going to throw to some adverts from our sponsors that have enabled us to stage this fantastic event, and we're back for the next match shortly.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fans Play is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fans Play, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fans Play, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
All right, we are up with our Women's Singles Open semi-final match, featuring on the far side Molly Nags and the near side Pei Chuan Cao. Pei coming through a quarter-final match with Riley Bonert. Molly taking down Susanna Barr in the quarter-finals to set up, I'm going to call it an all-British final. Pei originating from Taiwan, but definitely British for the purposes of the English Open at least.
Pei is absolutely one of my favorite players to watch. I absolutely love watching Pei. Every time I get a chance to see her, last time I got a chance to see her was in April when big contingent came over to the U.S. Open. She played incredible. She's a grinder and someone who will never quit on a point.
A great start there from Pei with the drop backhand volley.
A great touch on a tough ball. Also watched Molly Nags take out Susanna Barr, and that girl hits a very heavy ball. And right there, unfortunately for her, it was very heavy, long, and did see that a couple times. But again, she doesn't back off it, which I like. She's going to live and die with a couple mistakes deep, but she still continues to hit.
Volley goes long from Pei Chuan Cao. So first opportunity for Nags to get on the scoreboard here.
Nags a different player too when I watched her. One-handed backhand mostly. She comes in, hits it hard, but she also cuts it and slices it. So she mixes up that backhand. And she will also go to that two-handed backhand too. So when it goes to her backhand, you got to look for 3 different shots of what she's going to give you. And that can be tough as an opponent.
1, 2.
A big serve. We spoke about that right before this game. You saw it in the quarterfinal against Susanna Barr.
Foot fault.
Well, Pei was in the kitchen, but yes, you're exactly right. I mentioned it in the quarterfinal match with Molly Nags and Susanna Barr. It took Susanna Barr about 5 or 6 points to figure out Nags' very heavy, hard serve.
3, 2.
Once she figured it out, it was even, but Nags had already had a 5-6 point lead.
And great rally from both players. Molly Nags, I think probably one of the cleanest ball strikers we've seen in this women's singles competition
4,
so
2.
far.
Side out.
Has the opening right there. Has Pei on full movement. If she can just make that ball, even if Pei gets it back, she's dead sprint to her left. The whole right side of the court's open.
2, 4.
Those are the ones you really want back because you see the open court.
Point.
This one's getting serious quickly here. They had a come on 2 points ago from Nags, and now Pei's getting a little vocal too. This one's going to come down to it.
Again, you described Nags' serve as heavy. It's the same on the backhand and the same on the forehand. It's just so difficult to deal with as an opponent.
And when we're talking about heavy, for you guys at home, talking about as that ball gets to you, it almost seems to be speeding up as it gets to you. It doesn't die down. And what makes it so difficult is that as it's getting to you, it almost feels like it's speeding up. So now you almost feel late on it. And when you hit the ball, it almost feels like the ball's making your paddle recoil instead of you being able to hit through that ball.
5, 3. Side out.
I think just on a couple of these balls, I'd like to see Molly just give herself a bit more room for error over the net. She's clipped the top of the net a couple of times. Pei's been back,
3,
so it's
5.
not needed to be sort of darting across the top of the net.
almost a bait ball right there for Pei, because Nags just floats this backhand with a lot of cut on it. And what Pei wants to do is use that cut against her, but it's a floater, and now she tries to do just a little too much with it.
Side out.
Again, Pei dealing really well with those big forehands. It feels a bit like Pei is going to just let Molly get a couple of those balls out, try and stay in the point, and just take advantage of a sort of a lack of movement on the other side.
And that's what I've seen out of Pei. Pei is a player who, and Pei plays singles, and it's just a different styles of play. Pei plays like a male singles player where she wants to come up to the kitchen line. A lot of female players want to play baseline to baseline, not come up too much.
4, 5.
Pei wants to come up because she's going to use her athletic ability and her quickness to end points quickly. Here it is again. She comes in, she puts pressure on. She's going to end that, and even if Nags can try and pass her, Pei's there.
So it brings it back level at 5-5. Traded backwards and forwards at the start of this match. Yeah, and big emphasis on Pei, looking a bit bigger on the serve. A couple of these returns starting to land shorter from Nags.
5.
Yeah, now right now, Pei is putting the pressure on Nags because now she's going, like you said, big serve. She's causing some errors. And what Pei is doing is she's allowing herself to come in because Nags is returning shorter. So she's able to come in and attack that third shot.
Foot fault. Left foot.
Foot
Side
fault
out.
called by Pei. Sorry, on Pei.
Yeah, she wasn't calling that on herself. She was trying to get away with it, but
Sees
could
the
not
funny,
do it.
sees the funny side.
7.
That's the second one she's got called on her. See, that's a tough
Side
approach
out.
right there from Nags. Issue being is Nags puts Pei in a corner here. Watch this, right? What happens here is she opens up the court, though, for Pei when you put her in a corner. When you approach the net in singles, more times than not, you want to return to the
7-5.
middle and eliminate those angles for your opponents.
And Nags just wide
Time
on the
out.
forehand. So switch of ends at
8-5.
8-5.
Change ins. 1 minute.
Pei's done really well to recover that position. I think 5-2 down she found herself. So good run of 6 points unanswered. Anything you'd want to see different from Molly Nags in the second half of this game?
Well, the tough part right now is that Pei is dictating play, and she's dictating play because she's gotten bigger with her serve. From the left side, Pei is dropping that serve in the back corner and putting Nags on her heels. So she's not allowing her to really step into the ball. And it's really tough to do that. So what Nags has got to do is she's got to take a step back on her return, be able to step into it and get inside that baseline and put pressure on Pei, because right now it's all Pei with all the pressure. And like you mentioned, it's a 6-0 run as Nags looked like she was in control with a 5-2 lead, but all of a sudden Pei flipped a switch, started to return that pressure, and now has an 8-5 lead on the end change.
You could just move the towel.
For those of you watching at home who wish to keep up to date with
15 seconds.
the fixtures and results of your friends and family, you can do so on the Pickleball England website. All results
Time in.
and categories are uploaded onto that tournament
8-5.
software. And again, deep serve sets Pei up really nicely, but credit to Molly, that one-handed backhand sort of hybrid drop drive.
Yep. And that's tough to get Pei off-footed. Her footwork is impeccable. To get her off-footed like that, she was totally expecting something else from Nags.
5-8.
Great
Point.
depth from Molly Nags on that forehand. It's been a little bit lacking the last sort of 5 minutes or so. She's found that radar again, pushing the ball deeper.
And right there, too, it looked like Pei was expecting it to go long. So that's a hard part. When you're expecting a ball to go long and it doesn't, now you have to flip the switch in your mind to get back into playing, and that's very tough to do. Oh, rushed it. She was trying to get up before she hit the ball. She knew what she wanted to do, and she's smiling walking back to the baseline because she knows it, too. It's a ball that she can easily make. That inside-out forehand, she absolutely loves it.
It's a money shot.
Side out.
Again, Pei opened up the court nicely with the deep serve. Sort of like we've said a few times, didn't need to be perfect on that third shot.
6-8.
Can set up really nicely with a slightly more topspin heavy approach.
I love how you talked about like her money shot being that inside out forehand. And when we went into the match with Susanna Barr, we watched some video and watched some film. And my biggest takeaway was if Nags runs around her forehand, she's probably about 80% of the time going 80% of the time going inside out. If I was working with her, I'd say, hey, we got to get that to about 60-40, 65-35, because what was happening was Barr was fixating on it and figuring out that she would go inside out more, so she was guessing right more times than not. Like, that's the ball I want her to hit. That's a setup.
Point.
It's a great point there from Nags. I like the setup where she goes the inside out, and then with that inside out, we'll set up that pull forehand for her. And she had Pei on ice skates back there. Great job by Nags.
And retakes the lead here in the second half of this game. 8-5 down at the turn. Turned it around.
That is a dime two-handed backhand down the line, and that is a tough ball to keep in because it's so easy to overhit, and she keeps it in by a good 6-8 inches. She seems to be cruising now. Game of runs. 6-0 run from Pei, and now 5-0 run from Nags.
10-8.
And again, you know, same difference. We had a 6-0 run with Pei, now a 6-0 run with Molly. Both have come from the depth on the serve. Molly's serve suddenly firing deep.
11-8. I'll recall the score. 11-8.
That point set up, huge serve. I mean, Pei's almost off the blue and the black and on the gray concrete back there because of the depth of Nag's serve, forcing Pei into a timeout here. But again, huge run here from Molly Nags as she is taking a 4-point lead and is in the driver's seat in this game to 15 to punch her ticket to the championship match here at the English Open.
Good timeout from Pei. Good timing, do you think?
Love it right there. There's kind of checkpoints that I have in a game to 15. First one is the end change. Can you have the lead on the end change? Next one is at 10 points. Who can get to double digits first? The third checkpoint, which for me is very crucial, is who gets to the teens first. So who can get to 13? Pei stops her right here at 12. Once you get to 13, you're like tasting victory. You're right there. You're 2 points away. Right here, Nags, 3 points away. It's still a lot of work to do. 2 points a lot closer. So I like this timeout at this time from Pei.
And again, deep serve. This time the slice approach, giving Pei a different look, a little bit more central like you said before, rather than pushing right into the corner. Brings her to within 2.
13-8.
Great adjustment on a missed bounce back there from Pei just to stay in that point. Great job there from Pei. But right now, the biggest thing is, can she answer on her serve? Has not scored since we changed ends. I hate to say it. I just completely disagree with the way Pei served that last serve. She just flipped it down the middle. It gave Nags all the opportunity to attack the return, and it just put pressure on Pei. She's got to go for the serve here.
Side out.
It was just long. Would have liked that one to have gone cross court for me. Just needed a bit more room to get that forehand in. But both these players, maximum input into these shots.
Well, let's think about it, too. It's almost 7 p.m. local time here. Both of these ladies have been playing for about 10 hours. It's easy for us to say, hey, let's go. Pick it up a little bit. See more on that forehand. But they've hit about 7,000 forehands and backhands today already.
Point.
Just catches the top of the net. Better serve from Pei, a little bit deeper. It's these small margins now that are going to be crucial as we head into the business end of this semi-final.
9-13. I'll recall the score. 9-13.
Love the approach there from Pei. She hits a nice, not a hard serve, but it was a deep loopy serve. She got some topspin on it. And then she sets it up with a nice cut backhand to approach the kitchen line and a beautiful volley put away. I believe we got a timeout from Nags now.
I think perfect time to call it as well. Just 2 points, nothing more from Pei.
Well, I know you've seen this out of Pei a million times. When she gets momentum, she rides that like a wave. And that's the issue. And Nags knows that. She knows Pei very well. She knows that if she gets any more momentum moving forward, that could be trouble for her. I love the timeout. 2 points, boom, I'm going to end this roll for you. Let's see if you can bounce back after the minute timeout.
Yeah. And I'll be interested to see straight out of this timeout the depth on the serve. Deep serve. And I'm backing Pei to win the point. Shorter serve. And if I'm Molly Nags, my eyes start to light up again.
I would love to see, no matter what, out of this timeout,
15
Nags
seconds.
come in after her return, no matter what, right? If she comes in,
13.
gangbusters to the kitchen line, forces Pei into making a decision right away,
Receiver,
and
no
Pei makes the
timeouts.
wrong decision,
Server, no
ball
timeouts.
right back to Nags. If she passes Nags, she's still got a 2-point lead.
Time in. 10-13. Side out.
Adjusts to a slightly different bounce than she was expecting. Again,
13-10.
always want to sort of see the funny side.
It is the huge inside-out forehand that set that up 3 shots ago from Nags and put so much pressure on the backhand from Pei, where it came and it was in transition area, and Nags able to come in and attack.
14-10. Foot paddle fault. Side out.
I almost stood up in my chair because I was almost like, Pei did not get called for another football here. But it wasn't. It was on Nags on the volley. So either way.
So back with Pei here at 10-14. Beauty of this position for Molly Nags is anything that comes back now is match point.
10-14. Side out. It was.
Pei thought she had it.
She tried to sell it.
It was close.
It was very close. Tough angle for us, but again, all that'll give right now is Nags another
14-10.
opportunity.
Net cord goes in Pei's favor.
This is a grind. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I want to stand up and start watching this. Might have to here. But again, this is the edge of your seat final, semifinal right now.
It feels like it could be the final, though.
It could be right now.
Just back from Pei.
It was.
Pei thought it was in
Side out.
again, but Nags called that one out. And I
Yeah.
thought Pei had a couple opportunities right there. She needs to really attack that slice backhand from Nags. And she did twice, but she hit it right back to her instead of trying to push that up the line. Nags taking her time getting back to the
14-10.
baseline.
Third game point here for Molly Nags.
Point, game, match, 15-10.
And great finish
Nags.
for Molly Nags.
Nice game, ladies.
What a match, Dom.
It's tough to end that way. I would have liked to see Pei just try and drop that in. She threw up a Hail Mary, and the last thing I want to see is a overhead from Molly Nags, because she hit such a heavy ball. The overhead's going to be even heavier right there. But great fight from Pei. Try and come back, but too much Nags, and she is moving on to the gold medal match.
And a great win for Nags. We've seen Pei before in the final last year at the English Open. Often dominated the singles scene in Europe. Like we said earlier, we've been waiting for Molly Nags to really come up, give us a result to get excited about, and this feels like it could be the one. So big credit to her. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back up with our men's singles semi-final, I believe. We will confirm that when we are back.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go
Whether you're a pickleball pro or you play for fun, Fansplay is your ultimate destination. Welcome to the home of the fan, where your passion for pickleball comes alive. With Fansplay, creating your dream team is just a few clicks away. Sign in, select your favorite tournament, and dive into the excitement. Explore player rankings and build your winning team from the top pickleball players. During the tournament, stay on top of the action with real-time leaderboards and live match scores. Feel the thrill of competition and see how your team stacks up against others. And the best part? Participants have the chance to win amazing prizes. Join the community of fans and experience the excitement of pickleball like never before. Fansplay, where every fan becomes a champion. Download now and get in the game.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
guy he lost. Yeah, the Polish guy was good. That was a battle. Played good. I mean, I could have played better, but I fought. I battled. It's all right here. Singles is. Yeah. Huh? I just got done. Yeah. But I'll play. I'm ready. Whenever. Wherever, whenever. Yeah. Sobek, William Sobek. He's super fast. Yeah, he's good. Everybody's good. Semi-final. He's good. Yeah. Super fast. Yeah. Not tennis player, pickleball player. Like everything soft. Yeah. Yeah. Playing pickleball since he was 10. No, younger. Like JR. It's a different style. Kind of weird, like continental. A little bit. No. Not continental. East, like. No, not top speed. He doesn't hit it. Maybe forehand a little bit. Backhand's like it. Don't want to let him down. That's his name. Yeah, he's funny. He's a commentator. Good player too. Yeah, he's like 5 yards. Five yards up. Good, very good. But he's older. He's like mid 40s. Yeah.
It's 1 to 15. Change ends at 8. Yes. I have Mr. Sobek on my left, Mr. DeHart on my right. 1 game to 15. Change ends at 8.
So here we go. We've got our
Time in.
men's semi-final here.
0-0.
William Sobek versus Ryder DeHart. 1 game to 15, win by 2.
Side out.
And first strike there to Ryder DeHart.
Well, nothing offensive to you guys over here, but I could have
0-0.
stayed at home and watched this match. I didn't have to go 12-hour flight. But
what an amazing forehand there.
We're going to get some great pickleball here. Love these two guys, William Sobek, Ryder DeHart. Two men who are no strangers to single finals.
1-0.
Yeah,
Side
good
out.
deep ball there from Will Sobek.
And that's something William really has worked on is his return game. Getting that ball nice and deep, and it puts a lot of pressure on his
0-1.
opponent.
Dummy hits a kind of
Side out.
screwballish kind of serve, a bit inside out. That
He's a
kind of return.
screwballish kind of player, and that's what makes him tough, is that William
1-0.
Sobek doesn't come from a racket sports background other than pickleball. That's his difference, is he
Point.
grew up pickleball. He grew up breathing, sleeping, eating pickleball in Key West, Florida, and that's all he knows.
2-0.
Just mentioned the ATP there. Is that the future of pickleball, do you think?
100%.
out.
William's just the first. He's the first that was brought into the game at a young age. He was taught the game at
0-2.
around 5 years old.
Wow.
And that's all he's played. And so he knows the game
Side
inside and
out.
out. He's learned the ground stroke of pickleball. It's not a tennis ground stroke. He has his own kind of flair to it, as well as a
2-0.
backhand where he has a one-handed backhand.
He kind of cuts across it, doesn't he, a lot of that backhand? There's not a... I haven't
Point.
seen a huge amount of topspin on that
No.
so far in this game.
No, not much at all. And then on the flip side of things, his opponent, Ryder DeHart, played tennis at the highest level you can. Played in
3-0.
majors on the ATP Tour. Played against Rafa Nadal on
Point.
center court at the U.S. Open years ago. Standout tennis player at the University of Illinois.
Four, 0. Side out.
Wow, step in there from William Sobek. Again, very unconventional, but it works.
Yep. Pickleball is very much outcome based. We're very much
0-4.
adaptive of technique. It doesn't have to be that classical shot you will tend to see in tennis.
Point.
Susanna's case in point of that. She's come from a tennis background, but it doesn't look like a lot of other players.
No, it doesn't look like a lot of other players, but the end
1-4.
result is like a lot of the players.
Yep.
With her two-handed backhand and forehand. They're just a little,
Side out.
I say, unconventional,
Yeah.
as opposed to a lot of the players that do come from a tennis background are very conventional. They're very
4-1.
predictable. Hers isn't as predictable.
Oh,
Point.
good job getting out of the way there, William Sobek.
DeHart comes in, and I think he thought Sobek was going to go to the right, and Sobek kind of stayed planted.
5-1.
Just a little long there.
Side out.
I think that the
Yes, sir.
the ability to adapt technique from other racket sports or just something new is really refreshing in pickle. I think it's what it makes people find it so
1-5.
accessible. They can play this game.
That's one of my things is when you have these people coming
Point.
in and they'll go to someone to learn pickleball and they come from a tennis
2-5.
background. Continue this as DeHart goes long, but
Point.
they come from a tennis background and they go to a coach and the coach goes, well, I have to teach you everything brand new.
3-5.
Forget about tennis. Walk away from that coach.
Yeah.
Because if the coach isn't helping you adapt your tennis game to pickleball, there's an issue.
Side
That
out.
point seems to go on a lot longer than we thought it was going to in the commentary booth here.
I have no words for some of these gets from William Sobek. Incredible. But again, that is what he does. He annoys opponents enough that they're going to miss-hit a ball. DeHart under control right there, has that put away nicely. But again, still only a 2-point lead here for DeHart.
A great hand control there
Side
from
out.
William Sobek.
So many times I want to say that's not a good shot, but Sobek hides it so well, and he deadens that ball into the kitchen.
3-5.
Lovely loose grip pressure to make that ball just land.
Side out.
The net could just disrupt the rhythm, not always on the side of the court where it lands. It can always have a weird thing on your timing and rhythm.
No, 100%. Again, even if it does come
5-3.
over and drops, could have some weird, funky spin on it.
Point.
Could have some top spin, some back spin, depending on the stroke of your opponent.
6-3. What?
Oh, better cut him out there.
Did Sobek
Point.
call me like to his fake partner going, I got this. I'm here. Don't worry about it. But as Sobek leans in, he's smiling at DeHart, almost going, why don't you just come through me?
Respect there from right to heart for the hustle there.
7-3.
And that's going wide.
Side
Again,
out.
right there, DeHart, that ball had to bounce, right? It was tough for him to take out of the air. He wanted to take it out of the air, but had to let it bounce. When that bounces, it's hard for him to roll that. When he cuts that, as he cuts that backhand, because he's lefty, that ball's going to sail wide right there. So tough
3-7.
ball. Oh,
Two net calls, 2 for 2.
Point.
And he surfed so wide from that left box. I mean, literally opening up inside out, painting that sideline really short in the non-volley zone.
4-7.
It's one of Williams'
Dangerous.
serves. It's one of his serves he has. He mixes that in so well. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like
That's not gonna happen.
Side out.
Ryler DeHart doesn't miss overheads. I'm sorry. And if he misses one next, it's on me. I'll take that responsibility. But his technique and his power and what he can do with an overhead, it's not coming back because he
7-4.
knows it's about the angle.
Side out.
And obviously, that tennis background, that's a shot that he's hit thousands upon thousands of times as he serve.
I mean, we're probably in the tens of thousands, hundreds of
100,000s.
thousands, the number of overheads that man
4-7.
has hit.
The whole
Point.
kind of 10,000 hours rule
Mm-hmm.
of mastery of any practice, obviously misquoted and not quite correct, but the deliberate
5-7.
practice is certainly a thing that would have been in his game for a long time. Yeah, I like
Side out.
that play to go back cross court, but what's the AP's? No, ATP's not on there, is it? He's too far out. wide.
No, it wasn't
7-5.
there. And if he tries to flip down the line, it's going to be tough. It's the high part of the net. Ooh, nice volley there from William Sobek.
That looks like it took
Side
the
out.
outside of the sideline. Perfect calibration there. So
5-7.
just within 2 here.
Side out. Seven, 5.
Ah, good misdirection
Point.
on that forehand.
Timeout. Change ins. 8-5.
We're over
1
to
minute.
the timeout halfway through the match. What do you think William Sobek needs to do to change his fortunes in the second half of this game?
Well, he's just got to bring a little more funk to his game, right? And what I mean by a little more funk is he's got to get DeHart to the kitchen line. William Sobek is one of the great kind of masters up at the kitchen line playing that cat and mouse game. I mean by cat and mouse is that dinking game one-on-one in singles. If he can get DeHart there and move him around a little bit, that's going to be his key. And I think that's what Rosti Sobek, his dad right there, is telling him. You got to get him to the line. Because if you rely on playing against Rattler to Hart's forehand drive, hey, good luck because it's one of the best in the game. It's one of the hardest in the game, and you're not going to come out on top of that many times.
So obviously Rusty is responsible
15 seconds.
for bringing William into the game.
Well, we talk about Rattler to Hart went to the University of Illinois, played tennis there. William Sobek went to the Sobek Pickleball Academy. That's where he was born and raised. He was born and raised in pickleball.
Side out.
And change of fortune straight out of the side, out of the timeout into a new side out.
5-8.
Tom, I thought I noticed something
Side
earlier,
out.
that there's a slight change in the number of times that William Sobek
8-5.
taps his paddle before he serves. And I'm not sure if there's a different number of taps that he doesn't realise possibly sells whether he's going
Point.
underspin or topspin on his return, on his actual serve. I need to get a little bit more metrics and some tape on it when I finish this.
9-5.
I'll go and watch it some point. I think there might be an extra tap when the top spin's coming.
It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought because a lot of players do have tells that, you know, with taps, with the way they set up their body. We're constantly looking for that.
Oh, what a get from William Sobek there. Fully stretched back to the net.
But again, that's exactly what we were talking about on the end change, is that William Sobek's got to get that ball to the kitchen line. Where was he?
5-10.
He brought DeHart in. He was in. Created some funk right there.
Oh. Just missed it.
Side out.
Look, he tried to under his armpit almost. Hit it
Timeout.
forehand, backhand.
Server. 10-5. 1 minute.
So pause here. So, Dom, you were talking obviously about the differences in the sort of game. There's a great book by Matthew Side, the table tennis player, called Bounce, and saying about how adaptability of experience. And obviously he played table tennis. The ball moves a lot faster in table tennis than a tennis serve.
Right.
And he faced off against Greg Rosetsky, who was at one time the second fastest server in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, his reaction should be honed to hit that ball.
Right.
He couldn't get a racket anywhere near a single one of Greg Rosetsky's serves, because what he doesn't have is the reps in tennis. So as great as his reactions might have been in his sport, all of the tells, all the subtle cues, all the things that a professional will know, they're not imprinted into his brain.
15
so
seconds.
he literally doesn't have any
Server.
instinct. It's
No
all
timeouts
processing,
remaining.
and the brain doesn't know how to
Receiver.
do that at
1
147 miles an hour. And we're seeing
Time
that here.
in.
It's tough. It is, and it's that. Oh, almost has
out.
that backhand drop, but again, yes, it's that. You know, you have to have that instinct, right?
Yeah.
It has to be there. You see the great ones in all sports. Yes, they're very talented,
5-10.
but they're 2, 3, 4 shots ahead.
Yeah.
In every sport, shots ahead, pitches ahead in baseball,
Point. Yeah.
plays ahead in football. You know, that's what makes players great, is
6,
their ability
10.
to think ahead.
Oh,
Side
scribble
out.
not successful there. I mean, and the thing is, if you look at the Europeans facing the Americans, they can get some of that match input from tape. Can you get enough
10,
input on the
6.
Brits or
Football.
the Indians from tape?
Side
Nope.
out.
There's not enough out there, so you're relying on, in this kind of format, instinct. You can't suddenly pick up the book,
6,
look at
10.
the video analysis, and know what's going to come.
Right. That's nice forehand there from DeHart, and you talk about
Side
that, and
out.
I talk about my scouting reports and whatnot. And when you guys have been on the last year or
10,
so with the
6.
English Open, and I wasn't here, I was tuned in taking notes. What was I taking notes on?
Tendencies.
Taking notes on the players that I don't get a chance
Side
to see a
out.
lot of, right? And the same thing when the American contingent went over to India last year. I was up in the middle of the night watching those matches because I wanted to see what those Indian players had. What are their tendencies? What are they bringing to the game? Because they're all traveling to
6,
these
10.
tournaments now, and you're seeing a lot of them.
Yeah.
Point.
So William Sobek started to peg a couple back here, 7-10. Had some success in playing that game of cat and mouse and get into the non-volley zone.
7-10.
Oh, 2 mistakes.
Yeah, Ryler knows.
Back
He
from
can-
Ryler.
You can just see from his body language, he knows those are gimmies. No need for that.
8-10. Point.
Yeah, good deep return there. Was it go long?
No, it was long.
Oh. Couldn't quite see from here, got to a camera position.
William turned and looked at me and winked and
9-10.
goes, just barely.
Oh!
Point.
That's dirty from William Sobek inside out. He likes it too. He knows it. It's a nice little inside out forehand. He doesn't do it much, but right there,
10-10.
super accurate.
Just flips it wide.
Side out.
That net cord just adjusting his ability to hit that ball successfully.
Yeah, and we've seen these spurts from William Sobek before. He took the New York Open
10-10.
Championship a little over a year ago. And that ball just doesn't
Side
come
out.
up to DeHart, unfortunately. But again, it's what can Sobek do, and can he keep it all
10-10.
together here?
Oh, wow.
Point.
That is unbelievable.
I feel like I've done something personal to William. He keeps looking at me and laughing and shaking his head, but I love it. And again, the familiarity. I've known this kid since he was
11-10.
about 6 or 7 years old. He's there.
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, he mishit it. He mishit it.
Side
Got that. He did all the hard work.
So many times it's the easy one. He got there within plenty of time, but then as he tries to hit through this, he gets it off the edge guard. But
10-11.
don't look now. It's a 5-0 run from William Sobek.
Side out.
Do you think Ryler pulled up a little bit early on that?
A little bit, and right there, Ryler's got to use the legs. And again, we talked about it in the women's semifinal.
11-10.
These guys have been out here playing for about 10 hours today. I know they're tired, but legs got to come back here.
Yeah, that's gone.
Side out.
As we said, don't put that ball up.
DeHart gets his ball in the forehand. Good night.
So we've been in this sort of early
10-11.
double figures for a while now, Dom. Not really anybody pulling away.
Point.
Now level at 11.
No, it was a 10-6 lead for DeHart. Looked like he was cruising in control, and then Sobek with the 6-0 run, and now DeHart ends that. Oh, no.
Point.
They say pickleball is a game of runs.
12-11.
Constantly. Sobek was in trouble. He just walked back to the baseline, shook his head a little bit because he knows he got away with one right there. He returned that ball shallow, but after he returned it, he continued to come in. DeHart goes right at him,
11-12.
and William Sobek gets a nice volley, force in the air.
Side out.
So there's some other stuff going on in the world of pickleball this weekend. I believe there's another redraft at
12-11.
MLP.
Yes, there is. The waiver wire is open on the challenger side of things. Big forehand
Whoa.
winner from DeHart down the line
Point.
as he gains momentum back on his side. But there's been a lot of action
13-11.
today on that MLP wire for challenger.
Just sailing long.
Side
Or is
out.
that wide or both?
I think a little bit of both maybe. DeHart trying to go corner pocket right there.
11-13.
The issue with that right there is Sobek wants to keep that ball in, but he also wants to get it past DeHart. It's a conundrum he's in.
Yep.
He's got to take something off it to create more dip. He's
But
got to
hard enough
force
to get past it.
right, but he's got to force DeHart to hit that off the edge of his paddle.
Ryder DeHart knows he got there. Could have done more with that.
Yeah, he was there. Nice slide into his shot right there, but I think he got a little loose on the swing.
Yep. 1-2 punch there from Ryder DeHart.
Yeah, nice finish here as DeHart comes in. Good forehand, and then the overhead for the put away. You see it on his face right there. DeHart taxed a little bit right now, but all he wants to do is get 2 points and move on to that gold medal match.
13-11.
And now it's one. Match point on the
Timeout
paddle
receiver,
of Riley DeHart to come
14-11,
through.
1 minute.
And a very tactical timeout there by Will Sobek.
Yeah, good timeout here from Sobek. Knows that DeHart is on match point here to move on to the gold medal match. Now, nothing away from William Sobek. If he does, or whoever does lose this match, they will move into the bronze medal match.
Yep.
So they still do have a shot at a medal here either way. But I know that is not on the mind of William Sobek right now, or Rosti Sobek, his dad, giving him a little advice during this timeout.
What would you be saying, Coach Dom?
Well, right now for William Sobek, he's just got to get that point back up to the kitchen. The key here, though, is DeHart's going to go for a serve here. He's going to hit a nice big serve. Sobek has to have a good return to the backhand side of DeHart. He's got to go to the backhand, and he's got to follow it in. If he goes to the
15
forehand,
seconds.
I hate to say it, but I'd rather see Sobek stay back, let DeHart come in, and then Sobek work off a
Receiver,
drop
no
shot.
timeouts
So we'll see where Sobek
Server,
can
no
get this
timeouts.
return. The return is going to be the key.
Time
So
in.
match point.
14-11.
And there we go.
Point game match. 15-11. Mr. DeHart.
Riley DeHart advances to the final of the English Open 2024 men's singles, beating William Sobek 15-11.
Yeah, nice match there from DeHart. Cleaned it up a little bit. Looked like he was going to give that one away, but cleans it up nicely, comes back, and now we'll move on to that gold medal match.
Wow, we've got coming up next Alexa Shaw versus Molly Nags. It's going to be a phenomenal women's singles open final. We'll be back after this short message from our sponsors.
No matter the type of player you are,
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
no matter your gender, no matter your age,
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
celebrating the sport, and knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone. What matters is you.
Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
All right, welcome back for the first final of the evening, the Women's Singles Open Final.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you've had a great singles day so far. I'm on the monitor to ask you to go to the championship court for the ladies' singles final, followed by the men's singles final. Ollie Nags is playing Alexa Shaw in the ladies, and in the men's, we've got Violet Hart and Max Mantu, also known as Purple Jesus. I promise you these are going to be exciting matches. We've got lots of seating, and we want to show everyone that we can fill up that seating. It's important. Thank you.
All right, announcement from Karen Mitchell, Tournament Director, directing people over to Championship Court. And we're about to get underway here. This final will be best of 3 games to 11, win by 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Both players are
This
set.
will be a 2 out of 3 to 11, win by 2. Ladies, are you ready? Okay. Game 1, time in, 0-0. Side out.
And again, what you're going to get here is 2 very heavy-hitting women. Alexa Scholl, one of the next-gen players from the APP.
0-0.
Hits the ball as hard as they come. And then on the flip side, Molly Nags, same thing.
Side
And
out.
you see Alexa Scholl go for that serve right here. Both these ladies going to go for their serves,
0-0.
try and put pressure on one another.
Side out.
Trading missed serves.
Both of them trying to dial it in right now. Neither one of them backing off.
I think a great advert of what's to come, Dom. Heavy hitting.
0-0.
No punches pulled.
That's a great job there from Molly Nags. She was the one to bite first as they were going right down that center service line, and then Nags pulls that ball to the forehand side of Scholl. Scholl a little late to react.
0-0. Side out.
Just catches the top of the net on the volley. It's going to be an interesting match here, Dom. I think both women happy to trade from the baseline, but equally both happy to approach on the right ball. And
0-0.
do wonder if fatigue may start to creep in this final.
Yeah, it's that
Side out.
cut backhand there from Molly Nags. It almost baits her opponent into trying to really hit that a little too hard. And it's right
0-0.
what happens with Alexa Scholl as she tries to hit that and do a little too much with it.
Point.
And the signature shot we've seen time and time again.
1-0.
There's that huge serve we were talking about, and she's going to get some free points on
Point.
that, but I believe so will Alexa Scholl. But it's who can minimize
2-0.
those mistakes.
Side out.
Yeah, great counter from Alexa down the line. Thought the backhand from Molly looked pretty good, but Alexa did well almost to turn the point around straight away with
0-2.
that block down the line.
Side out.
Scholl going for that serve again. Yeah, and what I'm not, what I did like right there from Alexa Scholl on the point before is, like you said, was she went down the
2-0.
line and countered that one-handed backhand rip from
Side out.
Nags. As again, we're just continuing to have service mistakes here from both of these ladies. I think it's 2 apiece now.
0-2. Side out.
Just misfires. Going for that down the line shot again. Tense tapping going down the line just reduces the time for the opponent to react. It's a shorter
2-0.
distance for the ball to travel.
Point.
Great play from Molly. Just dialed in the depth throughout that point.
3-0.
I think that's going to be the path to success in this final.
And again,
Point.
inside-out ball movement there from Nags as she goes heavy straight down the line, and then the inside-out forehand that you can almost put on a tennis, what we call a tennis baseball card.
4-0.
Her trading card would be her inside-out forehand down that line.
Point.
Yeah, so good again. Finding that deep ball into the backhand side of Schull.
5-0.
Options are so limited.
Point. Timeout. Receiver.
Big serve
6-0,
prompts
1
a
minute.
timeout from Alexa Schull. So 6-0 up Molly Nags. Good run of momentum.
When you see here two different camps, right? And this is what happens constantly. The camp that calls the timeout, that being Alexa Schull, she's getting a lot of information here. She's getting a lot of information because she is down. On the flip side of things, if we get a shot of Molly Nags' camp on the other side of things, it's more quiet. It's more a general conversation. Because if you're on her side, you're literally going, continue doing what you're doing. Do the same thing. Don't change a thing. Stay confident. You know, you just want words of encouragement on that side. The flip side of things, it's a little more, here, this is what we have to do. This is what we need to do. This is what we
15
need
seconds.
to change. Much easier on the camp that is up 6-0. Your team comes over and you're like, hey, a little pat on the butt and go, hey, get back out there. You're doing a great job. Let's continue to do that.
Receiver, you have 0 timeouts remaining.
Let's see if we see any
Server, 1 timeout
changes
remaining.
out of this timeout
Time in.
from Alexa Schull.
6-0.
Expected maybe a little bit more impetus to get to the net.
Well, you see Molly Nags comes in and looks like she's going to attack the forehand, and she just cuts it like a
7-0.
knife. And Alexa Schull had no answer for it.
Point.
That's just dirty down the line there from Molly Nags as she just paints the line. Alexa Schull has no chance right there to get that back. It's so tough.
And these sort of odd slice shots, I think,
8-0.
setting Nags up quite well at the moment. She is
Point.
dialed.
I mean, there's just no answer right now, and you hit it right on the head. It's just, this is what you call dialed in. This is
9-0.
what you call an athlete in the zone right now. Oh, darn
Timeout.
it. That is, I'm so sorry, Molly. When you go back and watch this, you can blame me all you want. That is a
0-9.
commentator curse right there. Mark that one down for me.
Yeah,
Point.
very matter-of-fact smash from Schull. Both these women, I think every point I've watched where that ball's gone up in the air, there's not been a reply off the smash. So a little bit of a Hail Mary
1-9.
from Nags, but gets Schull on the board.
Oh, no chance right there with the
Side out.
backspin off the tape. It's going to bounce back towards the net. What I want to ask you is, do you think maybe a little bit of a match hangover here for Alexa Schull? She had a battle in the semifinals,
9-1.
winning 15-13. Oh, my goodness.
Point.
That is a grown-up one-handed backhand here from Molly Nags. Wow.
10-1. I'll recall the score. Yeah, I'm going to get it stop.
We've got a couple of juniors hitting some balls
10-1.
in the background. Just put Molly Nags off her stride a little bit.
Point.
And takes game one. 11-1.
to Miss Nags.
I think to your point,
2
Dom,
minutes.
that match hangover might be the case, but I feel like even if there wasn't one, there's not much Alexa Scholl can do about the way Molly's playing right now.
No, and 100%, that did not take away from anything that Molly Nags did right there. She executed clean. Literally, I think the 3 mistakes were on her serves that she went long, and that was pretty much it. It was a very clean game from Molly Nags going into game 2.
So moving into game 2 here. Anything we can see Scholl in quite a lengthy conversation with your fellow co-commentator Chad Edwards and Lee Whitwell there. What do you think that conversation is looking like at the moment?
The biggest thing right now, where people have had success on Molly Nags, and there hasn't been much at all today, is returning deep to her and keeping her back. If you can push her on her heels a little bit. We talked about the quarterfinal against Susanna Barr. She bullied Susanna Barr for the first 5 points, and then Barr figured it out. And it was a pretty even match the rest of the way, 15-9, 15-8, somewhere around there. But Barr figured it out. Right now, Alexa Scholl needs to figure that out. She really needs to rip that return. But what I'd really like to see, too, is rip the return to the open side of the
15
court.
seconds.
Make Molly Nags move and hit the next ball, and make her move to hit anything right now, because when her feet are set, you're in trouble.
Game 2, time in, 0-0.
Scholl trying to go drop shot right there.
Yeah, she had an attempt in the first game as well off the backhand side. Looked to sort of drop in short.
0-0.
Found the net on that occasion as well. Yeah, great dart down the line from Alexa Scholl. The first time we've seen that in this game. It's something we've seen plenty of times throughout today.
0-0.
She's attempting it. It looks like she's got a little bit of a game plan coming in here to try and hit a couple drop shots and bring Nags to the net. I don't mind the effort here. I don't mind the game plan. Now we just got to execute.
Point.
I mean, Sam, when you're dialed in right now, and that is exactly Molly Nags.
1-0.
Again, huge serve. Kicks up off the ground. And just so difficult for Alexa Scholl to do anything with that ball.
2-0.
See lots of support in the crowd there for Molly Nags.
Side out.
Just wide with the forehand down the line. The good thing for Nags now is the impetus is on Scholl to do something different in this game.
Side out.
I mean, when it's going good, it's going good. Molly Nags threw up a lob that I'm like, why in the... Oh, why not? Because you're as hot as can be right now. That lob was going to land in. Scholl does a great job of getting it, but Molly Nags all over it for the put away.
I wonder if we see that drop
2-0.
attempt again off the return from Scholl.
Side out.
I mean, the fact that she got a paddle on it was impressive there from Nags.
Certainly a concerted effort to drop this ball a little bit shorter in the second game from Scholl. But even then, and that's the danger, I guess, is you leave it just a little bit higher. That ball bounces up and it sits perfectly for Nags to come in on the approach with the topspin.
2-0. Side out.
Change up from Nags goes for this sort of short angled slice.
0-2. Point.
It's really the first misfire we've seen from Molly Nags so far in this match.
And I've seen more mistakes from the side that Molly Nags is on today. A little tougher to see with the backdrop from side to side. And so players are choosing to typically start on that side because it's harder to see.
Side
the
out.
backdrop that Alexa Scholl is staring into right now a little easier for the players.
2-1. Point.
Again, another aggressive serve right there from Molly Nags, forcing Scholl into a mistake.
3-1.
Little kick up
Side
right
out.
there
Great
on
ball.
Nags.
Great ball from Scholl. Really focused on that top spin. Landed the ball just inside the baseline.
1-3.
Applied a little bit more pressure to Molly Nags.
Side out.
Scholl almost rushed it right there as trying to make something happen. We're 3-3 mistakes
3-1.
on serves for each of these ladies. That's
Side
good
out.
approach right there from Alexa Scholl, but what did she do really well? Sideline to sideline for Nags and just opens up the court beautifully for Scholl with the put away.
That's something we've spoken about quite consistently today. Sounds like a simple tactic, right? Just one side, the other side, the other side.
It's so easy from us here in the
1-3.
booth to see.
For sure.
So much harder to execute. Oh, goodness gracious, Molly Nags. Just forehand tip this over the net for the winner.
3-1.
Nadal-esque stroke.
Yes.
Side out.
Almost a little bait ball there from Scholl as she floats this cut backhand back to Nags.
And just a touch off balance on that forehand wing.
1-3.
Nice little drop
Point.
shot there from Alexa Scholl off the forehand.
Last few points, bar the forehand passing shot from Nags. The last few points Scholl has moved into the net. Had reasonable success. Do wonder if that's something we'll
2-3.
continue seeing in this second game.
Yeah, starting to put pressure on Molly Nags right now as Scholl's approaching the net. When in doubt, want to end points early, get to the
3-3.
kitchen line. You're either going to get something, it's going to be a pass, or it's going to be out. Wow, great ball again from Alexa Scholl down the line as she takes her first lead of this match in game one or
4-3.
game two.
Side out.
And so far we've had Nags fairly happy to stick around at the baseline. Do you think that might change with Scholl moving in a little bit more, almost a bit of a fight back from Nags on that
She's
front?
going to have to change something up if it continues. Right now, I don't think she's in trouble. Right there again, just with the heavy forehand.
Point.
So stick to what got you here. If Scholl really starts to put a lot of pressure on, she did that last service game, but really wasn't anything that Nags couldn't handle as she comes out and answers and ties it up. So we'll see how that one kind of continues to play out.
And so sensible from Nags. Didn't get uptight about the situation she was in. Just careful, considered net play.
I was more impressed with not even the backhand winner, the little backhand cut winner. It was the forehand on the approach where she didn't do too much with it. She kept it under control and she kept it in.
Point.
And again, big
Timeout
serve.
receiver, 6-4.
Return goes into the net. Timeout called from Alexa Scholl.
Yeah, and it's all confidence again here on the side of Molly Nags and her camp. Alexa Scholl did make a nice run here. It is back to a 2-point lead, but Scholl did have a 4-3 lead. Nags answers quickly, puts 3 on the board of her own to get back in control and up by 2.
I do wonder if it's just going to be an attempt at returning to that, getting into the net, deep return.
Yeah, I'd love to see Scholl continue to get up to the kitchen line to try and put pressure on. That was how she got back in this. That's how she took a lead in game 2. I'd like to see her continue to do that here
seconds.
halfway through game 2. Byron Fresso, your
Receiver, you have
lead
0
referee
timeouts
here on
remaining.
Championship
Server,
Court
you have 1.
this evening.
We're very thankful for all of our USA Pickleball referees coming over, helping our players out, giving them the experience of refereed games.
6-4.
There was a referee clinic yesterday that I saw had like 25 people in it. Love seeing that. Wow.
Point.
Big forehand there from Nags out of the timeout. I don't even get a paddle on that. That is just so heavy.
7-4.
Believe just
Point.
missed that sideline right there. Does Scholl.
Certainly looks like Molly putting an emphasis on going big. Doesn't want a game 3 in this final. Craziest part about all of this, they've still got 2 days to play.
We're just in the singles today. They have women's
8-4.
doubles tomorrow and mixed doubles on Sunday.
Point.
So big.
The worst part about it is we're back here on the baseline of Scholl, and as soon as this ball
9-4.
drops and in, I almost can see the reaction on Scholl's face. Just can't believe it. Just
Point.
It's just unbelievable. The balls that Molly Nags just keeps keeping in and keeps creating
10-4.
shape.
Point. Game. Match. This Nags.
And seals it
11-4.
again with a big forehand.
Congratulations.
And Molly Nags is your 2024 Skechers Pickleball English Open Women's Singles Champion.
I mean, did she do some work today? She dismantled a lot of players through pool play, through the draw. Congratulations to Molly Nags. She is impressive, and she is here to stay. I say she will be taking names soon on tour and shocking a lot of people. Congratulations to her.
Some big scalps today. Taken out Sabrina Mendez-Dominguez,
The 2024
Susanna Barr,
Women's Singles Final.
Cal Pechuan, and now Alexa Scholl to go undefeated
Nags.
throughout the day. Hasn't dropped a set What a phenomenal performance from Molly Nags. So, 1 down, 1 to go. Up next, we have our men's singles open final. Ryler de Hart versus Max Manthu coming up next.
No matter the type of player you are.
Junior, for now.
No matter where you're from.
אני מישראל, שלום.
No matter your gender.
No matter your age.
No matter what tour you play on or who you play with.
What matters is your love of the game.
Celebrating the sport.
And knowing your level so that you can keep pickleball fun and fair for everyone.
What matters is you. Things have a funny way of sneaking up on us. You play once, and you want to play again and again and again. You find yourself in driveways, courts, clubs, tournaments. You ask friends, colleagues, or even someone new. Today and every day, we celebrate the athlete in all of us. It's time to get out and play.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. Pro XR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.